Section 1 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917, by Clarence Darrow. Realism in Art, 1893, Part 1. Realism in Literature and Art, by Clarence Darrow. Man is nature's last and most perfect work. But however high his development or great his achievements, he is yet a child of the earth and the forces that have formed all the life that exists thereon. He cannot separate himself from the environment in which he grew, and 1,000 times of nature bind him back to the long-forgotten past and prove his kinship to all the lower forms of life that have sprung from the great common mother, Earth. As there is a universal law of being which controls all forms of life, from the aimless movement of the mollusk in the sea to the most perfect conduct of the best developed man, so all the varied activities of human life, from the movements of the savage digging roots to the work of the greatest artist with his brush, are controlled by universal laws, and are good or bad, perfect or imperfect, as they conform to the highest condition nature has imposed. The early savage dwelt in caves and cliffs, and spent his life in seeking food and providing some rude shelter from the cold. He looked at the earth, the sun, the sea, the sky, the mountain peak, the forest, and the plain, at the vegetable and animal life around, and all he saw and heard formed an impression in his brain and aided in his growth. Like a child, he marveled at the storm and flood. He stood in awe as he looked upon disease and death, and to explain the things he could not understand, he peopled earth and the air and sea with gods and demons and 1,000 weird creations of his brain. All these mysterious creatures were made in the image of the natural objects that came within his view. The gods were men grown large and endowed with marvelous powers, while tree and bird and beast were used alike as models for a being greater far than any nature ever formed. It was an angry God that made the rivers overrun their banks and leave destruction in their path. An offended God it was who hurled his thunderbolts upon a wicked world, or sent disease and famine to the shining children of the earth. And to coax these rulers to be merciful to man, the weak and trembling people of the ancient world turned their thoughts to sacrifice and prayer. The first clouded thoughts of these rude men were transcribed on monument and stone, or carved in wood, or painted with the colors borrowed from the sun and earth and sky. In short, the first rude art was born to sing the praise and tell the fame and paint the greatness of the gods. But all of this was natural for the time and place, and the graven images, the chiseled hieroglyphics, and all this rude beginning of literature and art were formed upon what men saw and heard and felt, enlarged and magnified to fit the stature of the gods. As the world grew older, art was used to celebrate the greatness and achievements of kings and rulers as well as gods, and their tombs were ornamented with such decorations as those early ages could create. But yet all literature and art was only for the gods and the rulers of the world. Then, even more than now, wealth and power brought intellect to do their will, and all its force was spent to sing the praises of the rulers of the earth and air. The basis of all this art of pen and brush was the reality of the world, but this was so magnified and distorted for the base use of kings and priests that realism, in the true sense, could not exist. It would not do to paint a picture of a king resembling a man of flesh and blood, and of course a god must be far greater than a king. It would not do to write a tale in which kings and princes, lords and ladies should act like men and women. Else what difference between the ruler and the ruled? The marvelous powers which romance and myth had given to gods and angels were transferred to those of royal blood. The wonderful achievements of these knights and princes could be equaled only by the gods, and the poor dependents of the world, who lived for the glory of the great, were fed with legends and with tales that sang the praises of the great. Literature, sculpture, and painting, music and architecture, indeed all forms of art, were the exclusive property of the great and strong. And the artist then, like most of these today, was retained to serve the great and maintain the status of the weak. No one dreamed that there was any beauty in a common human life, or any romance in a fact. The greatest of the earth had not yet learned to know that every life is a mystery and every death a tragedy. That the spark of the infinite, which alone transforms clay to life, animates alike the breast of the peasant and the soul of the prince. The world had not learned that the ant-hill was as great as Mont Blanc, and the blade of grass as mysterious as the oak. It is only now that the world is growing so delicate and refined that it can see the beauty of a fact, that it is developing a taste so rare as to distinguish between the false and the true, that it can be moved by the gentle breeze as as by the winter's gale, that it can see a greater beauty in a statement true to life than in the inflated tales which children read. Most of the literature and art of the world has known has been untrue. The pictures of the past have been painted from the distorted minds of visionists and the pliant brains of tools. They have represented impossible gods and unthinkable saints, angels and cherubs and demons, everything but men and women. Saints may be all right in their place, but a saint with a halo around his head was born of myth and not of art. Angels may be well enough, but all rational men prefer an angel with arms to an angel with wings. When these artists were not busy painting saints and Madonnas, they were spending their time painting kings and royal knaves, and the pictures of the rulers were as unlike the men and women whom they were said to represent as the servile spirit of the painter was unlike the true artist of today. Of course, an artist would not paint the poor. They had no clothes that would adorn a work of art, and no money nor favors that could pay him for his toil. An ancient artist could no more afford to serve the poor than a modern lawyer to defend the weak. After literature had so far advanced as to concern other beings than gods and kings, the authors of these ancient days endowed their characters with marvelous powers. Knights with great strength and magic swords, princes with wondrous palaces and heaps of gold, travelers who met marvelous beasts and slew them in extraordinary ways, giants with forms like mountains and strength like oxen, and who could vanquish all but little dwarfs. Railroads were not invented in those early days, but travel was facilitated by the use of 7-league boots. Balloons and telescopes were not yet known, but this did not keep favored heroes from peering into the stars or looking down from on high upon the earth. They had but to plant a magic bean before they went to bed at night, and in the morning it had grown so tall that it reached up to the sky, and the hero, although not skilled in climbing, needed simply to grasp the stalk and say, "Hitchety, hatchety, up I go, hitchety, hatchety, up I go," and by this means soon vanished into the clouds. Tales of this sort used once to delight the world, and the readers half believed them true. We give them to children now, and even the least of these view them with a half contempt. The modern man who still reads Walter Scott does not enjoy these ancient myths. He relishes a lie, but it must not be too big. It must be so small that although he knows in his innermost soul that it is not true, he can yet half make himself believe it not false. Most of us have cherished a pleasant waking dream and fondly clung to the sweet delusion while we really knew it was not life. The modern literary stomach is becoming so healthy that it wants a story at least half true. Should the falsehood be too strong, it acts as an emetic instead of food. These old fairy tales have lost their power to charm, as the tales of the gods and kings went down before. They have lost their charm, for as we read them now, they awake to answering chord born of the experiences that make up what we know of human life. When the beauty of realism shall be truly known, we shall read the book, or look upon the work of art, and in the light of all we know of life, shall ask our beings whether the image that the author or the painter creates for us is like the one that is born of the consciousness which moves our soul and the experiences that life has made us know. Realism worships at the shrine of nature. It does not say that there may not be a sphere in which beings higher than man can live, or that some time an eye may not rest upon a fairer sunset than was ever born behind the clouds and sea, but it knows that through countless ages nature has slowly fitted the brain and eye of man to the earth on which we live and the objects that we see, and the perfect earthly eye must harmonize with the perfect earthly scene. To say that realism is coarse and vulgar is to declare against nature and her works, and to assert that the man she made may dream of things higher and grander than nature could unfold. The eye of the great sculptor reveals to him the lines that make the most perfect human form, and he chisels out of the marble block until it resembles this image so perfectly that it almost seems to live. Nature, through ages of experiment and development, has made this almost faultless form. It is perfect because every part is best fitted for the separate work it has to do. The artist knows he could not improve a single organ if he could, for all the rest of nature must be adjusted to the change. He has the skill to reproduce this perfect shape in lasting stone, and the human brain could not conceive a form more beautiful and fair. Here is a perfect image of the highest work that countless centuries of nature's toil has made. And yet some would seek to beautify and sanctify this work by dressing it in the garb that shifting fashion and changing fancy make for men. It was only the vulgar superstition of the past that ever suggested that the reproduction of human forms in stone was an unholy work. Through long, dark centuries, religion taught that the human form was vile and bad, and that the soul of man was imprisoned in a charnel house unfit for human sight. They wounded, bruised, and maimed their house of clay. They covered it with skins that under no circumstances could be removed, and many ancient saints lived and died without ever having looked upon bodies nature gave to them. The images of saints and martyrs, which in the name of religion were scattered through Europe, were covered with paint and clothes, and were nearly as hideous as the monks who placed them there. When the condition of Europe and its religious thought is clearly understood, it is not difficult to imagine the reception that greeted the first dawn of modern realistic art. Sculpture and painting defied the material. It told of beauty in the human form, which thousands of years of religious fanaticism had taught was bad and vile. If the flesh was beautiful, what of the monks and priests who had hidden it from sight, who had kept it covered night and day through all their foolish lives, who maimed and bruised, cut and lacerated it for the glory of the spirit which they believed was chained within? The church had taught that the death of the flesh was the birth of the soul, and they therefore believed that the artist's resurrection of the flesh was the death of the soul. This old religious prejudice, born of a misty, superstitious past, has slowly faded from the minds of men, but we find its traces even yet. The origin of the feeling against realistic art has well nigh been forgot, but much of the feeling still remains. No one now would pretend to say that all the body was unholy or unfit for sight, and yet years of custom and inherited belief have made us think that a part is good and the rest is bad, that nature in her work of building up the human form has made one part sacred and another vile. It is easy to mistake custom for nature and inherited prejudice for morality. There is not a single portion of the human body which some people have not believed holy, and not a single portion which some have not believed vile. It was not shame that made clothing, but clothing that made shame. If we should eradicate from our beliefs all that inheritance and environment have given, it would be hard for us to guess how much would still remain. Custom has made almost all things good and nearly all things bad, according to the whim of time and place. To find solid ground, we must turn to nature and ask her what it is that conduces the highest happiness and the longest life. The realistic artist cannot accept the popular belief, whatever that may be, as to just where the deadline on the human body should be drawn that separates the sacred and profane. There are realists who look at all the beauty and loveliness of the world and all its maladjustments too, and who do not seek to answer the old question whether back of this is any all-controlling and designing power. They do not answer, for they cannot know, but they strive to touch the subtle chord which makes their individual lives vibrate in harmony with the great heart of that nature which they love, and they cannot think but what all parts of life are good, and that while men may differ, nature must know best. Other realists there are who believe they see in nature the work of a divine maker, who created man in his own image as the last and highest triumph of his skill, that not the smallest portion of the universe exists except because he wished it thus. To the realist who accepts this all-controlling power, any imputation against a portion of his master's work must reach back to the author who designed it all. We need not say that the human body might not be better than it is. We only need to know that it is the best that men can have, and that its wondrous mechanism has been constructed with infinitely more than human skill, that every portion is adapted for its work, and through the harmony of every part the highest good is reached, and that all is beautiful, for it makes the perfect being best adapted to the earth. Those who denounce realistic art deny that knowledge is power and that wisdom can only make harmony. But they insist instead that there are some things vital to life and happiness that we should not know, or that if we must know these things, we at all events should pretend that we do not. One day the world will learn to know that all things are good or bad according to the service they perform. A great brain, which is used by its owner for his selfish ends, regardless of all the purposes that are sacrificed to attain the goal, is as base and bad as the mind can well conceive, while a great brain dedicated to the right and just, and freely given to the service of the world, is high and grand. One day it ought to learn that the power to create immortality through infinite succeeding links of human life is the finest and most terrible that nature ever gave to man, and to ignore this power, or call it bad, to fail to realize the great responsibility of this tremendous fact, is to cry out against the power that gave us life, and commit to the greatest human sin, for it may be one that never dies. The true artist does not find all beauty in the human face or form. These are a part of a mighty whole. He looks upon the sunset, painting all the clouds with rosy hue, and his highest wish is to create another scene like this. He never dreams that he could paint a sunset fairer than the one that lights the fading world. A fair sunset would be something else, He sees beauty in the quiet lake, the grassy field, the running brooks. He sees majesty in the cataract and mountain peak. He knows that he can paint no streams and mountain peaks more perfect than the ones that nature made. The growth of letters has been like that of art, from the marvelous and mythical to the natural and true. The tales and legend of the ancient past were not of common men and common scenes. These could not impress the undeveloped intellects of long ago. A man of letters could not defy a serf or tell the simple story of the poor. He must write to maintain the status of the world and please the prince who gave him food. So he told of kings and queens, of knights and ladies, of strife and conquest, and the coloring he used was human blood. The world has grown accustomed to these ancient tales, to scenes of blood and war, and novels that would thrill the soul and cause the hair to stand on end. It has read them so long that the true seems commonplace and not fit to fill the pages of a book. But all the time we forget the fact that the story could not charm unless we half believed it true. The men and women in the tale we learn to love and hate. We take an interest in their lives. We hope they may succeed or fail. We must not be told at every page that the people in the book are men of straw, that no such beings ever lived upon the earth. We could take no interest in men and women who were myths conjured up to play their parts, reminding us in every word they spoke that regardless of the happiness or anguish the author made them feel, they were but puppets and could know neither joy nor pain. It may be that the realistic story is commonplace, but so is life, and the realistic tale is true. Among the countless millions of the earth there is only here and there, and now and then, that some soul is born from out the mighty depths that does not so. I return to the great sea and leave no ripple on the waves. In the play of life, each actor seems important to himself. The world he knows revolves around him as the central figure of the scene. His friends rejoice in all the fortune he attains and weep with him in all his griefs. To him the world is bounded by the faces that he knows and the scenes in which he lives. He forgets the great surging world outside and cannot think how small a space he fills in that infinity which bounds his life. He dies. A few sorrowing friends mourn him for a day, and the world does not know he ever lived or died. In the ordinary life almost all events are commonplace, but a few important days are thinly sprinkled among all of those that intervene between the cradle and the grave. We eat and drink, we work and sleep, and here and there a great joy or sorrow creeps in upon our lives and leaves a day that stands out in the monotony of all the rest, like the pyramids upon the level plains. But these are very, very few and are important only to ourselves. And for the rest, we walk with steady pace along the short and narrow path of life, and rely upon the common things alone to occupy our minds and hide from view the marble stone that here and there we cannot fail to see, as it gleams upon us through the overhanging trees just where the road leaves off. The highest mountain range, when compared with all the earth, is no larger than a hair upon an ordinary globe, and the greatest life bears out the same resemblance to the humanity of which it is a part. End of section 1. Section 2 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Realism in Art, 1893, Part 2. The old novel, which we used to read and to which the world so fondly clings, had no idea of relation or perspective. It had a hero and a heroine, and sometimes more than one. the revolutions of the planets were less important than their love. War, shipwreck, and conflagration all conspired to produce the climax of the scene, and the whole world stood still until their hearts and hands were joined. Wide oceans, burning deserts, Arctic seas, impassable jungles, irate fathers, and even designing mothers were helpless against the decree that fate had made. And when all the barriers were passed and love had triumphed over impossibilities, the tale was done. Through the rest of life, nothing of interest could transpire. Sometimes in the progress of the story, if the complications were too great, a thunderbolt or an earthquake was introduced to destroy the villain and help out the match. Earthquakes sometimes happen, and the realistic novelist might write a tale of a scene like this, but then the love affair would be an incident of the earthquake, and not the earthquake an incident of the love affair. In real life, the affections have played an important part, and sometimes great things have been done in the name of love, but most of the affairs of the human heart have been as natural as the other events of life. The true love story is generally a simple thing. On a sloping hill beside a country road lives a farmer in the house his father owned before. He has a daughter who skims the milk and makes the beds and goes to singing school at night. There are other members of the household, but our tale is of no concern of theirs. In the meadow back of the house, a woodchuck has dug his hole and reared a family in his humble home. Across the valley, only a mile away, another farmer lives. He has a son who plows the field and does the chores and goes to singing school at night. He cannot sing, but he attends the school as regularly as if he could. Of course, he does not let the girl go home alone, and in the spring, when the singing school is out, he visits her on Sunday evening without excuse. If the girl had not lived so near, the farmer's son would have fancied another girl about the same age, who also went to singing school. Back of the second farmer's house is another woodchuck hole and a woodchuck home. After a year or two of courtship, the boy and girl are married, as their parents were before, and they choose a pretty spot beside the road and build another house between the two and settle down to common life. And so the world moves on, and a woodchuck on one farm makes the acquaintance of a woodchuck on the other, and they choose a quiet place beside a stump in no one's way, where they can think they have a right to be, and dig another hole and make another home, for after all, men and animals are much alike, and nature loves them both, and loves them all, and sends them forth to drive the loneliness from off the earth, and then takes them back into her loving breast to sleep. It may be that there are few great incidents in the realistic tale, but each event appeals to life and cannot fail to wake our memories and make us live the past again. The great authors of the natural school, Tolstoy, Daudet, Howells, Ibsen, Kylan, Flaubert, Zola, Hardy, and the rest, have made us think and live. Their words have burnished up our thoughts and revealed 1,000 pictures that hung upon the walls of memory, covered with the dust of years and hidden from our sight. Sometimes, of course, we cry with pain at the pictures that is thrown before our view. But life consists of emotions, and we cannot truly live unless the depths are stirred. These great masters, it is true, may sometimes shock the oversensitive with stories they tell of life, but if the tale is true, why hide it from our sight? Nothing is more common than the protest against the wicked books of the realistic school, filled with delineations of passions and sin. But he who denies passion ignores all the life that exists upon the earth and cries out against the mother that gave him birth. And he who ignores this truth passes with contempt the greatest fact that nature has impressed upon the world. Those who condemn as sensual the tales of Tolstoy and Daudet still defend the love stories of which our literature is full. Those weak and silly tales that make women fit only to be the playthings of the world, and deny to them a single thought or right except to serve their master, man. These objectors do not contend that stories dealing with the feelings and affections shall not be told. They approve these, but they simply insist that they shall be false instead of true. The old novel filled the mind of the schoolgirl with 1,000 thoughts that had no place in life, with 10,000 pictures she could never see. It taught that sometimes she would meet a prince in disguise to whom she should freely give her hand and heart. So she went out upon the road to find this prince, and the more disguised he was, the more certain did she feel that he was the prince for whom she sought. The realist paints the passion and affections as they are. Both men and women can see their beauty and their terror, their true position and the relation that they bear to all of life. He would not beguile the girl into the belief that her identity should be destroyed and merged for the sake of this feeling, which not once in 10,000 times could realize the promises that the novel made, but would leave her as an individual to make the most she could and all she could of life, with all the chance for hope and conquest which men have taken for themselves. Neither would the realist cry out blindly against these deep passions that have moved men and women in the past, and which must continue fierce and strong so long as life exists. He is taught by the scientist that the fiercest heat may be transformed into light, and is shown by life that from the strongest passions are sometimes born the sweetest and the purest human souls. In these days of creeds and theories, of preachers in the pulpit and out, we are told that all novels should have a moral and be written to serve some end. So we have novels on religion, war, marriage, divorce, socialism, theosophy, women's rights, and other topics without end. It is not enough that the preachers and lecturers shall tell us how to think and act. The novelist must try his hand at preaching too. He starts out with a theory, and every scene and incident must be bent to make it plain that the author believes certain things. The doings of the men and women in the book are secondary to the views the author holds. The theories may be very true, but the poor characters who must adjust their lives to these ideal states are sadly warped and twisted out of shape. The realist would teach a lesson too, but he would not violate a single fact for all the theories in the world, for a theory could not be true if it did violence to life. He paints his picture so true and perfect that all men who look upon it know that it is a likeness of the world that they have seen. They know that these are men and women and little children whom they meet upon the streets, and they see the conditions of their lives, and the moral of the picture sinks deeply into their minds. There are so-called scientists who make a theory and then gather facts to prove their theory true. The real scientist patiently and carefully gathers facts and then forms a theory to explain and harmonize these facts. All life bears a moral, and the true artist must teach a lesson with his every fact. Some contend that the moral teacher must not tell the truth. The realist holds that there can be no moral teaching like the truth. The world has grown tired of preachers and sermons. Today it asks for facts. It has grown tired of fairies and angels and asks for flesh and blood. It looks on life as it exists today, both in its beauty and its horror, its joy and its sorrow. It wishes to see all, not only the prince and the millionaire, but the laborer and the beggar, the master and the slave. We see the beautiful and the ugly, and know what the world is and what it ought to be, and the true picture which the author saw and painted stirs the heart to holier feelings and to grander thoughts. It is from the realities of life that the highest idealities are born. The philosopher may reason with unerring logic and show us where the world is wrong. The economist may tell us of the progress and poverty that go hand in hand. But these are theories, and the abstract cannot suffer pain. Dickens went out on the streets of the great city and found poor little Joe sweeping the crossing with his broom. All around were the luxury and elegance which the rich have appropriated to themselves, great mansions, fine carriages, beautiful dresses, but in all the great city of houses and homes, poor little Joe could find no place to lay his head. His home was the street, and every time he halted for a moment in the throng, the policeman touched him with his club and bade him to move on. At last, ragged, wretched, and nearly dead with moving on, he sank down upon the cold stone steps of a magnificent building erected for the propagation of the gospel in foreign parts. As we think of wretched, ragged Joe in the midst of all this luxury and wealth, we see the tens of thousands of other waifs in the great cities of the world, and we condemn the so-called civilization of the earth that builds the mansions of the rich and grate upon the rags and miseries of the poor. The true realist cannot worship the shrine of power, nor prostitutes his gifts for gold. With an artist's eye, he sees the world exactly as it is, and he tells the story faithfully to life. He feels for every heart that beats, else he could not paint them as he does. It takes the soul to warm a statue into life and make living flesh and coursing blood, and each true picture that he paints or draws makes the world a better place in which to live. Read Daudet and Flaubert and Maupassant, and you can see living images that think and move and feel. It needs no analytic character to tell us what they think. You can see them move, and you know the motives that inspired the act. You can hear the murmuring of the waterfall, no louder than it ought to be. And as you look upon the foliage of the trees, you fancy that the leaves are almost stirred by a gentle southern breeze. You can see and feel the social life and the gulf that separates the rich and poor. If you would know the differences that divide French country life, look but a moment at the party which Flaubert paints, and you can see the gay faces and rich costumes of the dancers in the hall, and the solid countenances and uncouth garbs of the peasants who look through the windows from their world outside at this fairy scene within. The artists of the realistic school have a sense so fine that they cannot help catching the inspiration that is filling all the world's best minds with the hope of greater justice and more equal social life. With the vision of the seer, they feel the coming dawn, when true equality shall reign upon the earth, the time when democracy shall no more be confined to constitutions and to laws, but will be a part of human life. The greatest artists of the world today are telling facts and painting scenes that cause humanity to stop and think, and ask why one shall be a master and another a serf, why a portion of the world should toil and spin, should wear away their strength and lives, that the rest may live in idleness and ease. Old-time artists thought they served humanity by painting saints and Madonnas and angels from the myths they conjured in their brains. They painted war with long lines of soldiers dressed in new uniforms and looking plump and gay, and a battle scene was always drawn from the side of the victorious camp, with the ensign proudly planting his bright colors on the rampart of the foe. One or two were dying, but always in comrades' arms, and listening to shouts of victory that filled the air, and thinking of the righteous cause for which they fought and died. In the last moments, they dreamed of pleasant burial yards at home, and of a grave kept green by loving, grateful friends, and a smile of joy lit up their fading faces, so sweet that it seemed a hardship not to die in war. They painted peace as a white-winged dove settling down upon a cold and farewell earth. Between the two, it was plain which choice a boy should make, and thus art served the state and king. But Verestchagin painted war so true to life that as we look upon the scene, we long for peace. He painted war as war has ever been and ever will be. A horrible and ghastly scene where men drunk with blind frenzy, which rulers say is patriotic pride, and made mad by drums and fifes and smoke and shot and shell, flowing blood, seek to maim, wound, and kill, because a ruler gives the word. He paints a battlefield, a field of life and death, a field of carnage and of blood. And who are these who fight like fiends and devils driven to despair? And what cause is this that makes these men forget that they are men, and vie with beasts to show their cruel thirst for blood? They shout of home and native land, but they have no homes, and the owners of their native land exist upon their toil and blood. The nobles and princes for whom this fight is waged are sitting far away upon a hill beyond the reach of shot and shell, and from this spot they watch their slaves pour out their blood to satisfy their rulers' pride and lust for power. And what is the enemy they fight? Men like themselves, who blindly go to death at another king's command, slaves who have no land, who freely give their toil or blood, whichever one the rulers may demand. These fighting soldiers have no cause for strife, but the rulers live by kindling in their hearts a love of native land, a love which makes them hate their brother laborers of other lands and dumbly march to death to satisfy a king's caprice. But let us look once more after the battle has been fought. Here we see the wreck and ruin of the strife. The field is silent now, given to the dead, the beast of prey and night. A young soldier lies upon the ground. The snow is falling fast around his form. The lonely mountain peaks rise up on every side. The wreck of war is all about. His uniform is soiled and stained. A spot of red is seen upon his breast. It is not the color that his country wove upon his coat to catch his eye and bait him to his death. It is hard and jagged and cold. It is his life's blood that leaked out through a hole that followed the point of a saber to his heart. His form is stiff and cold, for he is dead. The cruel wound and the icy air have done their work. The government which took his life taught this poor boy to love his native land. As a child he dreamed of scenes of glory and of power, and the great wide world just waiting to fall captive to his magic strength. He dreamed of war and strife and of victory and fame. If he should die, kind hands would smooth his brow, and loving friends would keep his grave and memory green. because he had died in war. But no human eye was there at last, as the mist of night and the mist of death shut down the lonely mountains from his sight. The snow is all around, and the air above is gray with falling flakes. These would soon hide him from the world, and when the summer time should come again, no one could tell his bleaching bones from all the rest. The only life upon the scene is the buzzard, slowly circling in the air above his head, waiting to make sure that death has come. The bird looks down upon the boy, upon the eyes which first looked out upon the great wide world, and which his mother fondly kissed. Upon these eyes the buzzard will begin his meal. Not all the world is beautiful, and not all of life is good. The true artist has no right to choose only the lovely spots and make us think that this is life. He must bring the world before our eyes and make us read and think. As he loves the true and noble, he must show the false and bad. As he yearns for true equality, he must paint the master and the slave. He must tell the truth, must tell it all, must tell it o'er and o'er again till the deafest ear will listen and the dullest mind will think. He must not swerve to please the world by painting only pleasant sights and telling only lovely tales. He must paint and write and work and think until the world shall learn so much and grow so good that the true will be all beautiful and all the real be ideal. End of section 2. Section 3 of Clarence Darrow Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3, Liberty versus Prohibition, Part 1. The following address was delivered by Mr. Clarence Darrow of Chicago at a public meeting held in New Bedford, Massachusetts on December 4th, 1909. This city, with Worcester and others, changed from dry to wet by a large majority in the election held a fortnight later. I am going to talk to you on the subject of prohibition. Of course, I know that the good people who are voting no license tell you this isn't a prohibition campaign. That is, they don't propose to forbid anybody from buying liquor. They only propose to forbid anyone from selling it. You have the right to buy all you want, but nobody can sell it. Now that is prohibition logic. Perhaps a drunken man might understand it, but I don't know who else would. It ought to be pretty plain to the average man who doesn't try to fool himself that if it is against the law to sell something, then nobody can buy it without either violating the law or getting somebody else to violate the law, which isn't any better, and not quite so good. So if the citizens who propose to forbid a license in these towns succeed and the law is enforced, it means that nobody can sell and nobody can buy it. If it means anything else, it is a farce and a fraud and a humbug, pure and simple. And there is no use to fool about the question and try to deceive anybody, even yourself. So this question, as far at least as a policy of the government, is a question of prohibition, pure and simple. At least simple. I don't know how pure it is. You are going to be called on to vote this town dry again. You can probably vote the town dry, but can you vote the people dry? Somehow the Lord, when he fashioned this universe and created man, didn't understand the job as well as the prohibitionists understand it, and he left mankind to stumble along and do the best they can. If the Lord had been given the advice of the prohibitionists, it would have been much easier and saved us a lot of trouble. There wouldn't have been any wickedness in the world, accepting prohibition. If anything went wrong, all that would be needed would be to make another law, and then you could make people right. If men drank too much, make a law, and then they won't drink too much. If they ate too much, make a law, and then they won't eat too much. If they don't go to church, make a law, and then you will fill the churches. If they don't go to the right church, make another law and head them in the direction of the right church. If a boy wants to have fun on Sunday, or a man who works hard all week wants to go to picnic on Sunday, make a law. Then he won't go to the picnic, but will go to church. Now, the Lord didn't understand his business when he conceived his plan of peopling the earth with men and women. There were no prohibitionists there to give him any advice, so he simply created man and left him here with all the infirmities of human nature, which often lead him wrong, and with all the higher feelings which sometimes lead him right. He doubtless understood that, after all, there is nothing that counts with man excepting character, and if he hasn't got the character to take care of himself, then he isn't worth taking care of. That was his theory. But it wasn't the theory of the prohibitionist. If a man hasn't got the character to take care of himself, then we have got to take care of him and ruin ourselves doing it. Now, I concede the honesty of these people. They are honest, they are high-minded, they have been willing to preach their doctrine in season and out, and are working for the good of the world. They ought to be heard, they ought to be listened to. Every man that has a theory, no matter how fanatical, ought to be allowed to air it and present it. All I object to is being put in jail if I don't agree with the other fellow's theory. I don't believe in prohibition, but I am not a fanatic. If I had a chance to make the law just as I wanted to, I wouldn't compel a prohibitionist to drink a pint of beer every morning before breakfast. I think that would be carrying it too far, and I wouldn't pass a law to make him pour down his throat a glass of whiskey against his will. That would be carrying my doctrine too far. No more will I permit him to say to me, "You can't drink a glass of beer if you happen to want it." To my mind, it is exactly the same thing, and I wouldn't stand for either one. But the prohibitionist says, "Oh, no, you can't make me drink beer, and I won't let you." Well, now, if he cuts me off from everything he doesn't believe in, I don't know what I will have left. It is a wise and fine scheme. The people, for instance, on the front row of seats will pick out the things they like to eat and drink, and they will say to the people on the second row, "These are the things you have to eat and drink." And the people on the second row will fix up a bill of fare for the people on the third row. Now, it is possible the people on the first row know better than the people on the second what is good for them, but it is also possible that men would get along better in the world if they decide for themselves what is good for them. They may sometimes decide wrong. They may eat something or drink something that doesn't agree with their stomachs, but after all, human tastes are not the same, and as a general rule, it is a pretty good plan to mind your own business. That is, if you've got any. Now, if I were fixing up a bill of fare for people to eat, I wouldn't let anybody eat chicken. I don't like it. I can't understand how a sensible man can eat it. I would rather have corned beef, but I have known a good many fairly intelligent people who eat chicken, and if I should pass a law to cut them out of chicken, why, the clergyman might say I was aiming at them, and why should I? We have inherited some traditions of liberty in this country. They are not new to Americans. They are not new even to English-speaking people, but we have believed that each person should be left as free as they possibly could be, consistent with fairly good order in the society in which he must live. He should be left to do what he pleases, drink what he pleases, smoke what he pleases, live as he pleases, go and come as he wants to. In short, manage his own life. Unless he can do this, he may as well be dead. For if somebody else is going to manage it for you, you won't get much fun out of living. Ethics of the question. Now, there are 2 or 3 things in the beginning that I want to speak about. I am not interested in whether you are going to sell more goods in New Bedford with whiskey or without it. I don't care a cent for that kind of argument. I don't live here, and I don't think if I did, I would be influenced by any such consideration. If drinking beer is in the category of cutting throats and burglarizing houses, then you ought to be ashamed to make money out of it, and you ought to go prohibition even if the grass grows in the streets. I don't care whether you get rich or get poor because of drink, and I don't think any self-respecting man ought to care whether you get rich or you get poor because of it. If it is a business which fairly and justly comes within the criminal code, and you can't excuse yourself by getting money out of it, neither does the city nor the nation. The nation ought not to get revenue, and the city ought not to get revenue, and the businessmen ought not to get revenue if drinking beer is like cutting throats and burglarizing houses. On the other hand, if it is not, if it is a part of my liberty which I should defend, and when people stop defending their liberty, it's gone. And then it doesn't make any difference whether we lose money out of it or whether we don't lose money out of it. I ought to stand for the simple right to manage my own affairs, to eat and drink what I please without calling a town meeting to decide on the bill of fare. I don't propose tonight to give this audience any statistics. I could give you statistics by the bushel, and so could the other fellow. You can get statistics on both sides of any question, no matter what that question is, and generally they don't prove what they pretend, and it takes a very wise and educated man to handle statistics, and likewise a very honest, unprejudiced, and unbiased man to handle them and make anything out of them excepting some broad generalizations. Now, I haven't got any time for them myself. I would rather discuss principles. I would rather talk about things that every person in this house knows and understands, which can't be juggled or fooled with, and which appeal to your human nature and your innate instincts as to right and wrong. Is prohibition right? Is it right in theory, or is it wrong? Let's see. Now, you know it is a great deal easier to make a prohibition speech than it is to make one against prohibition. I never tried to, but I have listened to them, and the prohibition speakers can beat us to death. They don't know the reason, but I will tell them if there are any of them here. I wouldn't want to hold a debate with a prohibitionist for the simple reason that he could get the audience in spite of himself. I never look for trouble that way. The prohibitionist appeals to the feelings and sentiments and the passions of men. You know it. Did you ever hear any of them talk sense? They appeal to men's passions and feelings and prejudices. And when you do that, you have got your audience. And when you talk to a man's judgment and reasoning, that is a hard job. I don't care whether it is in New England or in Chicago. There are some things that have been said on both sides which I regard as somewhat foolish, and I want to go away leaving you with the impression that I meant to deal honestly with this subject, as I intend. I may be mistaken about my judgment. Many times I have been, and you are the ones to decide it. I don't have to live here. I can get a drink in Chicago any time. Then, besides, I don't care much for it. I never cared anything for it until this prohibition movement set in. I don't believe that alcohol is a food. I don't believe that men need beer or whiskey or alcohol in any form, and I don't propose to argue it. I am willing to concede that beer and wine and whiskey are just good for one thing. That is, they taste good going down. That is all there is of it, excepting, of course, for mechanical and sacramental purposes. And I don't know much about their use there, so I won't discuss that. You have a right to use them for that, even in a dry town. But aside from that, they taste good going down. That is, they taste good to some people. There are some people who say they don't taste good, not only to them, but to anybody else. Of course they know. They are wise and they know what a well-developed normal appetite is. But I wouldn't trust them. Sometimes people are colorblind in their tastes. I don't believe for a moment that the human system needs alcohol in any form. But what of it? Is that any reason for not having it? We have a great many things that we don't need, as I will show you in a little further on. The fact is that none of us are interested in the things we need. Anybody can get the things they need. You can get them at the poorhouse and not work at all. It is the thing we don't need that everybody is after. It is the theaters and the good food and the good drink and the automobiles and the vacation, the things we don't need that we are all working for, which make life worth living. You fellows can have the necessities. I will take the luxuries. That is the way it has always been between the working man and the fellow that don't work. That is the reason I don't work. If anybody is satisfied with the things he needs, that is about what he will get, and he won't need much at that. Now, the question does not require very much discussion. I think I can state our side of the question in about 10 or 15 sentences. If I am born free, or become free by act of law, and if I am of age and able to look after my own business, and haven't any guardian, and can buy a horse or sell a farm, then I ought to be able to order my dinner at the hotel and say what I want to eat and what I want to drink. It is one of the most primitive wants and one of the most primitive desires. And if I can't settle for myself what I want to eat and drink and where I want to live and how I want to live, then I haven't got very much liberty. After all, and freedom is very much of a dream. If I am free by the laws of my country, I ought to know whether I want to drink beer or coffee. Probably both are sometimes injurious, coffee much more so than beer. But it is my own body I am taking a chance on all the while, and nobody's else. It isn't for me to prove my right to do it. The fact that I live and breathe in a country consecrated to individual liberty is enough. I have the right to do it because I am a man, and a man who lives under a government where people are supposed to be rulers of themselves instead of their fellow men. And that is all there is to it. If a man tells me, you can't drink beer, then it is up to that man to give the clearest and most explicit reason why my liberty should be curtailed. It isn't for me to prove my right to drink beer any more than my right to breathe air or drink water. I prove them both by the same logic and by the same common instinct which move all men. Crime and drink. What excuse has the prohibitionist to offer that the drinking of beer or any intoxicating liquor is a crime, and that men should be forbidden it or sent to jail if they have it? They have the same excuses today that they had 40 years ago. They tell them that beer and whiskey and wine are responsible for most of the crimes in the world, or a large part of the crime in the world. They say that intoxicating liquor produces crime, produces poverty, produces death, produces misery, and for that reason it should be forbidden by law. That was the indictment then, and that is the indictment today. Is liquor responsible for any large part of the crime in the world? Is it responsible for the men in jail? Has the man in the penitentiary or the man whom society has singled out as criminal been made so by rum? Now, when I speak of criminals of crime, I don't mean a plain case of drunk, where a man gets too much liquor and is locked up for the night simply because he got too much liquor. That is not a crime in any sense. If men were arrested when they eat too much, the same as when they drink too much, about half the best citizens in town would spend every night in jail. But when I speak of criminal conduct, I speak of crime, such as has been denounced by the law and by people always as criminal. Is whiskey responsible for it? Now I will give you a few facts which appeal to your own experience and which show how false and untrue this statement is. It is hard to gather statistics of crime or statistics of any sort and prove that they are true. But I can give you some facts. First of all, the men who fill our jails and our penitentiaries come from one class and one class only, that of the poor. Our jails, whether in Massachusetts or in the West or in Europe, are filled with one class, and they are built for one class, and that is the poor. Here and there, and once in a while, some rich man is caught, but only enough to show the exception which proves the rule. For when a rich man is sent to jail, he isn't sent there for drink, but because he wasn't rich enough. The jails and the penitentiaries all over the world are built for the poor. Now, let me ask you one question, which settles all of this. Did you ever know of any rich people to drink? It can't be. Because if they did, they would be in jail or the penitentiary, for drink produces all the crime in the world. Why try to hear these wise philosophers stir up the passions and feelings of men? You wouldn't think only the poor drank. Now, as a plain matter of fact, beer or whiskey, like almost everything else in the world, all of it is produced by the poor, and the best of it is consumed by the rich. They have plenty of time and plenty of money to drink with, and there are a lot of poor people who are too poor to drink. A great philosopher and historian, Thomas Buckle, who wrote the first part of The History of Civilization in England, made long observations extending over long periods of time in all countries, and he showed conclusively that the number of people in jail rose and fell every year, just as the price of food rose and fell. When bread was dear, it meant that more people went to jail. When bread was cheap, fewer people went to jail. He also showed that every man who has honestly studied this question has found out since, not what prohibition orators have found out. They never find out anything, that more men go to jail in winter than in summer. Ever hear of any prohibitionists say that? They don't know it, and if they knew it, they wouldn't know what it meant, and if they knew what it meant, they wouldn't tell you. There are more people in jail in the winter than in summer because work is scarce. I will tell you something else. More people go to jail in hard times than in good times. The poor man goes to jail in winter. When the sun comes out and in the spring and work becomes plentiful, he comes out of jail because he can live outside easier than he can live inside. He is governed by natural law, nothing more or less. You may take 100 cattle and place them in a field, and if the feed is good, they will stay there. But let the feed get short, and they will mighty soon learn to jump the fence if they have any brains at all. So it is with people. Under this system of society where a few men own the coal and the iron and the timber and the land and the railroads and have monopolized all the means of production and distribution, the great mass of men, having nothing to sell but their labor, are living close to the line of want. They are living where sickness, misfortune, accident, loss of a job drive them to want. Some of them are less intelligent than others, but there is always a very narrow line that separates the lawful from the unlawful, and often misfortune or loss of work causes these poor unfortunates to step over the line between lawful conduct and unlawful conduct, and they fill out the penitentiaries and jails. Then, too, there are the people who commit crimes of feeling and passion, of hatred and revenge and jealousy, which have ever moved the hearts of men. Let me give you a few illustrations that may appeal to your experience. Tell me that crime is produced by rum. We have had 3 presidents of the United States assassinated. Not one of the 3 assassinations had as much relation to liquor as the change of the moon. Not one. You haven't read of the murder cases all over New England, New York, and the United States. You can scarcely recall one that had any sort of relation to liquor, no more than to food. They were due to the passions and feelings and hatreds of men and women, and had no relation whatever to whiskey. And still, orators keep repeating over and over again that old story that whiskey is responsible for the crime of the world. End of Section 3, Part 1. Section 4 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Liberty versus Prohibition, 1909, Part 2. How do these people find it out? Why, I know something about criminals, so-called. I know something about them because I have seen them, and I know them, and I know something about myself. And all of us are partly criminal and partly good. Where do you suppose they get their information? They don't need any information to start with. They just say things and they have got it. Where? Do they get their statistics out of the jails? Now, statistics are dangerous. They are still more dangerous when they come out of a jail, and doubly dangerous when they come out of the jail through prohibition speakers, and you can't depend upon them at all. How do they get them? A poor man is locked up in jail. Nobody comes to see him. He looks over across the courtyard and sees a friendly visitor coming toward him, and he can tell who he is a block away. He knows he is a prohibitionist because he has a face as long as a telegraph pole. The friendly visitor says to him, "My good man, how did you get in here?" And he says, "Rum," right off the quick. If he said beefsteak, the friendly visitor would have put it down as rum anyway, and tell him he was criminal and a liar too. But suppose he answered it right. Then what? I have gathered statistics in jail. I have had something to do with the law. I have been at it a long time and have tried a good many criminal cases, but I never defended a guilty man in all my life. Now you don't believe it. Well, I will tell you how I know. I asked them, and they said they weren't. They said they were innocent. Why, you go in there and you see one of them and he is charged with stealing a $20 gold piece, he would say, "I was going downtown for a loaf of bread, and some fellow came out of an alley and he shoved a $20 gold piece in my pocket, and police came along and took me, and the other fellow done it, and I didn't do it." And if there isn't anyone else in the world it can be charged to, there is always one, and that is rum. Rum? And when you say rum did it, why, every prohibitionist in the country will say, "Amen. How glad we are. It gives us more statistics." We don't know much about crime. Ordinary men are educated to believe that a criminal is in some way different from other men. Well, he isn't. It may be that his intentions are as good as ours. I could take anyone in this house who never knew anything about crime whatever to a penitentiary on a Sunday morning, lead him into the chapel, and up on to the platform. Once on the platform, look at the sea of faces before you. If you never had any experience, you would know that these people were criminals. You would know it from their misshapen heads. You would know it from their starved bodies. You can cure crime in one way and only one. Abolish monopoly. Give men an opportunity to live. Let no man beg for a job. Destroy poverty. Give men light and air and food, and their jails will vanish and be a nightmare of the past. But to talk about the responsibility of rum is the idle chattering of children. The one great cause of crime, the one great cause since the world began, is poverty. Abolish poverty. And until you can abolish poverty, you can't abolish crime. But the prohibitionist says, all right, poverty is responsible for crime, and whiskey is responsible for poverty. And there you are, right where you started. Is he any nearer right in this? Let me ask again this question. Did you ever know any rich man who drank? It can't be, because they would get poor. There are a whole lot of men who manage to consume a great deal of champagne that other people have made that haven't yet got poor. I have no doubt that champagne is responsible for some of the poor man's poverty. But it is not the champagne that he drinks, but the champagne the other fellow drinks. It is the champagne he makes for the rich. What causes poverty? Does drink cause poverty? Let's see. Why does it cause poverty, and how do these gentlemen prove it? They find a poor man that drinks, and if a man drinks and is poor, then drink makes him poor. If they find a rich man in an automobile that drinks, then the drink ought to make him rich because he drinks and is rich. If you see a man who is poor, and that man's breath smells of whiskey, uh-oh, he is poor because he drinks. All he needs to do is close his ears to the song of the agitator and get in behind the prohibition procession, and he will get rich. Men may make mistakes in spending their money, probably often do. They make bigger mistakes when they don't spend it. But they make some mistakes in the way they spend it. I have known men to spend money for whiskey when I think they ought to have spent it for something else. I have known men to buy merry widow hats for their wives when I think they should have bought something else for it. Suppose the women get together to close up all the saloons to save your money. What is the matter with the men getting together to shut up all the millinery stores to save your money? And when a man buys a great big schooner of beer for a nickel, and at the same time his wife has a hat covered with feathers and woodchucks and carrots and things that cost $20, you are poor because you bought the schooner of beer. I have known people to be poor because they gave too much to the church. I have known people to be poor because they hire lawyers. You can get poor for any old cause. But let us look at this question. I don't want to admit anything. A man who talks to the poor man about getting rich by not drinking beer is insulting the poor man's intelligence. And he never read or studied anything himself in his life, or he would have seen it. Now, the poor people, we will say, spend money liberally for beer. There are very few of them would spend 1/10 part of their wages for beer, but suppose they spend 1/6 or 1/5. The food bill is a big bill, and I will undertake to say, as poor as the poor man is, there isn't one of them that doesn't waste 3/4 of the money he spends for food. According to their theory, the poor man has one business, that is, to keep well and strong so he can work. That is all. That is what he is for. So far as health and strength and ability to work are concerned, you waste 3/4 of the money you spend for food. Why, just think of it. Take your stomach and load it up with pie and cake and liver and tea and coffee, and what is going to happen to you? You're shortening your life, and you only eat because it tastes good going down. You don't need butter on your bread. Your ancestors didn't have it, and your children won't have it either if you follow the prohibitionists in their theories. You waste money on your clothes. You don't need collars and neckties. They are purely ornamental. Women don't need fur and feathers and silks. They are ornamental. You could live in a cheaper house. You could save 3/4 of your money. Now let me tell you. Suppose you cut out meat and save 1/2 of your food bill. Do any of you think you would get that money? If you do, you had better guess again. The question of wages. How are wages fixed? A man may pin a little oil lantern on his cap and go down 1,000 feet into the earth in a cage and work all day with the rocks falling in about him, breathing miner's asthma into his lungs till he dies an early death. He may get $1.50 a day, and he may earn $10 a day for his sacrifice of life and health and expenditure of his strength. His wages are not fixed by what he earns. They are fixed by several great laws which govern your condition and mine. Another man may sit at his desk. He may be a lawyer. He may go to his office at 10 o'clock in the morning and work 2 or 3 hours and go home and get $100 for his day's work. His wages are not fixed. Or a man may preach a sermon once a week, a short one, possibly the shorter the better, and he may get 10 times as much as a miner. There is no way of fixing what he earns. He gets what he can. Or a man may be a stockbroker, and he may make a turn in the watered stocks or sell something that he doesn't own, and he may make $500,000 in a day just because he can. There is no law that fixes it. There is no relation between what a man earns and what he gets. No necessary relation. Wages are governed by several laws, one being the supply and demand of labor. When stockbrokers get as plentiful as miners, they can't get any more wages. When preachers and lawyers get as plentiful as miners, they can't get any more wages. I wouldn't trade jobs with you people for the same money. Of course, I know we fellows who live by our wits are very fond of telling what a hard job we have, but it is a lie. It is easier to live by your wit than by your muscle. You don't get so tired. Wages are fixed by the law of supply and demand, and fixed by another law. There is a law governing wages which says that wages tend to come down to the lowest price that will keep men alive and permit them to propagate their kind. They have to be kept alive in order to do the rich man's work, and they have to raise a family so that the rich people in the next generation can have their work done. And wages don't go beyond that point, the point that will keep men alive and permit them to propagate their race. When you say keep them alive, it means keep them alive under conditions in life which they live. And every effort of the working man should be, every effort of the working men of Europe and America, to give their energy and strength and minds toward improving their conditions in life. Is there any doubt about this? Why, if that isn't true, then nothing is true that your unions have taught you. Nothing is true that your friends have said. Nothing is true that the great political economists and philosophers who really love the poor have ever said. Men are obliged to use every means in their power to keep their standard of living because it is difficult to reduce wages below that standard of living. In Italy, men can live on macaroni and a little wine and do their work, and that is their standard of living, and wages hover around it, although they have wine which is cheap and plentiful, and about the only thing that tastes good to an Italian laborer that he ever sees or feels. In Russia, they can live on some cheap soup. All over Europe, the poor man gets along without meat. He can't afford it. He may eat tripe and entrails and stuff that the rich man throw away, but he can't eat anything the rich man wants. He has to take whatever is left, as the laborers have to take what is left, and there is mighty little left. The working men come here where there was an opportunity, and here they have established a standard of living which is higher than the European or the Asiatic, and they have learned to have fairly good clothes. They have learned to go to the theaters. They have learned to have meat, to have something to drink, to have some of the luxuries of living which the rich have always claimed for themselves. Now, they say, you better give up some of them and save your money. If you give them up forever, and you get nothing whatever in their place. You know about the history of trade unionism. It has been a hard fight to improve the condition of men. The world has been taken by the strong. Way back, your ancestors began your fight. The early trade unionists met in the woods and among the rocks and waste places. They hid their records in the sand and caves. They were sent to jail if two of them came together and agreed with each other to get higher wages. They would like to do the same thing again, and are doing the same thing again in free America. Step by step, the unions have fought this fight. Step by step, they have fought for the right to be men. They have fought for the food the rich have. They have fought for the clothing and shelter for themselves and their families, which the rich have always taken and denied to the poor. They have died in prisons and on scaffolds. They have died in every way that the poor man might have more luxuries of life. The improved conditions you have today are not due to the prohibitionists, but are due to the silent dead who have given their efforts and liberties and lives in your behalf. And now you are asked to turn your back on what they have done. You are asked to leave your children a poorer life and a poorer heredity than your fathers have given you. You are asked to turn back to the past. If you give up your luxuries, any of them, you will be going backward toward the place from whence you came, and as you go, you will pass the whitened bones of those heroes who have died in your behalf and who have fought for the liberties which you have given up. Do you want to do it? If so, do it. But do it with your eyes wide open. Fight for prohibition, if you will, but do it with your conscience. Do it with your judgment. Do it with your reason. The only thing for the working man to do is to keep what he has and to get more. Labor's debt to prohibition. Gentlemen, I admit I am somewhat impatient at this crusade. I am impatient about its hypocrisy. I am impatient on account of its selfishness. I am impatient on account of its ignorance. I am impatient on account of its prejudice. Who are these people who came to you and asked you to give up everything that has been wrung from the labor and the suffering of the past? Are they your friends? Have they fought your battles when you have made your brave struggle for a chance to live? Have the prohibitionists stood at your head and fought your fights? Who are they that, shutting their eyes to all the experiences of the past, never knowing your feelings or knowing your cause or having sympathy for your troubles, would presume to place themselves at your head and tell you what to do? I object to a great body of men, the trade unionists of America, who represent the hopes and the fears and the sufferings and the aspirations of their fellow men, who have done more than any other class of men in America to make life better for the poor and weak, to give more comfort and happiness to mankind. I object to this great body of men being led down a blind alley by a handful of fanatics who know nothing about their cause. I was reading a book the other day by a celebrated Russian physician, Metchnikov, who is now the head of the Pasteur Institute in Paris. He says men ought to live to be 120 years old if they lived right. And it is true, and he put down food as the first cause for their not living longer. Rum was one. Overwork was one. Lots of them die because they work too much. not prohibitionists, working people. Food he put down first. Now it is perfectly plain if a man dies under 100 years of age and doesn't get run over by the car or struck by lightning, he has died in his infancy. Let me give you a few facts that I believe are so plain that even a prohibitionist could see them if he opened his eyes, which he won't. These people don't care anything at all about life. They think they do. They doubtless are honest in it, but they are so carried away with their own eloquence that they fool themselves. Do they care whether men live to be 25 or 125? Not a cent. I will prove it to you. Do you know that the life of a working man is not more than 60% as long as the life of the rich? Now why? Is it rum or champagne? No, it is work. The whole body of men who toil are born into this world and know nothing except to work from morning till night. No other trade but to earn their living by their hands. They die when only a little over half their life is lived. And we fellows who live to be 70 or 80, as the case may be, you know a doctor lives 10 years longer than the working man. A lawyer has a better graft still and lives 5 or 6 years longer than the doctor. But the preacher beats them all. Every working man in the world has his life cut off by work. I am speaking broadly now. Of course there are exceptions to all rules. But broadly, they live out from 1/2 to 2/3 of their lives because they work, and somebody says, although you are going to live 1/2 your days, you must stop drinking rum for fear you will have a good time. When did you ever hear of a prohibition convention raising its voice in protest against killing working men when their lives are only 1/2 done? They are too busy talking about rum. Now let me tell you more. Do you know of all the people who are born into this world, all who come upon the earth, 1/5 or 1/6 of the human race of the whole world go out through one door, and that door isn't rum. That door is tuberculosis. 1 out of every 5 or 6, they are lessening it a little more. They are lessening it not on account of the prohibitionist, but on account of the scientist. 1 out of every 5 or 6 die from tuberculosis, and they die between 20 and 30 as a general rule, when they are most used to their families and their friends. They die from lack of air and food and room and opportunity to live. They die not on account of rum, but on account of monopoly. And if 1/10 part of the energy and money and hot air that is spent on rum were spent on tuberculosis, that great scourge would have been wiped away years ago. Do these gentlemen care anything about tuberculosis patients? No. A man may be eaten alive by tuberculosis, and the prohibitionist looks square in his face and says, "Oh, rum, rum! Why in our tenement districts tuberculosis goes from father to son, from mother to daughter, from sister to brother, and in our sweatshops and factories they die like flies, because men have monopolized the earth, and the prohibitionist looks on and shouts rum." Let me tell you more. 500,000 working men were killed and maimed last year, the victims of our industrial machines. They were ground up by cars. They died in molten vats of steel and lead. They had their arms and hands cut off by machines. They fell from the 10th or 15th story of an iron structure up in the air while working to buy bread for their families. They died by every spindle and machine that makes these great industries what they are. 500,000 of these lives and limbs could have been saved if men cared for life and didn't care for dollars. They tried to make machines safe, safe to protect human life, men and women and little children whose lives would have been saved. The other day in the state of Illinois, about 300 poor fellows went down into the earth with a torch on their head and lived a lingering death for perhaps a week or 10 days and never came up to their families and their homes. The reason was that men were more interested in making a mine profitable than in making a mine safe. Do you hear any of these prohibitionists sigh, and do you see them shed tears, and do you hear them raise their voice in agony because 500,000 poor working men ground under the wheels of industry every year to make money for men? No. They don't see the tears of the widows, and they don't hear the moans of the orphans, and they don't hear the dying groans of the poor victims of our industry. They are too busy shouting, "Rum!" I can tell you more. Do you know that in our tenement districts, in our great cities, where men and women and little children are huddled together like ants, do you know that half of the children of the poor die before they are 6 years old? The rich man's child will live, the poor man's child will die. Half of them before they are 6 years old in our crowded tenement districts. They don't die because they drink too much rum, but because they drink too little milk. You must remember the rich people's work must be done. The poor die for lack of food, for lack of air, and nobody cares. The prohibitionists are too busy about rum. Do you know that the labor organizations of this country have kept their men before every legislative body in America? They have taken their earnings and sent men to the capitals of every state and the capital of the nation to plead for legislation that would make safety appliances for railroads and cars, that would make mines safe, that would protect life. They have been there year after year, pleading to take little children out of the mines, to take them away from the spindles and put them into the schools, to prevent women from taking the jobs from their husbands and fathers. Have you ever been to a legislative body and found a committee of prohibitionists there to help you plead your cause? Have they ever raised their voices in behalf of your lives, of your limbs, of your wives, or of your children? Have they ever done anything except to shout, "Rum"? Well, you have been there pleading for your homes and your families and your lives. Over here in the corner is raised a hoarse cry of the prohibitionists saying, "For God's sake, don't take that. Don't give us the Employers' Liability Act. Don't give us the Safety Appliance Act. Don't do anything about mills and mines. Just wait. Don't take up that. Let's first destroy rum." Join with us on a moral issue. Let us get rid of rum, and then we will help you. And if you help them get rid of rum and go back, you will find these gentlemen in the corner, and they will say, "Not now. Let us get rid of tobacco. Let us get rid of theaters and cards and billiards and dancing and everything else, and then we will attend to you." The only way. Now there is one rule of life. If you give men opportunity, give them food and clothing and drink and sunlight and homes, they can look after their own morals, and they can't do it any other way. The whole theory of prohibition is wrong. If they get one thing, they will want another. Today it is rum. Tomorrow it will be tobacco. The next day it will be coffee. The theory is wrong. Man can only progress by liberty. Is there any doubt? Look back at the origin of the human race, back to the time when man rose from the brute creation and looked the world in the face. Every step has been a struggle. He has been ruled by kings, by tyrants, by the great, by the strong, but he has slowly fought his way upward to the position he occupies today. Every step has been a struggle. every footprint has been marked by blood. It has been a long and painful battle that the human race has fought. Every step has been inspired by the spirit of liberty. And take the dream and ideal of freedom from the human race, and slowly and painfully it will go back to the brute creation from whence it came. End of section 4. Section 5 of Clarence Darrow Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5, Open Shop, 1909, Part 1. The open shop. Under the present system of industrial life, there is bound to be employers and employed. It matters not if here and there someone rises from the ranks of the workmen and becomes an employer, or even if some less fortunate man falls from the master class to the laboring class. The system goes on without the least regard to men, and this system calls for employer and employed. The wage system has existed ever since serfdom and is so much a part of industrial life that most people do not conceive that society could live without it. However, men may dislike the use of the word class, which is only a little bit removed from caste. Still, so long as the wage system lives, there must be an employing class and a laboring class. The one has the land, the mines, the forests, the railroads, the factories and mills. In short, all the means and tools of production. And the other has the labor, which must be applied to these implements to produce wealth. Again, in the evolution of society, the workman, at least in America, is getting further and further removed from the tools of his trade. Improved methods and machines constantly call for larger production and more expensive tools. The old-time artisan is well nigh gone. Neither he nor his tools would have made any place in the industry of today. More and more is all production passing into larger hands, which of course means fewer hands. The relative number of employers is growing less, and of workmen growing greater. If it should be conceded that any considerable number of laborers, by frugality and industry, by intelligence and luck, could place themselves in the employing class, this could not change the order of the world. To operate a railroad or a rolling mill requires a large number of laborers. If one dies or grows rich, another must take his place. Capital, in its efforts to multiply itself, constantly invents new methods of production, new tools and implements, and is ever busy in systematizing and organizing its activities to produce the greatest amount from the smallest expenditure of time and strength. Thus the mileage of railroads under one management is ever lengthening, mills and factories and department stores ever growing larger, and a constantly increasing number of workmen are placed under one supervision and one head. It is not necessary to speculate as to whether monopoly is wise or best. The fact is that the growth of monopoly is inherent in our present industrial system, and all efforts to hamper by passing laws or bringing criminal proceedings are not only useless to accomplish the result desired, but are meddlesome and mischievous in the extreme. In all the activities of man, some account must be made of natural law, and any method that flies directly in its face is bound to fail. Under present methods, there is economy in production on a large scale, and so long as this is true, laws and public opinion alike will be helpless to prevent the tendency to big things in the industrial world. The masters of finance have always condemned every effort of courts and lawmakers to destroy monopoly, and have ever stoutly held that they should be left unhampered to organize and consolidate at will. If this method is pursued to the end, it will mean the ultimate organization of all industry under a single head. And if there is economy in big things, there is no reason why the end will not sometime be reached. In fact, the growth of organization and monopoly in the last few years makes this end much more real than a dream. It is evident that the employing class has a much greater degree of liberty and independence than the working class. Not only this, but they have much the greater and better directed energy and power. The employing class, from the nature of things, has an accumulated surplus on hand and can afford to wait. Though machines and railroads lie idle and no profits are earned, still the owners of capital are safe from want or serious inconvenience for an indefinite time. But the workman's case is not the same. The very fact that he is a laborer, selling his energy and skill from day to day, shows that he cannot wait. Not only does he lose his capital, but in the shortest time want and hunger overtake him and force his surrender. Add to his own inconvenience the suffering of his family, and there are always but a few days between the workman and absolute capitulation to the employer. Assume that a considerable number of workmen are far removed from want. Still, the great mass are always on the verge, and in any protracted struggle, the employment of those who can afford to wait is always threatened by the ones who cannot. Every workman is almost directly dependent on his employer. If one of the operators of the Western Union Telegraph Company refuses to work, it is a matter of no consequence to the company. But if the Western Union refuses employment, it is of very serious concern to him. From the earliest time, all men have always known the vast advantage that goes with wealth. It is for this reason that men have ever struggled to place themselves beyond want and to provide for a rainy day. In the work of production, capital gathers together the raw forces that it needs and combines these into the finished product which the market wants. The individual employer counts for little in this work of supplying things for trade. He is as much a creature of law as the workman or his tools. The law of trade requires that he shall find the cheapest market in which to buy and the dearest one in which to sell. Whatever may be the employer's views or feelings, he must recognize this law, for he finds himself everywhere in competition with other employers, keen and ready to take advantage of every opportunity that the law of trade places in his hands. Employers have always been the first to recognize the effects of unlimited competition amongst themselves and to strive, by tariff laws, by combinations and pool agreements, and in every way to destroy this cutthroat competition and protect the price of the wares they have to sell. There are not less than 10 different lines of railroad by which either singly or through connections the traveler can be carried from Chicago to New York, and yet by agreement, these competing lines regulate the price of passenger and freight service so that the different classes of roads charge the same amount and competition is destroyed. What is true of these railroads is rapidly becoming true in all lines of production, and dire are the punishments that these combinations visit upon the offender who refuses to abide by the rules and restrictions they lay down. In this work of production, capital buys coal and ore and lumber and labor and any other raw material that it needs. So far as the capitalist is concerned, labor is as much a commodity to be purchased in the open market as any other product that he buys. Thus it is that the tendency is ever to buy the cheapest labor that will fulfill the market's needs. With the increasing use of machinery, the movement towards cheaper labor becomes easier as time goes on. The skilled workman can be replaced with the feeder of a machine, the intelligent laborer with the ignorant. the American with the latest imported foreigner, the European with the Asiatic, the man with the woman, and the woman with the child. Barring periods of great industrial activity and the interference of laws and trade union regulations, this movement has been growing with ever-increasing force through the industrial development of the United States. Statistics show how rapidly women are made to supplant men and children to take the places of women in all industries when improved machinery makes the weaker class of labor available for the production of goods for market. Not only this, but the cheaper and more helpless the labor, the easier it has been for the employer to demand the hardest condition of toil. Here again, the fault is not with the master, but with the market that is all controlling. But the ignorant and weak, the foreign-born coming from the lower standard of life and ignorant of our language, and the helpless women and little children will readily submit to the hardest terms: long hours, dangerous tools, unsanitary conditions. In short, any employment that puts off starvation. In spite of the fact that from the standpoint of the employer and the market, labor is a commodity like any other to be bought at the lowest price and worked into the finished product, still in a limited way, society and the law has always recognized that this commodity is not exactly the same as wood and iron and must be governed by somewhat different rule. Labor is really life. It is the strength and energy and time of human beings given day by day to someone else. To give it without any return is slavery. To take it for an unjust or insignificant return is only so much less. Making goods for the market, theoretically at least, is not the first concern of the state. Its first concern is the protection of human life and liberty, the general welfare of all the people entrusted to its care. All states are made up chiefly of the workers, those who have little accumulated capital and who are obliged to labor from day to day to obtain the means of life. Any terms or conditions which tend to weaken and impoverish these must tend to weaken and impoverish the state, and any laws or regulations that tend to protect or better the conditions and welfare of this, the largest class of citizens, are in the line of the duty of all government. Of course, here as everywhere, men make mistakes, and many laws and conditions meant to help serve but to impede, and often natural laws would have been best when left alone, and more often still the desired result could be reached better through indirection than in any direct way. But all of this in no way changes the law that the concern of government is the protection and welfare of the great mass of its fellow men. All classes have ever been insistent on their own rights, and regardless of the interests of their fellow man. Thus the captains of industry have ever stoutly maintained their right to monopolize and control, have ever built up their combinations even against positive human law, but they just as loudly deny the right of the working man to monopolize and control the one commodity he has to sell, his labor, which is flesh and blood, his very life. Against this tendency of the market to get the cheapest, to replace the skillful with the unskilled, the intelligent with the ignorant, the strong with the weak, the man with the woman, and the woman with the child, against this tendency of the market to lengthen hours of labor, to furnish unsafe tools and unsanitary conditions, against the tendency of the market to take the most and give the least, the trade unions have always been the strongest force. Laws have no doubt done something, much more abroad than here, but in America, with the opportunity of a new rich land, until recent times, these unbounded natural resources were supposed to do away with any need of laws. But both in America and Europe, the power of trade unions, always exerted to help the members of their craft, has done more to improve the condition of the workman, to give to labor a larger share of production than all other forces combined. Endless facts and arguments could be marshaled to support this statement, but it is enough that through all the ages the working class have clung to their unions, have supported them and built them up in the face of the most powerful influences of society. In the face of legislation and courts, in spite of starvation, of jails and scaffolds, they have clung to them in good repute, and bad as the one thing that stood between them and the serfdom from which they came. And just as persistently, the employing class from the beginning until today have sought by every means at their command, public opinion, the press, legislatures, courts, and jails, to destroy these organizations of working men. Employers have ever regarded labor unions as hostile to their rights. They have so regarded them because it has been the business of organized workmen to get shorter hours, better conditions, safer tools, and a larger share of production than the workman individually could obtain. Capital has ever resented the interference of organized labor with what it calls its rights, that is, the complete and arbitrary control of all industries to suit its will. Capital can never understand that labor should have any voice in managing the industrial institutions of the land. It cannot realize that the man who works in a mill or on a railroad is as virtually interested in its management and should at least have as much to say about hours, conditions, and terms of labor as the one who has nothing but money invested in the plant. True it is that under the present conditions of production, the capitalist has the title to the plant and can shut it down if he sees fit. But it is just as true that laborers, either singly or collectively, may refuse to take employment except on such terms and conditions as they choose. If employers and employees alike from the earliest time have agreed that labor unions benefited the workmen by giving larger wages, shorter hours, and better conditions, little proof should be required. The individual laborer is absolutely helpless in the presence of the great industrial institutions of today. Imagine one workman amongst 40,000 employees of the Pennsylvania Company making a demand for shorter hours and better terms. There has always been one quick and ready answer to such demand. If you don't like the terms, you had better find another job. Individually, the man is helpless. The trade union has furnished the common workman the one institution to which he can look for friendship and protection, the one body on which he can rely for the redress of his grievances and the protection of his rights. And if society were to remove that protection and safeguard, and cut the workman off from his fellows, and leave him to fight his individual battles against the great combination of capital for whom he works, it would leave the laborer stripped and naked to commence his long and painful journey back to serfdom once again. And when he starts out upon this road, the great mass of men whose independence has been won along with the workman's struggles, the great middle class, must go back with him. Under present industrial methods, it is not merely a question of whether a workman can make better terms through his union by collective bargaining. It is the only way in which he can make any terms whatever. Without the union, the workman has nothing at all to say about his wages or his hours or any of the terms and conditions of the employment he takes. Imagine the solitary brakeman on a great railroad system going to his foreman and disputing about the price or service or the hours of service. Imagine one trackman, by this system of bargaining, getting any more for himself than is paid to all the rest. Without collective bargaining, the employer fixes the rate of wages and all the terms and conditions of his contract, and the individual workman may take it or leave it alone as he sees fit. If he refuses employment, the place is left open until someone more needy than himself shall be found to fill it. but with all the men operating together and a common refusal to accept the terms or conditions offered, they may meet their employer on something like equal terms. Trade unionism has grown so old and strong and has been so much patronized by surface thinkers, as well as by that large class who always seek the easiest way, no matter how indirect, that the opposition is not now so much directed against the union as against everything it does. Most people are now willing that workmen shall be organized, provided they do nothing but pass resolutions and pay dues. The fight waged against unionism today is no less bitter than it was 50 years ago. It is simply directed along other lines. Now, as always, with both trade and unionism and every idea and institution that points to a different method than the one the world has known so long, the new idea is sought to be placed in the wrong, to be against the law and existing things, and utterly without reason or excuse. Just now, the popular line of opposition against unionism is made in the violent demand for the open shop. This contention is supported by all sorts of statements and arguments, mostly false in premises and hysterical in their nature. The reasons that have always prompted unionists to demand the closed shop have been entirely ignored and their arguments made to turn on something else. So long and vociferously have the enemies of trade unions declared for the open shop that no doubt many of them really believe that they are fighting for some principle of liberty and justice and not to serve their selfish ends. Mainly, their arguments consist in various statements of the assumption that every man has an inalienable right to work when he pleases, for what wages he pleases, and for whom he pleases. The word inalienable sounds well, for it is taken from the Declaration of Independence, but it has no meaning in this connection. An inalienable right is one which cannot be taken away, and it is obvious that under present conditions no such right exists. In fact, it is stoutly contended for by the very men who have taken away every opportunity that would give a laborer a right or chance to work. Men cannot labor without opportunity to apply his hands to some of the bounties of nature, to some material from which things are made, and still the inalienable right to work is insisted upon by those who have taken all the coal and ore and lumber, who control all the factories and railroads, all the land, and every means to which man might apply his toil. There can be no inalienable right to work without a place to work, and neither the government nor those who declaim the loudest or insist the most have ever furnished the laborer a place to toil. To this class, the inalienable right to work means simply the inalienable right of the employer, without let or hindrance, to go out in the open market and bid for laborers on the hardest terms, or rather, to so order that industrial world that all men and women and children must bid against each other for a right to toil. No organized government and no powerful body of men ever really made any demand or enforced any means that would give to every working man an inalienable right to work. All the rights a laborer has under the law, or under present industrial methods, is the right to go from employer to employer in search of work. His right to work depends entirely upon his ability to find someone who has the means and inclination to hire him, and no matter how willing or anxious, he cannot force himself upon an employer, but he may be denied this inalienable right upon any reason or pretext, no matter what. The great mass of working men today have practically nothing but their hands. Where are they to go to enforce this inalienable right? No one knows better than the men who make he may be denied this inalienable right upon the master's will, And could trade unionism be destroyed, the will would be harder and more arbitrary, and the right to work far less available than it is today. The inalienable right to work is a bit of birdlime used to catch the unthinking mass, and society and all the industrial life be made over, or at least radically changed, before such a right is anything except a far-off dream. Under the conditions that now seem permanent and well assured, the workman is fairly certain of two things in respect to this boasted right. He has the right to go from place to place and ask for work, and if he finds no one who will take his services at living rates, he has a right to go to the poorhouse for support. Of course, every effort of trade unionists has been made for the purpose of giving him greater freedom and independence, not less, and it is because of this that it has ever met the violent opposition of the employee class. The inalienable right to work cannot be said to be greater or more manifest than the inalienable right to play, though it has been much more urged. This is no doubt due to the fact that those who have so strongly defended it on the part of others have been much more interested in their work than in their play. If the Declaration of Independence can be said to cover and protect any such right, it must be by virtue of the clause in the Declaration of Independence, which judges have called the soul of the Constitution, which declares that all men have an inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. But it is manifest that this provision could be much more easily construed to protect the right to play, or the right to social enjoyment, than the right to work. No doubt, if the occasion should arise, courts would insist that every man who has the right to amuse himself in ways not prohibited by law, provided always that he amused himself alone, or found his pleasure in certain places of public amusement that the laws had always stamped as public, for the reason that their owners appeal to and bid for the patronage of the crowd. But it is very certain that no one would ever contend that the right to the pursuit of happiness gave anyone the right to associate with another against his will, to enter his parlor or his home or his company without invitation, and when his presence was not desired. The workman has as much right to choose the companions with whom he will associate in labor as the employer has to choose the friends with whom he will spend his pastime. The employer has no more right to force any fellow workman upon another during the hours of toil than the workman has to force his own or some other person's society upon the master during his hours of recreation. Each must be free to choose, and their choice may be made for best or the poorest reason as the individual shall desire. For a master to insist that because he is a master, an employee is bound to work with anyone whom the master shall elect is not only impudent and insulting in the extreme, but utterly subversive of individual rights. End of Open Shop, Section 5. Section 6 of Clarence Darrow's Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6, Open Shop, 1909, Part 2. Of course, both master and workman may exercise the right of association in work and in play, in violation of the highest ethical code, but this has no relation to the right. Men have always been filled with prejudices, just and unjust, against their fellow men. It is, no doubt, only a violent prejudice that would bar many workmen from their employers' parlors in social life, but it is a prejudice that the employer has a perfect right to indulge in if he sees fit, and to deny that right would leave him no longer the master of himself. The reason why a union workman does not choose to work with a non-union workman is plain and evident and founded in the protection of himself and his fellow craftsmen. But if it were prejudice and nothing else, his right to indulge it would be beyond dispute. Instinctively, men love the society of others of their kind. This is true the same whether this association is for work or play, and the man who desires the society of his companions must so conduct himself that his associates are content to live with him. If he sees fit voluntarily to so arrange his life that his fellows do not desire his company, he must accept the consequences, however unreasonable society may be. Whether the boycott is just or unjust, equitable or inequitable, has no bearing on the case. In this world, men are not crucified because they are good or because they are bad, just because they are unlike their fellows. Trade unionists for centuries have believed that they are upholding the rights of men, the welfare of their class, that without their organization their liberty and independence would be lost. They have come to regard the non-union man as one who not only refuses to stand with them, but who is unloyal to his class, a traitor to his kind. They look on him as a man who seeks to undermine and destroy his fellow workmen, and from the nature of things there is a great gulf between them and him. This is not a fact in trade unionism. It is a fact in human nature, and is as deep and abiding as the right of self-defense. For, in its last analysis, it is self-defense. The employing class has exactly the same feeling toward one of its own members who gives his influence and strength on the side of the union workmen, and who refuses to stand with them in their opposition to the demands of labor, that the trade unionist has to the one he calls a scab. Neither is loyal to his class. Both pay the penalty of their disloyalty to their class. They are cut off from the friendship and association with others of their kind. Doubtless some men take these positions from high motives, but this in no way saves them from punishment. For this social boycott is nothing but the effort of the class to protect itself. The non-union workman is unpopular with his fellow laborer, but he is in good standing with his employers, for they know him to be their friend, and that he helps them against the common enemy who would take a portion of all the profits they otherwise might get. Likewise, the trade union employer is unpopular with his class, for they know that he is working in the interest of the other side, but he is popular with the workmen, for he knows that this man, though a member of the employing class, is his ally and his friend. So long as industry is operated by two classes in hostile camps, there will be no compromise and no toleration of a man who is not loyal to his kind. Trade unions in this regard are not unlike any other class. The doctors and the lawyers, the brokers and the bankers, in short, all sorts of trades and professions organize for their own protection. Everyone knows how doctors and lawyers regard those members of their profession who will not be bound by their rules as to charges, advertising, and generally such conduct as they term the ethics of their profession, which in its analysis is the establishment of such rules and regulations as, in their opinion, tend to the improvement of their own condition. Of course, doctors and lawyers, like trade unionists, will stoutly insist that these rules and regulations benefit the public more than their own craft or profession. Perhaps this is true, but whatever, true or not, the instinct of self-preservation causes each member to regard one who willfully stands outside as an enemy to his own craft. But the law has never said that even theoretically a man has any such inalienable right. A man's right to work, like every other right, has always depended upon what he does and how he does it. In short, as to whether his means of exercising this right conforms to the public good. Long since the United States excluded the Chinese from America and forbade employers from going to any foreign country and contracting to bring labor here. This rests upon one principle alone, that the maintenance of a certain grade and scale of living compensation for labor is vital to the interests of our people, and that the protection of working men in this rate of wages is the protection of the land. If it is right to protect American workmen against the cutthroat competition of Chinamen and foreign contact labor, then the same logic makes it right to protect them against unjust competition at home, against the aggressions of the various workmen, the ignorant workman, the weak workman, the woman, and the child. It matters not whether lawmakers have ever carried legislation to this point. The reason for the one is the same as the other, and the workman has the same right to make his own rules and regulations and to protect it by contract in the one case that he has in the other. But the law, which has never been over-friendly to labor, has gone much further and has recognized every principle for which the union contends in the closed shop. The right to legislate as to the sanitary conditions of the shops and factories, safety of railroad equipment and appliances, hours of work of women and children and even men, and especially conditions in dangerous trades and calling, has long been recognized and approved, and without this right, the master would be left with the unrestricted power to maim and kill, to possess and destroy and starve, provided he could find men, women, and children so weak and helpless that they would choose the hazardous employment rather than be left without work. The old doctrine of the unrestricted right to buy labor in the cheapest market, unfettered and unhindered by any conditions of sanity, safety, or humanity, has long been obsolete in every civilized land. Most countries have gone so far as to protect even animals against abuse and overwork and underpay. Whether man would need this protection if natural opportunities were free and he could exercise his vaunted inalienable right to work is not worth the while here to discuss. Man has not a right to apply his energy to the bounties of nature until the master gives him a chance to work. And so long as this right is so monopolized that he must look to the employer for a job, he is forgetful of himself and recreant to his class. If he fails to impose all reasonable restrictions and conditions, and exact all just terms in the service that he sells. It is one of the fundamental principles of trade unionism that each member is responsible for his brother's condition. As a nation may go to war to protect one of its subjects, so the duty and concern of the union is to preserve the rights of its humblest member. This cannot do without an organization of men who are ready and willing to stand or fall together. That each is responsible for the rest is not a maxim that trade unionism alone has laid upon its members. The law has enforced this responsibility on workmen, sometimes to the most unjust and unreasonable degree. The employer insists that he has the absolute right to employ and discharge at will, and yet the courts always insist that every workman is responsible for the negligence and lack of skill of his fellow workmen, and if he is not satisfied to assume this burden, he must quit his job. The land is full of cripples and widows and orphans whose injuries were caused by the negligence of a fellow servant whom the employer forced upon the workmen. And the courts turn out these cripples and widows and orphans without redress upon the theory that each workman is responsible for his fellow. In a railroad employing 50,000 men, each workman cannot personally know all the rest, but so long as the courts have said that they must be responsible for their conduct, They certainly have a right to say that they will work only with men who have enough regard for their fellows to join them in a labor union for their self-defense. The position of trade unionism as to the open shop, as well as to the most other questions, is generally misstated and never understood. Of course, the union has no power or right through force and violence to compel the employer to hire only union men. All they can do is say that they will not work for anyone who employs non-union men, either directly in his factory or mill, or indirectly by the material with which he works. The right of the union to take this position is a question of ethics, not of law. There can be little doubt of the legal right of a workman to refuse to work for any employer for any cause, good or bad, that is sufficient to himself. While it is possible that here and there some judge may have denied this right, these are very few and far between. The courts have uniformly decided that employers may refuse to hire union men, and may even boycott union men and send them out to tramp from state to state in search of work, and there can be no doubt of the right of workmen to refuse employment where non-union men are put by their side. The question, then, is purely one of ethics and of union policy, which latter question is in the province of the organization alone. One of the chief objects of the trade union is to form such a complete and perfect organization of its craft that through their officers and agents they will be able to make a collective bargain with their employees. To do this, the craft must have such a large proportion of organized men as to make it impossible, or at least undesirable, for the employer to deal with individual men. That employers always choose to deal with individuals, except where the strength of the union compels its recognition, is proven by the whole history of trade unionism. From the time when employers were able to make laws absolutely forbidding unionism, down to the present day, every device and means has been resorted to that the individual workman should be obliged, unaided, to make terms with his employer, or, rather, to accept such terms as the master saw fit to impose. The acceptance of collective bargaining by employers in the first instance has always been strongly against their will. This has been fought as every new privilege and right gained by the common people has ever been contested by the ruling class. But when full recognition of the union has been granted in good faith, when the employer concedes the right to organize, the right to representation, the right to collective bargaining, then there can no longer be any reasonable or honest objection to the closed shop on the part of the employer. Of course, if the union is narrow and exclusive and fixes hard or unreasonable terms of membership, or harshly and unjustly limits apprentices so as to work a hardship on the laboring class, then the workman has the right to object. Doubtless, in the history of trade unionism, this has many times occurred, but it is not in line with its principles and policies, and has no necessary connection with the closed shop. The rule of trade unions is to urge all members of the craft to join on the easiest terms. No doctrine or creed or condition of any kind is required or imposed, except allegiance to the union and a purpose to stand together in making contracts and fixing terms and conditions for the service of its members. Of course, too, it must be assumed and agreed, as is always the case, that the union shall at all times be able and ready to furnish a sufficient number of competent workmen on the agreed terms to meet the employer's desires. The master does not need to employ any man who comes. He may pick and choose according to his will, subject only to the condition that he must have union men. The battle waged by trade unions to gain and keep some independence for the workmen has been long and costly, and their rules and regulations have grown from the hard and bitter experience they have passed through. The novice is always ready to criticize every business he does not understand. Any person not familiar with the running of trains can readily see how unreasonable are the rules laid down by the railroads, charged with the lives and safety of their patrons. A closer examination and better knowledge shows how most of the rules, at least, are not only reasonable and just, but essential to the safe conduct of the road. So the novice, especially the prejudiced novice, finds the rules and regulations of trade unions arbitrary, senseless, and unjust. A closer study would show them how all of these have arisen from the necessity to meet conflicting interests and a wily enemy ever on its guard. For the history of trade unionism, as in fact the history of the rise of the common people toward the measure of independence they now enjoy, is one long tale of struggles, defeats, and victories, and every single step in their progress has been against the most stubborn opposition and at the greatest cost. The demand for the closed shop is nothing but the means that experience has shown is essential to protect the liberty they have won and give some vantage ground for other triumphs yet to come. To establish a trade agreement, a recognition of the union is a most important step, but to protect it when established is of no less concern. The enemy is ever busy, always resourceful, and ready to attack directly or indirectly, plainly or covertly, fully or in detail, and the army of trade unions must carefully guard each point that might be subject to attack. The so-called open shop furnishes the best possible means to drive the organization from every point of vantage, and in the end to disrupt and destroy. The closed shop is the only protection of unionism for its trade agreement and the defense of its individual men. The master always claims the right to hire and to discharge as he sees fit. This is one of the privileges of being a master. The master can choose his men, but all men cannot choose their masters. This does not come from an agreement alone. It comes from the facts of life. The master can afford to wait. He is not dependent upon this man or that. The man must have his job. He cannot wait. So long as the master has the power to hire and discharge, human nature dictates that he discharge those who for some reason he does not want, and that he hire those whom he desires. The men he does not want are the ones who are hostile to his interests, who interfere and hinder and hamper in his one desire, the making of profits for himself. The men he especially does not want are the union men, always the most dangerous, the most independent, the most insistent upon their rights. And of the union men, those who are the most active, the officers and the agitators, are always marked to walk the plank. The master is not bound to give excuse. It is his to command. He dismisses the man because he does not want him. Even if he found it best to give a reason, it is always easy to find a reason for anything you really want to do. No man can long serve any employer without making some mistake. Errors of judgment and mistakes are inherent in the nature of man. For instance, a motorman cannot long run a car in a crowded street without accidents, for accidents are the common lot. But the mistake of the one servant is overlooked, and that of the other met with instant dismissal. The open shop means only an open door through which to turn the union man out and bring the non-union man in to take his place. This is not theory. The history of unions has shown it over and over for so many years that even the novice knows that his bread is in constant peril in the open shop. Not only does the system furnish the opportunity to destroy the union by the discharging of its members, but the menace is ever present like a sword above the victim's head. He knows that his job may be, and often is, dependent entirely upon his lack of interest in the union, which to him is all important, both to himself and his fellow workmen. But aside from the question of direct discharge, the open shop is full of annoyances and danger for the workman. Every man desires to do the best he can. He looks for the largest returns for the smallest exertion of energy and strength. In any great institution, there are many places of vantage, many jobs that are easy and many more that are hard. Here the employer, or more often the boss, has an immense leverage upon his men. As a general rule, the boss is more feared than the employer himself. His term of service depends upon the goodwill of the employer, and his interest is ever leading him to truckle to all of his master's feelings and desires. The employer does not want the union. The boss simply hates the union. Thus the promotions, the easy places, the favors, all fall to the non-union workman, whose presence and whose attitude is ever helpful to the employer and a menace to his fellow workmen. If someone is to be relieved for a day, if a laborer is given extra work, if a workman is especially commissioned for an important duty, and if someone is to be promoted, it is always the non-union man. This is his reward for minding his own business. In other words, being unfaithful to his class. Union men are much more like other men. They cannot long be persuaded to pay dues, to make sacrifices for their organization, when they find that others are favored or promoted over them or receive special privileges because they are non-union men. The very reason that keeps men from joining the unions of their craft makes them more servile and cringing to their employers, makes them ever subservient to his demands. They have learned well the lesson of the masters that to thrive you need only work hard and do all in your power to get the good opinion of your boss. So this class is ever ready to submit to encroachments, to take longer hours, to consent to poor conditions, to make no trouble over unsafe tools, and to even let their wages be reduced. If women are employed to take the place of men, and children in turn to drive the women out, this is no concern of theirs. Perhaps from their families they may even be able to furnish the women and children to do the work. It is not so very long since a large part of the coal of England was mined by women, since they were even harnessed to coal cars down deep in the earth, and on their hands and knees drew cars of coal from the darkness up to a point where they were relieved by mules. It is not long since little children from 8 years of age were placed in these mines with their fathers and mothers, and were penned in the constant whir and din of the spinning wheels of England for 10, 12, and even 14 hours a day, and it is due to the trade unionists of England that these inhuman conditions are gone forever. But every step of advance was stubbornly fought by employers who violently contended that not only their fortunes, but the safety and glory of the British Empire rested upon the unpaid labor of these helpless slaves. And if trade unionism today should flag or grow weary, should hesitate or falter, should give up its demands for the recognition of its union, its collective bargaining, and its closed shop, if the field should be abandoned to the employers and their agents, the great sea of weak and helpless men and women and little children would sweep away the industrial condition that organized labor has won through its devotion and its struggles, and America would live over the dark industrial history that England has passed through. It will not do to say that employers are too wise and too humane. They are employers and are victims of the markets in which they buy and sell. The market is not patterned from the best employer, but is as stupid and brutal as its worst. To prevent trade unionism from being conquered in detail, to save its members from being thrown out of the open door to make room for the servile and the weak, to maintain in shop and mill the best conditions that unionism has won, and to look forward to others better still, to save the workman from his once long hours of toil, and to provide a day shorter yet, needs every effort of every union man, and without the right to protect themselves by refusing to work with those whose weaknesses or stupidity makes them recreant and unfaithful to their class, trade unionism can neither hold that which it has won nor look forward to greater victories still. But aside from these constant aggressions of the employing class, trade unionism cannot be true to its own members without the right to demand the closed shop. The expenses and burdens of the union are no small item to the member who receives but little pay for the work he does. As a price for the protection of the union, the members must give up their earnings to support the organization. They must be ready and willing to contribute to any brother on a strike or in need of help. They must be ready at a moment's notice and at whatever inconvenience and sacrifice to self and family, to lay down their tools and go out on a strike. A strike always doubtful, dangerous, and uncertain. A strike which may be for someone else and over no grievance of his own. A strike which may bring victory, and again may mean not only failure to accomplish the desired result, but loss of his job, his means of life. It may mean even the blacklist that shall send him branded up and down the land with no chance to earn his bread. All these chances and dangers, not less than those of a soldier on the field, the trade unionist assumes for his devotion to his cause and his faith that united action and unbounded loyalty is the duty of every member of his craft, that his devotion through all the years has brought labor no mean reward, and through labor and the humanizing condition for which trade union has ever stood, brought strength and greatness to the race, is as much an established fact as the effect and influence of a religion or any other social movement of the race. The dangers that the unionists have encountered, too, have come from the non-union workmen, who not only refuses to unite with him, but often joins the enemy at the most critical time, and gives his enemy and his labor to defeat his class. And the hard-won victories of unionism have been won, not only in open contest with the employer, who might be supposed to be on the other side, but have been won against the cowardice and treason of those same non-union men. But however the non-union man may join the enemy to defeat shorter hours and better wages, when he has lost his fight and the unions have triumphed, he is always the first man to demand the rewards of another's efforts and to profit by the courage and devotion of the men he did his best to defeat and to betray. And the employer, too, realizing that this man has given all the aid he could, is ever ready to pay him for his disloyalty to his class. In the heat of the contest, the employer gladly gives this workman more than the union demands, and when the fight is over, of course, places him on at least equal terms. If the man, who not only refused to help, but joined the enemy in time of war, shall be allowed, without danger or cost, to reap the fruits of the union's victory, then few men will be found who will assume the danger and the cost. If the rewards of victory can come to him, who made no efforts and took no risk, but profits from the privations and suffering of his fellows, then most men will prefer to take that course. To say that the fruits of victory should come without effort, nay, as a reward for cowardice and disloyalty, is neither right in the realm of ethics nor in the practical workaday world. The reward is for the men who have borne the heat and burden of the day, and unless it shall be reserved for them and those whom they wish to aid, there can be no reason for sacrifice and no reward for fidelity. Men may willingly, even cheerfully, work for the weak and humble, for those not able to protect themselves, but it is asking too much of human nature to require that they shall brave disaster and defeat for the enemies who seek to undermine and destroy their cause. No one claims that all trade unionists are wise or even honest, much less that they have not made endless mistakes in the past and will not continue to err while time shall last. Neither is trade unionism an ideal institution. It was evolved to serve a purpose and to perform a duty in the upward march of the human race. It was made to fit a condition of society divided into the employing class and the serving class. Its mission is to protect the weak against the strong. In the great industrial strife that has come down through the ages, and which will prevail until the capitalist and the laborer are one, trade unionism has fought the battles of the workman. And in fighting for the wage earner, it has fought for greater liberty to man. War and strife are not ideal states, but they have been ever present in the human race, and so long as the war of classes shall continue, the weak and helpless must ever look to trade unionism as its chief champion and its most powerful defender. But when work is done and class struggles are at an end, trade unionism will be no more. Then all men will be brothers, and the highest good of all will be the fond desire of each. End of Open Shop, 1909, Part 2. Section 6. Section 7 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Criminals by Clarence Darrow. If I looked at jails and crimes and prisoners in the way the ordinary person does, I should not speak on this subject to you. The reason I talk to you on the question of crime, its cause and cure, is because I really do not in the least believe in crime. There is no such thing as a crime as the word is generally understood. I do not believe there is any sort of distinction between the real moral condition of the people in and out of jail. One is just as good as the other. The people here can no more help being here than the people outside can avoid being outside. I do not believe that people are in jail because they deserve to be. They are in jail simply because they cannot avoid it on account of circumstances which are entirely beyond their control and for which they are in no way responsible. I suppose a great many people on the outside would say I was doing you harm if they should hear what I say to you this afternoon, but you cannot be hurt a great deal anyway, so it will not matter. Good people outside would say that I was really teaching you things that were calculated to injure society, but it's worthwhile now and then to hear something different from what you ordinarily get from preachers and the like. These will tell you that you should be good, and then you will get rich and be happy. Of course, we know that people do not get rich by being good, and that is the reason why so many of you people try to get rich some other way. Only you do not understand how to do it quite as well as the fellow outside. There are people who think that everything in this world is an accident. But really, there is no such thing as an accident. A great many folks admit that many of the people in jail ought not to be there, and many who are outside ought to be in. I think none of them ought to be here. There ought to be no jails, and if it were not for the fact that the people on the outside are so grasping and heartless in their dealings with the people on the inside, there would be no such institutions as jails. I do not want you to believe that I think all you people here are angels. I do not think that. You are people of all kinds, all of you doing the best you can, and that is evidently not very well. You are people of all kinds and conditions and under all circumstances. In one sense, everybody is equally good and equally bad. We all do the best we can under the circumstances. But as to the exact things for which you are sent here, some of you are guilty and some of you are not guilty. Some of you did the particular act because you needed the money. Some of you did it because you are in the habit of doing it. And some of you because you are born to it, and it comes to be as natural as it does, for instance, for me to be good. Most of you probably have nothing against me, and most of you would treat me the same way as any other person would, probably better than some of the people on the outside would treat me, because you think I believe in you, and they know I do not believe in them. While you would not have the least thing against me in the world, you might pick my pockets. I do not think all of you would, but I think some of you would. You would not have anything against me, but that's your profession, a few of you. Some of the rest of you, if my doors were unlocked, might come in if you saw anything you wanted, not out of any malice to me, but because that is your trade. There is no doubt there are quite a number of people in this jail who would pick my pockets. And still I know this, that when I get outside, pretty nearly everybody picks my pocket. There may be some of you who would hold up a man on the street if you did not happen to have something else to do and needed the money. But when I want to light my house or my office, the gas company holds me up. They charge me $1 for something that is worth 25 cents, and still all these people are good people. They are pillars of society and support churches, and they are respectable. When I ride on the streetcars, I am held up. I pay 5 cents for a ride that is worth 2.5 cents, simply because a body of men have bribed the city council and the legislature so that all the rest of us have to pay tribute to them. If I do not want to fall into the clutches of the gas trust and choose to burn oil instead of gas, then good Mr. Rockefeller holds me up, and he uses a certain portion of his money to build universities and support churches which are engaged in telling us how to be good. Some of you are here for obtaining property under false pretenses. Yet I pick up a great Sunday paper and read the advertisements of a merchant prince shirtwaist for 39 cents, marked down from $3. When I read the advertisements in the paper, I see they are all lies. When I want to get out and find a place to stand anywhere on the face of the earth, I find that it has all been taken up long ago before I came here and before you came here, and somebody says, "Get off, swim into the lake, fly into the air, go anywhere, but get off." That is because these people have the police, and they have the jails and the judges and the lawyers and the soldiers and all the rest of them to take care of the earth and drive everybody off that comes in their way. A great many people will tell you that all this is true, but that it does not excuse you. These facts do not excuse some fellow who reaches into my pocket and takes out a $5 bill. The fact that the gas company bribes the members of the legislature from year to year and fixes the law so that all you people are compelled to be fleeced whenever you deal with them. The fact that the streetcar companies and the gas companies have control of the streets, and the fact that the landlords own all the earth, they say, has nothing to do with you. Let us see whether there is any connection between the crimes of the respectable classes and your presence in jail. Many of you people are in jail because you have really committed burglary. Many of you because you have stolen something. In the meaning of the law, you have taken some other person's property. Some of you will have entered a store and carried off a pair of shoes because you did not have the price. Possibly some of you have committed murder. I cannot tell what all of you did. There are a great many people here who have done some of these things who really do not know themselves why they did them. I think I know why you did them, every one of you. You did these things because you were bound to do them. It looked to you at the time as if you had a chance to do them or not, and you saw fit, But still, after all, you had no choice. There may be people here who had some money in their pockets and who still went out and got some more money in a way society forbids. Now, you may not yourself see exactly why it was you did this thing, but if you look at the question deeply enough and carefully enough, you would see that there were circumstances that drove you to do exactly the thing which you did. You could not help it any more than we outside can help taking the positions that we take. The reformers who tell you to be good and you will be happy, and the people on the outside who have property to protect, they think that the only way to do it is by building jails and locking you up in cells on weekdays and praying for you on Sundays. I think that all of this has nothing whatever to do with right conduct. I think it is very easily seen what has to do with right conduct. Some so-called criminals, and I will use this word because it is handy, it means nothing to me. I speak of the criminals who get caught as distinguished from criminals who catch them. Some of these so-called criminals are in jail for the first offenses, but 9/10 of you are in jail because you did not have a good lawyer. And of course you did not have a good lawyer because you did not have enough money to pay a good lawyer. There is no very great danger of a rich man going to jail. Some of you may be here for the first time. If we would open the doors and let you out and leave the laws as they are today, some of you would be back tomorrow. This is about as good a place as you can get anyway. There are many people here who are so in the habit of coming that they would not know where else to go. There are people who are born with a tendency to break into jail every chance they get, and they cannot avoid it. You cannot figure out in your life and see why it was, but still there is a reason for it. And if we were all wise and knew all the facts, we could figure it out. In the first place, there are a good many more people who go to jail in the wintertime than in summer. Why is this? Is it because people are more wicked in the winter? No. It is because the coal trust begins to get in its grip in the winter. A few gentlemen take possession of the coal, and unless the people will pay $7 or $8 a ton for something that is worth $3, they will have to freeze. And there is nothing to do but break into jail, and so there are many more in jail in the winter than in summer. It costs more for gas in the winter because the nights are longer, and people go to jail to save gas bills. The jails are electric lighted. You may not know it, but these economic laws are working all the time, whether we know it or do not know it. There are more people go to jail in hard times than in good times. Few people comparatively go to jail except when they are hard up. They go to jail because they have no other place to go. They may not know why, but it is true all the same. People are not more wicked in hard times. That is not the reason. The fact is true all over the world that in hard times, more people go to jail than in good times, and in winter, more people go to jail than in the summer. Of course, it is pretty hard times for people who go to jail at any time. The people who go to jail are almost always poor people, people who have no other place to live first and last. When times are hard, then you find large numbers of people who go to jail who would not otherwise be in jail. Long ago, Mr. Buckle, who was a great philosopher and historian, collected facts, and he showed that the number of people who are arrested increased just as the price of food increased. When they put up the price of gas 10 cents a thousand, I do not know who will go to jail, but I do know that a certain number of people will go. When the meat combine raises the price of beef, I do not know who is going to jail, but I know that a large number of people are bound to go. Whenever the Standard Oil Company raises the price of oil, I know that a certain number of girls who are seamstresses and who work after night-long hours for somebody else will be compelled to go out on the streets and ply another trade. And I know that Mr. Rockefeller and his associates are responsible, and not the poor girls in the jails. First and last, People are sent to jail because they are poor. Sometimes, as I say, you may not need money at a particular time, but you wish to have thrifty forehand habits, and do not always wait until you are in absolute want. Some of you people are perhaps plying the trade, the profession which is called burglary. No man in his right senses will go into a strange house in the dead of night and prowl around with a dark lantern through unfamiliar rooms and take chances of his life if he has plenty of the good things of the world in his own home. You would not take any such chances as that. If a man had clothes in his clothes press and beefsteak in his pantry and money in the bank, he would not navigate around nights in houses where he knows nothing about the premises whatever. It always requires experience and education for this profession, and people who fit themselves for it are no more to blame than I am for being a lawyer. A man would not hold up another man on the street if he had plenty of money in his own pocket. He might do it if he had $1 or $2, but he wouldn't if he had as much money as Mr. Rockefeller has. Mr. Rockefeller has a great deal better hold-up game than that. The more that is taken from the poor by the rich who have the chance to take it, the more poor people there are who are compelled to resort to these means for a livelihood. They may not understand it, they may not think so at once, but after all, they are driven into that line of employment. There is a bill before this legislature of the state to punish kidnapping children with death. We have wise members of the legislature. They know the gas trust when they see it, and they always see it. They can furnish light enough to be seen, and this legislature thinks it is going to stop kidnapping children by making a law punishing kidnappers of children with death. I don't believe in kidnapping children, but the legislature is all wrong. Kidnapping children is not a crime, it is a profession. It has been developed with the times. It has been developed with our modern industrial conditions. There are many ways of making money, many new ways that our ancestors knew nothing about. Our ancestors knew nothing about a billion-dollar trust, and here comes some poor fellow who has no other trade, and he discovers the profession of kidnapping children. The crime is born, not because people are bad. People don't kidnap other people's children because they want the children or because they are devilish, but because they see a chance to get some money out of it. You cannot cure this crime by passing a law punishing by death kidnappers of children. There is one way to cure it. There is one way to cure all these offenses, and that is to give the people a chance to live. There is no other way, and there never was any other way since the world began, and the world is so blind and stupid that it will not see. If every man and woman and child in the world had a chance to make a decent, fair, honest living, there would be no jails and no lawyers and no courts. There might be some persons here or there with some peculiar formation in their brain, like Rockefeller, who would do these things simply to be doing them, but they would be very, very few, and those should be sent to a hospital and treated, and not sent to jail. And they would entirely disappear in the second generation, or at least in the third generation. I am not talking pure theory. I will just give you 2 or 3 illustrations. The English people once punished criminals by sending them away. They would load them on a ship and export them to Australia. England was owned by lords and nobles and rich people. They owned the whole earth over there, and the other people had to stay in the streets. They could not get a decent living. They used to take their criminals and send them to Australia. I mean the class of criminals who got caught. When these criminals got over there and nobody else had come, they had the whole continent to run over, and so they could raise sheep and furnish their own meat, which is easier than stealing it. These criminals then became decent, respectable people because they had a chance to live. They did not commit any crimes. They were just like the English people who sent them there, only better. And in the second generation, the descendants of those criminals were as good and respectable a class of people as there were on the face of the earth, and then they began building churches and jails themselves. A portion of this country was settled in the same way, landing prisoners down on the southern coast. But when they got here and had a whole continent to run over and plenty of chances to make a living, they became respectable citizens, making their own living just like any other citizen in the world. But finally, these descendants of the English aristocracy who sent the people over to Australia found out they were getting rich, and so they went over to get possession of the earth, as they always do, and they organized land syndicates and got control of the land and ores, and then they had just as many criminals in Australia as they did in England. It was not because the world had grown bad, it was because the earth had been taken away from the people. Some of you people have lived in the country. It's prettier than it is here. And if you have ever lived on a farm, you understand that if you put a lot of cattle in a field, when the pasture is short, they will jump over the fence. But put them in a good field where there is plenty of pasture, and they will be law-abiding cattle to the end of time. The human animal is just like the rest of the animals, only a little more so. The same thing that governs the one governs the other. Everybody makes his living along the lines of least resistance. A wise man who comes into a country early sees a great undeveloped land. For instance, our rich men 25 years ago saw that Chicago was small and knew a lot of people would come here and settle, and they readily saw that if they had all the land around here, it would be worth a good deal. So they grabbed the land. You cannot be a landlord because somebody has got it all. You must find some other calling. In England and Ireland and Scotland, less than 5% own all the land there is, and the people are bound to stay there on any kind of terms the landlords give. They must live the best they can, so they develop all these various professions, burglary, picking pockets, and the like. Again, people find all sorts of ways of getting rich. These are diseases like everything else. You look at people getting rich, organizing trusts, and making $1 million, and somebody gets the disease and he starts out. He catches it just as a man catches the mumps or the measles. He is not to blame. It is in the air. You will find men speculating beyond their means because the mania of money-getting is taking possession of them. It is simply a disease, nothing more, nothing less. You cannot avoid catching it, but the fellows who have control of the earth have the advantage of you. See what the law is? When these men get control of things, they make the laws. They do not make the laws to protect anybody. Courts are not instruments of justice. When your case gets into court, it will make a little difference whether you are guilty or innocent, but it's better if you have a smart lawyer. And you cannot have a smart lawyer unless you have money. First and last, it's a question of money. Those men who own the earth make the laws to protect what they have. They fix up a sort of fence or pen around what they have, and they fix the law so the fellow on the outside cannot get in. The laws are really organized for the protection of the men who rule the world. They were never organized or enforced to do justice. We have no system for doing justice, not the slightest in the world. Let me illustrate. Take the poorest person in this room. If the community had provided a system of doing justice, the poor person in this room would have as good a lawyer as the richest, would he not? When you went into court, you would have had just as long a trial and just as fair a trial as the richest person in Chicago. Your case would not be tried in 15 or 20 minutes, whereas it would take 15 days to get through a rich man's case. Then if you were rich and were beaten, your case would be taken to the appellate court. A poor man cannot take his case to the appellate court. He has not the price. And then to the Supreme Court. And if he were beaten there, he might perhaps go to the United States Supreme Court. And he might die of old age before he got into jail. If you are poor, it's a quick job. You are almost known to be guilty, else you would not be there. Why should anyone be in the criminal court if he were not guilty? He would not be there if he could be anywhere else. The officials have no time to look after all these cases. The people who are on the outside, who are running banks and building churches and making jails, they have no time to examine 600 or 700 prisoners each year to see whether they are guilty or innocent. If the courts were organized to promote justice, the people would elect somebody to defend all these criminals, somebody as smart as the prosecutor, and give him as many detectives and as many assistants to help, and pay as much money to defend you as to prosecute you. We have a very able man for state's attorney, and he has many assistants, detectives, and policemen without end, and judges to hear the cases. Everything handy. Most of all, our criminal code consists in offenses against property. People are sent to jail because they have committed a crime against property. It is of very little consequence whether 100 people more or less go to jail who ought not to go. You must protect your property, because in this world, property is of more importance than anything else. How is it done? These people who have property fix it so they can protect what they have. When somebody commits a crime, it does not follow that he had done something that is morally wrong. The man on the outside who has committed no crime may have done something. For instance, to take all the coal in the United States and raise the price $2 or $3 when there is no need of it, and thus kill thousands of babies, and send thousands of people to the poorhouse and tens of thousands to jail, as is done every year in the United States. This is a greater crime than all the people in our jails ever committed, but the law does not punish it. Why? Because the fellows who control the earth make the laws. If you and I had the making of the laws, the first thing we would do would be to punish the fellow who gets control of the earth. Nature put this coal in the ground for me as well as for them, and nature made the prairies up here to raise wheat for me as well as for them. And then the great railroad companies came along and fenced it up. Many of the crimes for which we are punished are property crimes. There are a few personal crimes, like murder, but they are very few. The crimes committed are mostly those against property. If this punishment is right, the criminals must have a lot of property. How much money is there in this crowd? And yet you are all here for crimes against property. The people up and down the lake shore have not committed crime. Still, they have so much property they don't know what to do with it. It is perfectly plain why these people have not committed crimes against property. They make the laws and therefore do not need to break them. And in order for you to get some property, you are obliged to break the rules of the game. I don't know, but what some of you may have had a very nice chance to get rich by carrying the hod for $1 a day, 12 hours. Instead of taking that nice, easy profession, you are a burglar. If you had been given a chance to be a banker, you would rather follow that. Some of you may have had a chance to work as a switchman on a railroad where you know, according to the statistics, that you cannot live and keep your limbs more than 7 years, and you can get $50 or $75 a month for taking your lives in your hands. And instead of taking that lucrative position, you choose to be a sneak thief or something like that. Some of you made that sort of choice. I don't know which I would take if I was reduced to this choice. I have an easier choice. I will guarantee to take from this jail, or any jail in the world, 500 men who have been the worst criminals and lawbreakers who ever got into jail, and I will go down to our lowest streets and take 500 of the most abandoned prostitutes, and go out somewhere where there is plenty of land, and will give them a chance to make a living. And they will be as good people as the average in the community. There is a remedy for the sort of condition we see here. The roll ever finds it out, or when it does find it out, it does not enforce it. You may pass a law punishing every person with death for burglary, and it will make no difference. Men will commit it just the same. In England, there was a time when 100 different offenses were punishable by death, and it made no difference. The English people strangely found out that so fast as they repealed the severe penalties, and so fast as they did away with punishing men by death, crime decreased instead of increased. that the smaller the penalty, the fewer the crimes. Hanging men in our county jails does not prevent murder. It makes murderers. And this has been the history of the world. It's easy to see how to do away with what we call crime. It is not so easy to do it. I will tell you how to do it. It can be done by giving the people a chance to live, by destroying special privileges. So long as big criminals can get the coal fields, so long as the big criminals have control of the city council and get the public streets for streetcars and gas rights, this is bound to send thousands of poor people to jail. So long as men are allowed to monopolize all the earth and compel others to live on such terms as these men see fit to make, then you are bound to get into jail. The only way in the world to abolish crime and criminals is to abolish the big ones and the little ones together. Make fair conditions of life. Give men a chance to live. Abolish the right of the private ownership of land. Abolish monopoly. Make the world partners in production, partners in the good things of life. Nobody would steal if he could get something of his own some easier way. Nobody will commit burglary when he has a house full. No girl will go out on the streets when she has a comfortable place at home. The man who owns a sweatshop or a department store may not be to blame himself for the condition of his girls, but when he pays them $5, $3, and $2 a week, I wonder where he thinks they will get the rest of their money to live. The only way to cure these conditions is by equality. There should be no jails. They do not accomplish what they pretend to accomplish. If you would wipe them out, there would be no more criminals than now. They terrorize nobody. They are a blot upon any civilization, and a jail is an evidence of the lack of charity of the people on the outside who make the jails and fill them with the victims of their greed. End of section 7. Section 8 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marx versus Tolstoy, a debate. Preface and Darrow's first speech. Preface. This discussion treats an important question that has received no specific and thorough examination elsewhere, notwithstanding its gravity. Mr. Darrow is probably the foremost of the American representatives of the non-resistance theory, and his case is stated in these pages more pointedly and forcibly than in any of his published works. The arguments launched against Mr. Darrow will, I think, satisfy the opponents of the non-resistance philosophy. Arthur M. Lewis, Chicago, March 21, 1911. Marx versus Tolstoy, a debate. Darrow's first speech. As this is a Sunday morning and a semi-religious question, I take for my text the 38th and 39th verses in the 5th chapter of Matthew. I cannot quote it literally. It is quite a time since I have read it, but I know the import of it. Ye have heard that it hath been said, I am quoting from Matthew, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. I do not quote this because Matthew wrote it. I really do not know whether he did or not, and I care a great deal less. I could not find out whether Matthew wrote it unless I should read Professor Foster's works on religion, and that would take too long. But I quote it because throughout all the Western world, this has been the accepted statement of the doctrine of non-resistance. It is perhaps as good a statement of that theory as one can find in a few short sentences. Matthew had no patent on it, of course. There are very few thoughts in this world that are patented, and those are not worth it. It was undoubtedly very old before Matthew lived, if he lived. and it has been repeated a great many times since he died, if he died. The theory of non-resistance is taken generally as the opposite to the theory of punishment or the theory of vengeance, which up to the time of the Christian religion was the theory of the world, and since that time has been doubly the theory of the world. Its announcement, as generally admitted by those who have written and spoken upon the subject, has reference, first to the treatment of those whom society calls criminals, next perhaps to governments in their relations with each other and to their subjects, and then to women and children, insane, prisoners, and the like. It relates to the way those who have the power have generally exercised that power in relation to the rest of the world. Now, I might say in the beginning that I am not quite sure of this theory or of any other theory. I used to be a good deal more positive than I am today, and especially I am not at all sure that there is any theory in philosophy or morals or laws that works out in sociology. The science of society, if there is such a science, is not an exact science. You cannot demonstrate any theory of society the way you can demonstrate the multiplication table, unless it is socialism, and you cannot demonstrate that in the same way unless you are speaking to an audience of socialists. You might demonstrate single tax to a single taxer, but you could not do it to anybody else. Exact science has little to do, something to do, but little to do with the ways in which man organizes himself on the planet. He does not move in straight lines or in regular curves or even in crooked lines that can be depended upon. When he learns what the crooked line is, he goes straight. And no theory of life, no theory of society can be worked out as to communal life in the same way that you can work out the science of mathematics or of astronomy or geology or any science dealing with anything that keeps still. But the question is whether the theory of punishment, as opposed to the theory of non-resistance, is most in harmony with life and tends to the progress of the world. Whether human life in its slow evolution is going toward the theory of non-resistance or is going toward the theory of violence and force and punishment. If one looks back at the origin of the state, we do not find that it had the immaculate birth that most people believe. It was born in force and violence. The strong took a club and made a state for himself. It was a simple state, kept there by the force of the strong man's club and his will. From that it has gone on until it takes a good many strong clubs, together with a good many armies, navies, policemen, lawyers, judges, etc., to keep the state in order. But through it all has run the theory of force, and through it all the power has come not from the people who asked it, but from the people who took it, because they were the stronger. In the beginning, the chief preserved order in the law by saying what should be the law and enforcing order himself with his club. In modern society, the controlling forces arrange things as they want them and provide that certain things are criminal. Sometimes those things have a semblance of natural crime, and sometimes not. The largest number of crimes are crimes against property. Sometimes you may trace them more or less directly to violation of some law that is in the natural world. But the fact is that the class which rules society come together to say what men must do and what they must not do, and the man who violates it commits crime. There are many in society, and always have been, a large number of people due mainly to conditions of society who are what we call defectives, who are antisocial in their nature, whose life and conduct tend toward the disintegration of society instead of the life of society. Very largely, the treatment of crime is a question of treatment of these antisocial individuals. It is a question of treatment of those who persevere in one way or another in violating the rules of the game which society has made. Way back under the Mosaic law, and Moses did not have a patent on it either, but under the law of the world, the doctrine of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, prevailed. If a man killed another, his life should be taken. If he stole something, he should be punished. If he burglarized, then it meant something else, generally death. If he did something, the world would do something to him, and they would do that something that the world at that time thought was the right thing to do to him. In this way, even down to 100 years ago, there were in England about 200 crimes punishable by death. Almost everything that could be conceived was punishable by death, and the lawyers and judges and preachers of that day had no thought that society could hang together if men were not hanged regularly for stealing sheep and anything that happened. The old doctrine of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth was the common doctrine of the world, and that doctrine prevails today. All penal codes are really built upon that doctrine. When you trace penal codes back to the beginning, they mean one thing and only one. That is, vengeance. A man has done something. He has caused someone to suffer. Therefore, society will do something to him. In the early stages, if someone slew another, the members of his tribe had the right to go and take the life of any member of the other tribe in return. It did not matter whether he had been guilty or not. It was the law of vengeance. The law of punishment and vengeance have always meant the same thing in the world, no matter where it has been. Punishments of crimes have always been arbitrary. One man could say that for stealing a horse, somebody stealing it should go to jail for 30 days. Another would say that he should go to the penitentiary for a year. Another would say 5 years. And somebody else would say he should be hanged by the neck until dead. Punishments have never depended upon the act alone, but upon the man who saw the act done and the mind possessed by the ruling power. Of half a dozen judges given authority to administer punishment for a certain act, no two judges would administer the same kind of punishment. One would say 30 days, another 30 years, just according to the mind he has. Some judge might give you less after breakfast than he would before, and another judge might give you more if he had attended a banquet through the small hours of the morning preceding and did not feel well when he administered the sentence. All those things enter into it, and when you come to sum it all up, the real theory of it is a question of vengeance. The individual has done something. How much shall we do to him in return? How much will we make him suffer because he has made someone else suffer? Now, the non-resistant says there is no such thing as crime. That is, some of them say that, and they say that all punishment is bad. Not heavy punishment alone, but all punishment. That man has no right to punish his fellow man, that only evil results from it, that the theory of vengeance and the theory of punishment is wrong, that it cures nobody, it does not tend to benefit society, it does not tend to change the defective, it does not tend to build up society. It is wrong and untrue in its whole theory, and the theory of non-resistance is the true theory as to crime. Whatever you may think of the theory, the world has been steadily going that way. It has been abolishing the death penalty until today, in most civilized countries, there is only 1 or 2 crimes punishable by death, and it is very rarely that death is meted out for those. Punishment has been growing less severe, and the methods of inflicting punishment are less severe. Of course, in the old days, when men were less squeamish and more honest, they had their hangings in broad daylight. Today, we do not do it, not because we are better, but because we are squeamish. We have hangings in the jail so that the effects of the punishment will be entirely lost to the community. Our terms of imprisonment are not so long. Our methods of treating the imprisoned are more humane. We sentence a man to prison. Of course, in the old time, he used to be put into a vile place where he would be half-clad and half-fed, and where he would be covered with rags full of vermin, and where he would suffer all sorts of physical pain. Today, we send him to jail, and we have the jail steam-heated and electric-lighted. We have a doctor to take care of him. If so, perchance, the penalty is death, he won't die before his time comes. And if he is to be hanged, he gets better food than he ever did before. So far as men are entrusted with the power of carrying out these provisions, they do it as humanely as they can do it. In the old times, the insane were treated like criminals. They were locked up in cells. They were loaded with chains. They were criminals because the rest of the world did not understand them. We have gotten over that. We have learned to treat them as human beings and to treat them as those suffering from ailment, whereas once in the history of the world, they were visited with the old law of vengeance, the law of force. The world sometime will learn to treat all of its defectives and all those who violate the code the same as they treat the insane and the ill today. And we are learning it more and more every day. The theory of non-resistance does not necessarily say that a man cannot be restrained, although very likely that would not be necessary under any decent law of society. It is possible that there are some who are so born and have been so treated by society that they would need to be restrained just as those afflicted with smallpox may be restrained in a hospital. But to restrain them and treat them until cured is one thing. To say that men, because of some inherent wickedness, deserve punishment is another thing. It would be absurd to restrain men suffering from smallpox and turn them out from a hospital in 6 weeks, whether cured or not. If hospitals were run in the same way as jails, we would send them up for 30 days, and if they got well in a week, we would keep them there. The whole theory of punishment, so far as there is any theory in it, and there is not much in it, except the idea of vengeance, but the whole theory, as far as there is one, comes from the religious conception that some people are made inherently bad, that their minds are evil, or their souls for that matter, or whatever is the intangible thing about them that makes them evil. And they deserve punishment because they have a wicked, abandoned, and malignant heart. We always have to put that wicked, abandoned, and malignant heart in the indictment. Otherwise, it is no good. If he has that in his heart, he can be punished. When 12 jurors and a judge get together, how can they tell whether his heart is bad or not? You could tell better if you dissect him. It goes upon the theory that a man is apart from all other things that inhabit the universe, that he is a free moral agent, that he is a sort of wild train running at large through the universe, that he is not governed by rules and conditions like the rest of the universe about us, but that the Lord created him, put a mind in him, a good heart in some of them, a wicked, abandoned, and malignant heart in others, and sent them out to run wild, independent of all the universe about them. And whenever the good people catch up with those wicked, abandoned, and malignant people, then we punish the wicked because intrinsically they are bad, because they chose the evil instead of the good. They could do better if they wanted to be better, but they did not choose. Society sends them to the jail, just as brutal parents whip their children because they are bad instead of good. As a matter of fact, science and evolution teach us that man is an animal, a little higher than the other orders of animals, that he is governed by the same natural laws that govern the rest of the universe, that he is governed by the same laws that govern animal life, and plant life, that free moral agency is a myth a delusion, and a snare. It teaches us that he is surrounded by environment, the product of all the past, the product of all the present, that he is here just like any other subject of natural law, and that it is not goodness, it is not badness that makes him what he is. It is the condition of life in which he lives. And if he lives unwisely, if he is a defective, if he is antisocial, it is not that he chooses it, but it is due to 1,000 conditions over which he has not the slightest control. And the wise society seeks to change his environment, to place him in harmony with life. They know that they can only change the man by changing the conditions under which he lives. That good and evil, so far as he is concerned, does not exist. That right and wrong are religious myths. That it is a question of the adaptability of the individual to social life and a gradual change of the environment under which he lives. With the state is the same thing. The theory of force and violence applied to the state has drenched the world in blood. It has built great navies and great armies. One nation builds a great navy and a great army and destroys the resources of its people to build armies and navies. And another nation must build a greater navy and a greater army because of the first. It makes of the nations of the earth armed camps, and the stronger the one arms itself, the stronger must the rest. England builds her wonderful navy out of the toil of the poor, out of what should buy food for the men who produce it. And when she builds it, then Germany must build one as large, and so must France, and so must Russia build one too. And of course, patriotic America must build one. We need a navy for fear that a band of Senegambians might send a fleet to devastate Chicago some night. The theory of force and violence as applied to political states has built up the navies and armies of the world and has caused most of the bloodshed of the human race. Is there any doubt but what nations would be stronger if they burned their battleships instead of building new ones? Can you increase the power of one nation by building ships when you simply make others build larger? You could never change the relative proportion which alone makes the strength. Instead of adding to the navies the world over, we gradually got rid of them. The relative strength would be what it was before. In industrial life, it is the same thing. The reign of force and the reign of violence means competition, means industrial strife, is responsible for the greed and selfishness and avarice, for the fortunes of the great and the poverty of the poor. It is only in these later days, when the world is looking to something better, when they are learning that force and violence is wrong, that it is wrong that merchants compete and cut each other's throats, and workmen compete against each other to show how much less they can work for, and that it is better to organize society on a cooperative basis where each man is to help his fellow man instead of fighting his fellow man. The dreams of the world may be far off, and we must fit every dream into every reality. For the world is imperfect, but if, as society progresses, there shall one day be a civilization better than the world has known, it will be a society where force and violence and bloodshed and cruelty have disappeared. It will be a world of brotherhood, a world not of destruction, of competition, of violence, of hatred, of enmity, but a world of cooperation, of mutual help, of love, of brotherliness, and that alone makes for the progress of the world. End of Section 8, Darrow's first speech. Section 9 of Clarence Darrow's Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9, Debate on Non-Resistance, Part 2. Lewis's first speech. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Darrow, Ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from me a very different theory of non-resistance to the one which has just been presented. If I believed that the theory of non-resistance had been properly stated, this debate would close at this point, because I have heard next to nothing from the lips of my opponent with which I am not thoroughly in harmony. Mr. Darrow is probably the first man to treat this subject as if it were a department of modern criminology, as if it were a matter of penal codes, a question of the punishment of criminals, their treatment in general, and the treatment of the sick, the insane, etc. These are tacked onto the theory by my opponent, but they are only indirectly related to the question. In all that relates to the question of punishment of criminals, I am in agreement with Mr. Darrow. The subject of this debate is the theory expressed in the words, "Resist not evil." What is evil? Does it consist chiefly in the deeds performed by criminals, as my opponent seems to think? The criminal, according to Mr. Darrow, is not responsible for what he does. The evil goes further back than the criminal. It does not consist of what the criminal does, but of the causes which lead the criminal to do as he does. What are these causes? Let us go back to the causes of crime. It will be agreed, I have no doubt, by my opponent, and I shall maintain it whether he agrees or not, that the criminal is the product of society. That is, the product of a society which, through the instrumentality of private property, is the means of life, shuts out some men from the opportunity to live honestly and decently. This is the prolific cause of criminals. Whatever evil there may be in crime must, in my opinion, be laid not to the criminal, but at the door of society, especially at the door of the ruling class, the existence of which is responsible for the criminal. And the question of resist not evil in this field is not, shall society resist the actions of the criminal whom it has itself produced? But that shall men who have been shut off from the means of life resist the society which has so shut them off? Shall they resist the ruling class which has monopolized their means of life and left them face to face with starvation? Shall that ruling class, the existence of which is the real evil in the problem, be resisted if this is the question of resisting evil in my use of the terms? And I say yes, we should resist evil to the point of its abolition. I am going to give you another exposition of the origin of the theory, or doctrine, of resist not evil. This theory, like all other theories, has what the philosophers would call a sufficient reason, or, as the scientists would term it, an efficient cause. Sufficient reason and efficient cause are back of all things. This is true of all theories without regard to whether they are true or false. In fact, we can only judge the merit of a theory when we know its cause. Theories do not drop out of the clouds. They are not communicated to men by divine persons who live outside the universe. They cannot be accounted for on the ground of spontaneous generation. Theories grow out of the world of material reality, and social theories grow out of social phenomena. The causes for the theory put forward by Mr. Darrow are hazy and indistinct and lack historical precision. They do not go back to the origin of the theory itself. This omission on the part of my opponent I shall proceed to remedy. He has given us the names of the men who are responsible for this theory, Jesus Christ and his disciples, etc. I shall endeavor to give you the forces and conditions which caused the theory to be impressed upon the minds of men who taught it. It is generally supposed that progress is universal. So far from this being the case, the majority of the human race do not even understand the idea of progress. If it is explained to them, they treat it with contempt. This is the mental attitude of all the people of the Orient, and this attitude the Orientals held in common with the ancients and with savages. Herbert Spencer, in his Principles of Sociology, says, quote, "Primitive man is conservative to a degree, even on contrasting the higher races with one another, and even on contrasting different classes in the same society. It is observable that the least developed are the most averse to change." Close quote. Walter Bagehot, in his brilliant little book Physics and Politics, maintains, quote, "Our habitual instructors, our ordinary conversation, our inevitable and ineradicable prejudices tend to make us think that progress is the normal fact in human society, the fact which we should all expect to see, the fact which we should all be surprised if we did not see. But history refutes this. The ancients had no conception of progress. They did not even have so much as reject the idea. They did not even entertain the idea. Oriental nations are just the same now. Since history began, they have always been what they are." Close quote. And the greatest of all authorities on this question, Sir Henry Sumner Maine, says, quote, "Vast populations, some of them with a civilization considerable but peculiar, detest what in the language of the West be called reform. The entire Mohammedan world detests it. The multitudes of colored men who swarm the great continent of Africa detest it, and it is detested by that large part of mankind which we are accustomed to leave on one side as barbarous and savage. The millions and millions of people who fill the Chinese empire loathe it, and what is more, despise it. The enormous mass of the Indian population dreads change. To the fact that enthusiasm for change is comparatively rare must be added the fact that it is extremely modern. It is known but to a small part of mankind, and to that part but for a short period during a history of incalculable length. This opposition to change, which is dominant in the Oriental world, is responsible for the stagnation of the East. Now, this stagnation is not without a cause, and the cause is not far to seek. We have only to read their literature and to examine their religions. These two are really one. The great bulk of their literature is religious. The greatest and most widespread of these religions is that of Prince Gautama Buddha Buddhism. Today, this faith rules the minds of 500 million men, or 1/3 of the entire human race. It has enough in common with all the other Oriental religions to typify them all. The first and most fundamental of the truths of Buddhism is one called First of Four Noble Truths. 4 truths make up the system. The first truth is that everything is misery. The ruling principle of the universe is evil. You cannot be protected and guarded from evil. It is inherent in all things. It cannot be escaped. It cannot be eradicated. It cannot be changed. It is the absolute and supreme law of the universe. This is the first great dogma of the Buddhist religion. The logical consequence of this belief in the supremacy of evil is that the word sorrow is a great word in the Buddhist faith. In fact, the faith itself is summed up in the word sorrow. The second of these noble truths is sorrow's cause, or the cause of sorrow. What is this thing that is the cause of sorrow? In the estimation of the Orientals, it is the thing modern sociologists call desire. The desire to escape and to overcome oppression, the desire to conquer evil, and to put in its place happiness and joy. The desire to do this is the one damnable thing in the estimation of the Oriental. He believes that evil is so supreme that any attempt to resist it is a waste of energy and only leads to greater evils. Therefore, we should stamp out and exterminate all desire, all ambition, all enterprise, all hope of defeating evil. We should crush all our yearnings and longings and wants and submit, practice resignation, renunciation, meekness, and submission, bow to fate, resist not evil. Evil is so omnipotent that resistance is madness. Existence is so ruled by evil that the only salvation lies in escaping from life back into the peaceful realm of death. Edwin Arnold in The Light of Asia expresses it thus, quote, "The aching craze to live ends, and life glides lifeless to nameless quiet, nameless peace. Blessed nirvana, sinless, stirless rest, the change that never changes." Close quote. And yet this desire, which is the thing condemned by the Orientals, is regarded by Lester F. Ward and all the other great sociologists as the mainspring of social progress. Without it, no progress is possible. But according to the religion of the Orientals, there is no triumph of religion until every possible tendency, every possible impulse that could lead to progress, stimulating human advancement and the march of mind in the conquest of matter, has been stamped out, until progress cannot be possible in any direction. Not until then have we reached the third truth, sorrow's ceasing. The conclusion is, life is not worth living. Evil is triumphant. We must submit while we are here and hope to get out of it as soon as possible. This is the origin of the doctrine of non-resistance of evil. No matter what evil may attack us, we must bow in our helplessness and say with Mohammedan, "It is Kismet, it is fate." The Christian religion, of which the mythical Matthew is an alleged exponent, is an Oriental religion. Some of us may have forgotten that, but it is nonetheless true. We have corrupted it with Western ideas. That is to say, we have improved it by injecting some civilization into it. But it is nonetheless Oriental in all its leading features. Its petrified sacred books are just as much opposed to change as are all sacred books and all things Oriental. What horrible hells have been prepared and threatened to those who venture to make any addition to the knowledge contained in the Scriptures, and the Hypatias, Bacons, Brunos, and Ferrers who have dared to make any addition, and who have sought by the process of education to make their additions common property, have always found their Christian brothers ready to anticipate the so-called wishes of the Almighty and pay them installments of hell in advance. The theory of non-resistance of evil is based on the theological religion. It flies in the face of all modern science. Back of it stands the dogma that the Maker of all things must be all-wise. If evil exists in the world, it can only be by His permission. Not a sparrow can fall to the ground without His knowledge. Not a hair on a human head be hurt without His consent. Therefore, if cities are decimated by the plague, it can only be because He is willing it should be so. The plague is evil. Nobody disputes that. But shall it be resisted? Not according to the doctrine of resist not evil. According to that theory, sanitation, drains, whitewash, and chloride of lime are inventions of the devil. The plague cannot be there unless the powers that rule the universe desire it. Any sanitation is an attempt to thwart the desire of these powers. If the theory of non-resistance had not been set aside, and if men of science had not set themselves to resist the evil of the plague, the black plague, like the white plague, would still be among our visitors. Lightning which struck public buildings and laid them waste could not do so unless the Maker of the universe consented. Benjamin Franklin, who attempted to resist with the lightning rod, was regarded as one of the advance agents of his satanic majesty. The evils of disease and pain, supposed to have come into the world by the will of God, take various forms. Take the pain of women in childbirth, especially in extreme cases. That pain is evil. Shall we resist it? Or shall we, because it is a creation of the Almighty, allow it to go unresisted? Some men said, resist. They tried anesthetics for women in childbirth, and the theologian said it was another attempt to thwart the Almighty, and under no circumstances should it be permitted, until Dr. Arthur Simpson Young presented the preachers an argument they could not answer. Dr. Young said, quote, "You forget I am only imitating the Almighty himself, who before he took the rib from Adam, put him to a deep sleep." Close quote. The essential difference between science and religion gathers around this theory. Science believes in trying to conquer and abolish evil of all kinds. This is the supreme aim of science. It is the very breath of life of modern civilization. Religion, theological religion, on the contrary, with its cringing submission to evil, meets with defeat just in proportion as science advances and knowledge spreads. All through the centuries, the attitude of non-resistance to existing evils has restrained the progress of the race. Science has been successful in the Occident. It has conquered, and it is pressing Christian theories to such an extent that the modern Christian cannot now even understand or comprehend his own doctrines. Where is the Christian who can see any sense if he is smitten on one cheek in turning the other to his assailant? Can you imagine a Christian in a restaurant running after a man who has taken his hat to give him his coat? Oriental ideas have become obsolete, the doctrine of non-resistance along with them. Only here and there do we find a really clever man, like Darrow, ready to inflict an Oriental quietism on the pulsing, throbbing life of the modern world. Christianity is largely derived from Buddhism. The Christianity of the New Testament just as surely took its doctrine of resist not evil from Buddhism as it took its personal devil from the superstition of Persia. This theory of non-resistance has passed from Buddha to Christ, from Christ to Tolstoy, and from Tolstoy to Darrow. Sometimes a theory born in one society under given social and material conditions, if transplanted to another country and a different material environment, will die out. But if there happens to be something in that environment which lends color to it, it may live on indefinitely. This is why the non-resistance theory of Christ appears in the writings of Tolstoy. All Orientals have absolute monarchies. The monarch is all-powerful, and resistance to the evils of government is only another name for sudden death. The Jews of the time of Christ were so ruled by the Roman broadsword that resistance spelled extermination. And Christ gave the people the best advice he could have given them under the circumstances when he tried to persuade them not to resist. This condition is repeated in Russia, and it is chiefly for this reason that the theory reappears in Russia. The Russian autocracy is so supreme and powerful that to resist it is only a way to a sudden grave. So the theory of non-resistance keeps alive in Russia because it happens to harmonize with social conditions there. The great problem of America and Western Europe generally is the problem of capital versus labor. We take our side with labor. Capital robs labor, and that robbery is evil. It is the crowning evil of the modern world. Shall we resist that evil? Well, I say yes. Darrow says yes and no. Practically, yes. Theoretically, no. The truth of the matter is there are two Darrows, a Mr. Hyde of non-resistance and a Dr. Jekyll full of fight. These have both gone into print. Darrow, the Oriental poet and dreamer, wrote a book entitled Resist Not Evil. Darrow, the American citizen, ready at all times to help the laboring class resist any and all forms of evil that the ruling class may try to heap upon it, wrote a pamphlet, The Open Shop. The motto of the pamphlet is, "The cause combated for is yours. The efforts and sacrifices made to win it should therefore be yours." Darrow, the Darrow who wrote the pamphlet, is always engaged when the unions get into a tight corner. Why do you suppose they engage him? Because he is a non-resistant and does not believe in resisting evils? No, they engage him because they know that in spite of his acceptance of a dreamy, poetic theory, he is as full of fight as a mountain lion, and will not give up until every weapon has been tried and the last possible blow is struck. I will read one or two passages from The Open Shop. He says, speaking of unionism, that, quote, individually the man is helpless. The trade union has furnished the common workman the one institution to which he can look for friendship and protection, the one body on which he can rely for the redress of his grievances and the protection of his rights. And if a society were to remove that protection and safeguard, and cut the workman off from his fellows, and leave him to fight his individual battles against the great combination of capital for which he works, it would leave the laborer stripped and naked to commence his long and painful journey back to serfdom once again. And when he starts out upon this road, the great mass of men, whose independence has been won along with the workman's struggles, the great middle class, must go back with him. Close quote. If you resist not evil, or even if the unorganized worker resists alone, that means back to serfdom. This is the Darrow of the 20th century. Again, he says, quote, the history of trade unionism is, in fact, the history of the rise of the common people toward the measure of independence they now enjoy, is one of the long tales of struggles, defeats, victories, and every single step in their progress has been against the most stubborn opposition and at the greatest cost. Close quote. There is little non-resistance here. He has the following to say about the scab. Quote, the very reason that keeps men from joining the unions of their craft makes them more servile and cringing to their employers, makes them ever subservient to his demands. They have learned well the lesson of the masters that to thrive you need only work hard and do all in your power to get the good opinion of your boss. So this class is ever ready to submit to encroachments, to take longer hours, to consent to poor conditions, to make no trouble over unsafe tools, and even to let their wages be reduced. Close quote. According to this, non-resistance leads to disaster. These are the views of the fighting Darrow. Darrow the non-resistant has no say in the pamphlet. In this debate, you have your choice of two opposing philosophies. Mr. Darrow offers you the philosophy of the Orient, the philosophy of non-resistance, the philosophy of resignation, renunciation, helplessness, submission, and despair, the philosophy of eternal stagnation. This philosophy of stagnation is the mental reflection of the stagnant life of Asia, and, in its turn, it acts as a preservative of the stagnation which gave it birth. Japan alone, of all the Asiatic nations, has broken this long trance and thrown off the paralyzing stupor, and this because she has responded to the example of those energetic, innovating, evil-resisting Westerners who are still regarded by China as foreign devils. On the other hand, I offer you the philosophy of the Occident, a philosophy of the resistance of evil in all its forms. The offer is somewhat belated, as you have already accepted this philosophy. By it, you regulate your daily lives. If you did not, civilization would drive you to the open sky and a diet of roots and acorns. My opponent himself has accepted this philosophy of progress and action with all that part of his brain which enables him to live and breathe and maintain his being in the metropolis of the Western world. In the interior of his skull, the theory of non-resistance occupies only that isolated corner where the convolutions are less deep and more rudimentary, the corner which is responsible for some of his literary productions. In the days when we had not as yet grasped the real significance of the awakening of Japan, we were greatly alarmed by the Yellow Peril. Our alarm had its basis in the fear that the East would overrun the West, that the world would be conquered by a race which would offer no resistance to the evils of oppression and exploitation, a race that would slave from sunrise to sunset for a handful of rice. In vain will my opponent endeavor to shake off this antithesis of Occident and Orient. You cannot travel backward upon the path that marks the genesis of his theory without discovering its Eastern birth. Darrow is a self-confessed disciple of Tolstoy. Tolstoy's country is on the borders of Cathay. Russia finds herself caught between white and yellow, and her perpetual problem is, shall we stay back with the East or go forward with the West? Tolstoy and Darrow are, again, both disciples of an Oriental mystic, himself a mythical character, for whom the scenes are set at the eastern end of the Mediterranean, northeast of Egypt, southeast of Turkey, further east than either. The teachings, parables, miracles, and legends attributed to him and recorded in the New Testament are an integral part of the intellectual baggage of the dreamy, credulous, and uncritical East. America, of all the Western countries, is the farthest removed from the soporific influences and submit to evil attitude of the Oriental, and my opponent should have learned long before this that his theory of non-resistance to evil has no present nor any future in this country. The English poet Tennyson in Locksley Hall contrasts these two positions and, like a true Westerner, decides for a progressive, evil-resisting civilization and against the intellectual paralysis of Orientalism and savagery. He begins by painting Oriental life in glowing colors and extolling its apparent advantages. Quote, "Ah, for some retreat deep in yonder shining Orient, where my life began to beat, there, methinks, would be enjoyment more than in this march of mind, in the steamship, in the railway, in the thoughts that shake mankind. There the passions, cramped no longer, shall have scope and breathing space. I will take some savage woman, she shall rear my dusky race. Iron-jointed, supple-sinewed, they shall dive and they shall run, catch the wild goat by the hair and hurl their lances in the sun. Whistle back the parrot's call and leap the rainbows of the brooks, not with blind-eyed sight poring over miserable books." Close quote. Then our poet shakes himself out of his daydream and swings back to the world of modern, progressive, social reality. Quote, "Fool against the dream, the fancy, but I know my words are wild, but I count the gray barbarian lower than the Christian child. I, to herd with narrow foreheads, vacant of our glorious gains, like a beast with lower pleasures, like a beast with lower pains. Mated with a squalid savage, what to me were sun and clime? I, the heir of all the ages, in the foremost files of time. I, that rather held it better men should perish one by one, than that the earth should stand at gaze like Joshua's moon in Ajalon. Not in vain the distance beacons, forward, Forward let us range. Let the great world spin forever down the ringing grooves of change. Men, my brothers, men, the workers, ever reaping something new, that which they have done, but earnest of the things which they shall do. Through the shadow of the globe we sweep into a younger day. Better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. Close quote. End of section 9, Lewis's first speech. Section 10 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Debate on Non-Resistance, Part 3, Darrow's second speech. As near as I can find out, the question with my opponent seems to hinge on pedigree. I have seen some mighty poor things have good pedigrees. I never looked up the pedigree of non-resistance, and I do not care. It may have come from Asia, or from Africa, or from Europe. I do not know where it came from. I have an idea, though, that almost every prophet and seer and humanitarian the world over have always had a glimmering of this truth and have taught it more or less in their philosophy, though they may not have practiced it. For it is one thing to believe a thing and another to work at it. But they have seen this vision, believed it, and wanted to help it along, and looked forward to the time when it shall be the rule, I have no doubt, whether in Europe or in Asia. The real teachings of all the great men in the world have not been so much different, because, after all, men's thoughts come from their own conservativeness that is inside of them, not what is outside of them. Two men see the same things, and yet they think different thoughts. That is due to the character of the mind. Prophets the world over have had rather similar thoughts. The teachings of Buddha, Confucius, Christ, and the really great teachers of the world have been wonderfully alike, and where the doctrine came from has nothing whatever to do with it. My friend tells you in one breath that there is a small corner in my brain where I believe in non-resistance, and from that I have written this book. In the other, he tells you that he agrees with everything I have said. Now, if he agrees with all I have said on the subject of non-resistance and all its inferences, then all there is left is a question of definition. I do not care anything about his definition, nor my definition, and yet I think all men who have claimed to believe in it have given it the same definition. I have never read that it meant that one could not take a bath, or that one could not cure himself of a disease, or could not wear clean clothes. That has nothing to do with non-resistance. The doctrine of non-resistance is, as a doctrine, opposed to force, violence, and punishment, and is a doctrine which teaches that the law of love is the right law of human action rather than the law of hatred, vengeance, and punishment. You may say that you can carry this theory into plant and animal life, but all this is largely in the realm of speculation. A man believes many things as to society and as to human life that he cannot demonstrate, and that he can only see as visions before him of what he thinks a regenerated race will do or sometime become. You cannot apply it to all animal life, to all plant life, and to all human life, and say that if one individual should drop down into a society filled with strife and discord and combat, he can live an ideal life and will be governed by the rules which will one day govern the world. This fact in no way shows that this is the true rule of life, and in no way shows that the theory is the wrong theory. Society today, as ever, is a mixture of the life of individual men. It is a mixture of the good and the bad, broadly speaking. It is a mixture of cooperation and competition. It is a mixture of hatred and fear. It is a mixture of war and peace. The world has evolved from the lowest order. It is still evolving. Is there any doubt with anybody who believes in evolution that as the human race evolves, it will leave war, murder, and bloodshed out, and that it will cling to cooperation, peace, and harmony, and love? If it does not do this, it will not evolve. That is what evolution means. Neither man individually nor man mixed up in society is able to demonstrate or exemplify this. All he can do is to go toward it and be as sure as possible that he is on the right road and that so far as in him lies, he is helping the world to go the right road. Maybe there are inconsistencies in this philosophy. It may be there are inconsistencies in those who preach and talk it. Perhaps you can take some of my writings and find some that are inconsistent. I have talked too much to make it all consistent. But if you can find some inconsistent thing that I said, you would have no more right to say that makes the theory wrong than to say Benjamin Franklin was a lunatic because he thought that he could keep off lightning with a lightning rod. That was, of course, a part of the witchcraft of science. The theory is scarcely disputed by my friend. The theory, in all that it implies, is scarcely disputed. The theory has been promulgated as against the cruelty of society, as against the doctrine of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, which is prevalent. He tells you this is the Christian doctrine that I am teaching. I wish it was. That is, I wish the Christian doctrine was this doctrine. Did you ever hear a preacher who preached it? Did you ever hear of an Orthodox preacher who would not let go of the church before the jail? Would they give up punishment? Would they give up force? Don't they love the penitentiary more than the chapel? Did you ever know of one praying that a man should not be punished, or forgiving him his faults, or not criticizing him for what they considered his errors? It is not the doctrine of the Christian church at all. It is the opposite. But if it is not the doctrine of the Christian church, neither is it the doctrine of China or Japan, except of a few of the wise and great and good, who there, as everywhere, saw what the rulers of the world have never seen, who felt what the cruel have never felt, whose minds had the imagination to feel the sufferings of their fellow men, whose hearts were so tender as to make them feel the heart-throbs of the weak and poor and the suffering. But China, Japan, India, and the whole world have been ruled by hatred. They cut men's heads off in China. They send men to prison as punishment. The great religious teachers may have believed one thing, but their religious rulers have ever practiced another thing. Force is the essence of government. Every government upon the face of the earth has been over the protest of the weak and of the poor. Almost all men in jail believe in non-resistance. Anyway, they are generally not wise and great. They have not had the time and the money to be wise and great, but all of them have an instinctive feeling as they look back at their lives that they have had to do just as they have done. They might look at the facts that place them where they are and into every one of the devious places that they have trod down from their cradles to the present, and they can see thousands of circumstances which held them in the grasp and made them what they are. And they know that they are not to blame for their position. They know in their hearts that the whole theory of punishment is wrong. The whole theory, though it is the theory upon which the world goes today. If Brother Lewis has been converted to the theory of non-resistance in the penal code, I wish he would go to work and convert the rest of the world, for it needs it. There are only a few who have been converted to it. All the governments have been built upon it. What is true of jails and penitentiaries is true of the state. Men have practiced force. They seem to forget that in the thousand activities of human life, we go about our affairs automatically, that men turn to the right when they meet on the street, and that they go around each other the proper way. They live together automatically in most of the affairs of life, but they still seem to think that the great weight of the club and the great power of the jail and prison must be used or the state must fall to pieces. And so we build our armies and navies and make our penal statutes and our cruel punishments, and the whole world believes in them, and the whole world practices them. I believe, with my friend, that the great problem today is the problem of capital and labor. But how is that affected by the theory of non-resistance? Those who think that non-resistance is a milk and water theory have got another guess. It is not. I was talking the other day with a man who had been a colonel in the war. I said, I do not know how you could get up the courage to go up in the face of cannons and bayonets and take your life in your hands. He says, I did it because I was too big a coward to run away. And that is why most all men go to war. They are too big cowards to stay at home. That is why men fight. They are too big cowards not to fight. Do you think it is a brave man who fights, or is it the brave man who does not fight? I will show you 10,000 men who are willing to go up in the face of hostile cannon, or you cannot find one man who will take one stick of criticism in a daily newspaper. There is not anything on earth so cheap as physical courage. Why, even a bulldog can fight, but it has not got much brain. Fighting has nothing to do with the labor question or with the question of capital and labor. How is it applied to the question as it exists today? In order to change social conditions, you say you must get rid of the ruling class by force or some other way, one way or the other. Now, the weak are the poorest ones in the world to fight. They have no guns. The other fellow has them all. They have no organization. They have no chance in a fight. But they can fight. Working men of today can fight. If all of them would refuse to work, or the great majority would refuse to work, and enter into passive resistance, non-resistance, quit feeding the race. That is all you need to do. You cannot, of course. Wait until you can. You can get a small minority to arm themselves with brickbats and guns, and what happens? You are sending a small force, poorly armed and equipped, against all the power of the state, and you cannot succeed, and you have never succeeded. The only force that can win its determination, non-resistance, peaceable force. There is such a thing as peaceable force that is more forcible than forcible force. Let me give you a few illustrations. What makes life? The cold, hard, stern winter, or the sunshine and the warm rain of summer and the spring? The one means death and the other means life. Repression and death go together. Love and sunshine in life are born together. Do you want to change the conduct of men, whether grown individuals or children? Take a child and whip the child. Can you change his conduct? You may change his conduct, but can you change his heart? Conduct is only the outward manifestation of the inward individual. To change the individual, you must change the heart, and then the conduct must be free. Can you cure hatred with hatred? Everybody knows it in their own life. You may force men against their will to do certain things, but their hearts are a seething mass, waiting for a time when they may accomplish other things by violence. Do you think you can do something for a man by sending him to the penitentiary? Gentleness is the law that makes life. Cruelty and hatred and coldness is the law that makes death. The question of non-resistance or resistance means a choice between those two laws. End of Section 10, Darrow's second speech. Section 11 of Clarence Darrow Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marx versus Tolstoy, a debate, Clarence S. Darrow versus Arthur M. Lewis. Section 11, Part 4, Lewis's second speech. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Darrow, ladies and gentlemen, I wish it to be clearly understood that so far as I have said nothing intended to express any agreement with Mr. Darrow as to the merits of the theory of non-resistance, but I reassert that I have no fundamental dispute with my opponent on the subject of criminology. The scientific method of treating anything or any theory is the historical method. Many things which remained mysteries for centuries became amazingly simple once their origin became known. The question of origin is now generally regarded as the first and most important question in the treatment of any scientific subject. And my friend Darrow proposes to sweep it away by a jibe about pedigrees. Scientific students will form their own estimate of his astonishing assertion that where the doctrine came from has nothing to do with it. Mr. Darrow evidently believes that nobody ever supposed that Christianity, with its theory of non-resistance, meant the non-resistance of that form of evil called disease. The modern Christian will agree with Darrow. He is a believer in baths and sanitation, but it was not always so. The founders of his religion regarded disease as due to the possession of devils, as the New Testament amply shows. With them, medical science counted for nothing and was discouraged. Their only cure for disease was an appeal to a being who had power to compel the devils to vacate human and other bodies. Medical science has only reached even its present unsatisfactory position in the teeth of theological opposition, and the modern Christian has only accepted scientific theories of disease because they have been thrust upon him. The progress of knowledge, a progress that was bitterly fought by his historic church. Religious opposition to cleanliness and sanitation furnishes an instructive chapter in history, a chapter which my opponent has evidently left unread. One of the chief arguments in Mr. Darrow's last speech, as in his first, is his assumption that the theory of non-resistance is a modern product, a crown and flower of recent thought. The exact opposite is the truth. This theory belongs essentially to the ancient and primitive world. It has wide acceptance where evolution is unknown. It is as widely rejected in the modern Western world, where the theory of evolution is solidly established. Force, in the estimation of my opponent, is always bad. And here, I will think he is wide of the truth. I will freely concede, and if need be, maintain, that the force caused by a ruling class to oppress and rob a subject class is evil. This may be well described as aggression, and this class aggression is not a supposition. It is a central fact of present civilization. The question is, should this evil be resisted? I say yes. Such resistance is the life breath of human progress, and non-resistance, as I have already shown by my opponent's own pamphlet, would lead us back to the Dark Ages. I am, as a socialist, unalterably opposed to the aggression of a class, and a wholehearted believer in resistance to that aggression. If a despotic nation seeks to tyrannize over a neighboring people because the neighbor is giving dangerous example of the advantages of free institutions, While I would condemn the force so employed, I would applaud the force used by said neighbor if it should resist the tyranny. I am a believer in non-aggression, but opposed to the non-resistance of aggression. There is an important difference between non-aggression and non-resistance, a difference, however, which has played no part in the thinking of my opponent. One of the points in my opponent's position seems to him to defy any contradiction. This is whatever may be the practical shortcomings of his theory as a remedy for present evils, at least it is ideally correct and will be the governing principle in the more enlightened society of the future. I regret being obliged to disappoint any expectations he may have of my acquiescence to this proposition. It is highly probable that society will not for some time rid itself of all forms of evil, and of course the statement of the theory of non-resistance of evil implies existence of evil, which is or is not to be resisted. I cannot conceive of a society in the future adopting as a working principle so suicidal as a theory of the non-resistance of evil. Any society persisting in such a policy would eventually disappear in the struggle for existence. Unceasing resistance to evil in all its forms is the first condition of human progress. A long and profound acquaintance with the practice of law has taught my opponent certain rather clever methods of getting out of tight places. And so we are calmly informed that there is a kind of force that is not forcible, and certain forms of resistance that do not resist. Passive resistance, for example, is not resistance at all, despite its being called such. It seems to my non-legal intellect that force which is not forcible cannot properly be called force, and the quality of resisting must be present in all forms of resistance, whether it be called active or passive. Contradiction of terms may serve as argument in the courts, but not in this debate. It is a very excellent commandment which says, "Thou shalt not steal." Stealing is a form of aggression, especially when it is practiced by the strong against the weak, and the great bulk of stealing is of this order. Darrow will admit that the stealing by the ruling class of the wealth produced by the working class is real stealing, and he is no doubt as willing as I am to say that the ruling class, "Thou shalt not steal." But suppose they ignore the injunction. What shall we do? Shall we allow their stealing to go unresisted? Our only course, it seems to me, is to fall back on the principle enunciated by Carlyle, that there are two guilty parties in any theft, the thief and the victim. If the robber pays no heed to our protest, we must turn to the robbed worker and say, "Thou shalt not be stolen from." People who allow themselves to be robbed when they could prevent it by resisting have small claims to sympathy. One of the aspects of non-resistance which damns the theory in my estimation is that it is so thoroughly in harmony with the desires of the ruling class. I cannot conceive that tyrants of any kind could wish anything better than that the evil of their oppression should go unresisted. It hardly seems probable that the existing possessing class will give up without a bitter struggle, and a non-resistant working class would be doomed to perpetual slavery. Mr. Darrow seems to regard the state as having existed almost from all eternity. He regards it as a product of savagery. In this he is altogether mistaken. If the anthropologists are to be believed, the state is only about 5,000 years old, while primitive communism, which had no state, endured for approximately 100,000 years. The state dates from the breakup of communal property and the beginning of private property in land. The principle of private property was extended to all means and modes of production as they developed, and the state grew in power and importance as a consequence. Back of the state stands private property in the means of life. Capitalist property is the root from which the army, navy, and police systems come forth. The state is a citadel built around capitalist property. The state is the grand weapon wielded against the workers whenever they grow restless under their heavy burdens. Resistance to capitalist exploitation must begin at the state. The state as a class instrument must be wrested from the hands of its users, not to be used by its new owners to oppress others, but in order that it may be abolished. The abolition of the state is the historic task of the working class. This task can never be achieved by quiescence and non-resistance. It can only come as a result of long, hard struggle. This sense of the necessity for resistance is already part of the worker's mental processes. He cannot comprehend the meaning of non-resistance. The thing looks futile on the face of it. He must fight back at all costs. The unions are founded on this idea. The future of the working class depends upon its ability to successfully resist oppression. Liberty and struggle are inseparably linked together. A struggling, evil-resisting working class is indispensable to the future progress of the human race. End of section 11, Lewis' second speech. Section 12 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marx versus Tolstoy, a debate, Clarence Darrow versus Arthur Lewis. Section 12, Non-Resistance, Part 5, Darrow's third speech. I am not in the least interested in winning. It will make no difference to me who has the last speech or who wins. Now, it is very evident that my friend's definition of non-resistance and mine are not the same. Perhaps this will prevent this audience from getting its money's worth. I do not know. But if you get any ideas, it does not make any difference. I do not understand non-resistance to mean that you cannot fight disease or destroy bed bugs or take baths or indulge in passive resistance. I do not think that anybody ever preached or taught non-resistance understood such a thing. Now, if non-resistance does include it, then I do not fully believe in non-resistance. I do not propose to run a theory down a blind alley just to hang on to something. I think a man is not obliged to keep on working in order to practice non-resistance. He can sit down and rest if he wants to. And if all workmen chose to sit down and rest instead of working to satisfy the needs of the race, I would consider that was passive resistance or non-resistance. I am not in the least required to work. Neither will I admit that non-resistance is a religious doctrine, except as the word religion might mean something it has never meant in practice. It might mean an aspiration for a higher form of collective life, which it has never meant. It has always meant a scheme for saving man's soul. But in that sense, non-resistance has had nothing to do with it. Certainly, these monks were not non-resistant, because when the world was covered with the dark ages of religious belief and lack of intelligence, we had plenty of wars and plenty of Christianity. And the greatest wars the world has known have been fought on account of religious beliefs. Upon one side were the non-resistant Christians, and upon the other were the Mohammedans and other religious sects. It has never been any substantial part of the Christian religion. Now, of course, here and there great souls have been illumined with this thought and have taught it. But a religion is one thing, and a religious machine is quite another thing. And the religious machine has not only believed in resistance in this world, but in the other too, neither of which I believe in. Whether non-resistance leads to pessimism does not interest me in the least. At least it is an open question. I believe the world is divided into two classes, the pessimists and the weak-minded. I'm inclined to the pessimist side. But what that has to do with non-resistance, I do not know. My friend says that he believes in non-aggression, but not in non-resistance. My friend is not a lawyer, but he acts like one. When a couple of lawyers, 12 jurors, a judge, a bailiff, a lot of newspapers, and a religious public opinion send some poor devil to jail because he has stolen something, society says they are practicing resistance to evil, because the man is a thief. My friend says that society is practicing aggression. From society's standpoint, it is resistance to evil. It is dependent upon the standpoint. I believe that is aggression. Society is engaged in what it believes is resisting evil. They say, here is a man that has stolen something, violated some rule of the game, and we resist it by force and we punish it. They call it resisting evil and say it is wrong. It is wrong to commit aggression upon that man. If he stole, society is responsible, because under the arrangements of society, that is the best profession he can get. Or else you might say with Mr. Lewis that evolution is responsible for it, on account of the way it shaped the skull, and the shape of the skull made the brain direct what he did. In any event, to harm a hair on his head, to inflict any pain or suffering upon the man, is wrong, and not conducing to the highest moral and physical development of the human race. The theory of resistance and the practice of resistance, of visiting force and violence and suffering upon your fellow man, is an evil theory and can only produce evil results near and remote, wherever you may find it. He says, the commandment, thou shalt not steal, is no more sacred than the commandment, thou shalt resist stealing. It is just as incumbent on us not to permit stealing. True, under the moral code it is. But what are you going to do? Of course, nobody knows what stealing is. It is purely arbitrary. For a few men to fence off the earth, and for another man to go over inside the fence and take something away is stealing, under the rules of the game. It is stealing from one man's standpoint, but not from that of another. The man who fence off the earth, they say the man who comes over is the thief. Mr. Lewis says the fellow who goes there should resist the other man, and society says the man who fenced off the earth should resist the other man. It is a question of standpoint. If you admit either philosophy, then both have the right to resist, and it is a question of force and violence and punishment. And the question resolves down to this: under which way can justice be the best and easiest obtained? He says he believes in force for the working class. It has always been the same story since the world began, and will be so long as the world lasts. Who will win? Will it be the rulers, fitted and equipped with guns, ships, policemen, and with jails, always equipped for war? Or will it be the poor, the weak, and the disinherited, who have nothing to fight with? I would not be so much opposed to force if I thought it would win, but I have seen that game tried so often that I know better. I think that you cannot get justice that way. And suppose you could. Suppose the working class could turn society over, which they cannot, but suppose they could, and that they got the guns and cannons and swords, and they were the state, then what? Do you think they would do any better? I know them too well. Let me tell you. While the Socialist Party, I have nothing against that, except that there are not enough of them vote the ticket, while they cannot muster a corporal's guard. Every fellow wants to be the boss, and every fellow wants to make charges against every other fellow and talk about him, lie about him, and gossip about him worse than a lot of women in a sewing society, and use all kinds of tactics to defeat him. And if they were running society, they would not last as long as a snowball, not until they learned something. They would be just like the rest. They have got to learn that the whole campaign is wrong. They have got to learn that punishment is wrong, that resisting evil is wrong. They have got to learn the fundamental things: charity, humanity, brotherly love, which is the basis of all of it. Do you think all the trade unionists are angels? If you do, think it over again. They are not. There is a lot of them that are ignorant. Some of them are brutal, and some of them are grafters. Do you think if you stood society on its head and gave them the guns that all would be peace and harmony and loveliness? And that we would then practice non-aggression, if not non-resistance? No, you would be just where you were in the French Revolution, where as soon as they got rid of the heads of the nobility, they commenced cutting off each other's heads. It is what the whole thing leads to. It is the theory of life as applied to the practice of man, to the doctrine they believe, and the life they live. Do you believe in cruelty, in punishment? Do you use your tongue to condemn men and women? Do you use your efforts to get them in jail? Do you believe in punishment? If so, do you think your life and conduct conduces so well to civilization as the life and conduct of him who does not use his tongue and pen in that way? Or is the other theory right? Is the theory of love or hatred right? My friend is wrong when he says that all strife comes from capitalism. It lurks in the human heart. It is part of the savage. It is in the beast, from bear to man. You may go back to Egypt in the early scrolls and in their tombs and find the man with the spear and the savage fights as much as the civilized. War comes from the brute, and if civilization means anything, it means getting the brute out by teaching something higher. My friend talks much about evolution. Of course I believe in evolution. Everybody does nowadays who has any sense, and that is not so very many. Is evolution war, or is it peace? Is the tendency toward war or peace? Why, the higher the race goes upward, the more it cooperates. There is little cooperation in plant life. There is none except one to feed upon another. There is little cooperation in animal life, little in the lower orders of man. And what men of vision and insight and inspiration are hoping for is the time when the human race will thoroughly cooperate, when each person will not be seeking only his own good, but the good of every other man. Evolution will not be complete until war and strife and competition are banished, and cooperation and love and fellowship shall take its place. End of section 12, Darrow's third speech. Section 13 of Clarence Darrow's Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marx versus Tolstoy, a debate. Clarence S. Darrow versus author M. Lewis. Part 6, Lewis closing speech. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Darrow, ladies and gentlemen, we are now informed that non-resistance is not a religious theory. Perhaps Mr. Darrow does not regard the New Testament, from which he took his text this morning, as a religious book, or Jesus Christ, the chief advocate of the theory, as a religious character, or Christianity as a religion. whatever I may or may not have done, I have clearly shown this theory to be an integral part of the religious systems of the Orient. When working men are not satisfied with the terms offered by their employers, they must decide what is to be done. If they decide to stop working, their act is described by Darrow as an instance of non-resistance. Darrow's claim cannot be sustained. If the men decide not to resist their employers, they go on working. They only strike when they are determined on resistance, and in their estimation, the strike is a weapon used in a battle. My opponent can gain nothing by calling this passive resistance. So long as it is resistance of any kind, it belongs to my side of this argument. Mr. Darrow freely admits that society is the real aggressor in the case of the criminal, and the real evil is to be found in the behavior of society. The question of non-resistance here is, should the individual who is denied an opportunity to live honestly by vicious social laws respect those laws and die without protest? Or should he, claiming that life is above law, break through the meshwork and try to live despite the laws? According to the theory of non-resistance, the individual in question should die quietly. Even Catholic theology is superior to this. The Catholic Church has always held that a starving person should steal, both as a right and as a duty. True, Catholics have perhaps never encouraged the practice of this precept, except in the case of Cardinal Manning in the London dock strike. Darrow would be willing for the working class to adopt force if he thought it would succeed. This is a frank admission of the validity of the argument I presented in my opening speech. Christ believed in non-resistance because he saw the strength of Rome. Tolstoy took the same theory because the Russian autocracy seemed impregnable. Darrow follows them in theory because he believes that in a trial of strength the workers would inevitably be worsted by their masters. Once more, we see, this time by Darrow's confession, that the philosophy of non-resistance is the philosophy of despair. I believe in resistance. To me, the hope of the workers lies in the successful issue of the class struggle. Not the despairing Tolstoy, but the courageous Marx has grasped the principles which will carry the workers to their desired goal. The weakness of the working class is apparent rather than real. What the workers lack is not strength, but intelligence. The worker builds the cities, runs the locomotive and the steamship, maintains industry, and thereby feeds, clothes, and houses the inhabitants of the globe. Like Atlas, he carries the world on his shoulders. His strength is moreover steadily increasing. The capitalist class, on the other hand, is degenerating. The great capitalists were in many respects great men, but when their sons realize that they are beyond economic want by reason of Papa's millions, any strength or character that might have been forming oozes away, and they become stage-door Johnnies. The workers in the final struggle will not measure blades with the real organizers of industry, but with their purely parasitic, hair-brained, and nerveless descendants. Social evolution is paving the way for a new social order, an order in which there shall be no state because there will be no subject class to be kept down. That new order will owe its birth to the long travail of the working class. It will mark the culmination of a long story of resistance to the evils of class oppression. Then shall we close the first book of the history of the human race, a book saturated with the blood and tears of the workers of 1,000 generations. We shall open a new volume and begin to write the first chapter of human liberty. End of section 13, closing speech by Lewis. Section 14 of Clarence Darrow Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, Industrial Conspiracies, Part 1, by Clarence Darrow. Mr. Darrow said, "I feel very grateful to you for the warmth and earnestness of your reception. It makes me feel sure that I am amongst friends. If I had to be tried again, I would not mind taking a change of venue to Portland, although I think I can get along where I am without much difficulty." The subject for tonight's talk was not chosen by me, but was chosen for me. I don't know who chose it or just what they expected me to say, but there is not much in the name, and I suppose what I say tonight would be just about the same under any title that anybody saw fit to give. I am told that I am going to talk about industrial conspiracies. I ought to know something about them, and I won't tell you all I know tonight, but I will tell you some things that I know tonight. The conspiracy laws, you know, are very old. As one prominent laboring man said on the witness stand down in Los Angeles a few weeks ago, when they asked him if he was not under indictment and what for, he said he was under indictment for the charge they always made against working men when they hadn't done anything, conspiracy. And that is the charge they always make. It is the one they have always made against everybody when they wanted them, and particularly against working men, because they want them oftener than they do anybody else. When they want a working man for anything except in work, they want him for conspiracy. And the greatest conspiracy that is possible for a working man to be guilty of is not to work. A conspiracy the other fellows are always guilty of. The conspiracy laws are very old. They were very much in favor in the Star Chamber days in England. If any king or ruler wanted to get rid of someone, and that someone had not done anything, they indicted him for what he was thinking about. That is, for conspiracy. And under it they could prove anything that he had ever said or did, and anything that anybody else ever said or did to prove what he was thinking about, and therefore that he was guilty. And of course, if anybody was thinking, it was a conspiracy against the king. For you can't think without thinking against a king. The trouble is, most people don't think. Therefore, they are not guilty of conspiracy. The conspiracy laws in England were especially used against working men. And in the early days, not much more than 100 years ago, for one working man to go to another and suggest that he asked for higher wages was a conspiracy punishable by imprisonment. For a few men to come together and form a labor organization in England was a conspiracy. It is not here. Even the employer is willing to let you form labor organizations if you don't do anything but pass resolutions. But the formation of unions in the early days in England was a conspiracy, and so they used to meet in the forests and in the rocks and in the caves and waste places and hide their records in the earth, where the informers and detectives and Burns men of those days could not get hold of them. It used to be a crime for a working man to leave the county without the consent of the employer, and they never gave their consent. They were bought and sold with the land. Some of them are now. It reached that pass in England after labor unions were formed that anything they did was a conspiracy, and to belong to one was practically a criminal offense. These laws were not made by Parliament. Of course, they were not made by the people. No law was ever made by the people. They are made for the people. And it does not matter whether the people have a right to vote or not, they never make the laws. These laws, however, were made by judges, the same officials who make the laws in the United States today. We send men to the legislature to make law, but they don't make them. I don't care who makes a law, if you will let me interpret it. I would be willing to let the Steel Trust make a law if they would let me tell what it meant after they got it made. That has been the job of the judges, and that is the reason the powerful interests of the world always want the courts. They let you have the members of the legislature and the alderman and the constable if they can have the judges. And so in England, the judges by their decisions tied the working man hand and foot until he was a criminal if he did anything but work, as many people think he is today. He actually was at that time, until finally Parliament, through the revolution of the people, repealed all these laws that judges had made, wiped them all out of existence, and did, for a time at least, leave the working man free. And then they began to organize, and it has gone on to that extent in England today that labor organizations are as firmly established as Parliament itself, much better established there than here. We in this country got our early laws from England. We took pretty much everything that was bad from England and left most that was good. At first, when labor organizations were started, they had a fair chance. They were left comparatively free, but when they began to grow, the American judges got busy. They got busy with injunctions, with conspiracy laws, and there was scarcely anything that a labor organization could do that was not an industrial conspiracy. Congress took a hand, not against labor, but to illustrate what I said about the difference between making a law and telling what the law means. We might refer to the act which was considered a great law at the time of its passage, a law defining conspiracy and combinations in reference to trade, the Sherman Antitrust Law. In the meantime, the combinations of capital had grown so large that even respectable people began to be afraid of them. Farmers and other who never learn anything until everybody else has forgotten it, they began to be afraid of them. They found the great industrial organizations of the country controlling everything they used. One powerful organization owned all the oil there was in the United States. Another handful of men owned all the anthracite coal there was in the United States. A few men owned all the iron mines in the United States. And the people began to be alarmed about it. And so they passed a law punishing conspiracies against trade. The father of the law was Senator Sherman of Ohio. The law was debated long in Congress and the Senate. Every man spoke of it as a law against the trusts and monopolies, conspiracies in restraint of trade and commerce. Every newspaper in the country discussed it as that. Every labor organization so considered it. Congress passed it, and the president signed it, and then an indictment was found against a corporation, and it went to the Supreme Court of the United States for the Supreme Court to say what the law meant. Of course, Congress can't pass a law that you and I can understand. They may use words that are only found in the primer, but we don't know what they mean. Nobody but the Supreme Court can tell what they mean. Everybody supposed this law was plain and simple and easily understood, but when they indicted a combination of capital for a conspiracy in restraint of trade, the Supreme Court said this law does not apply to them at all, that it was never meant to fit that particular case. So they tried another one, and they indicted another combination engaged in the business of cornering markets, engaged in the business of trade, rich people, good people. It means the same thing. And the Supreme Court decided that this law did not fit their case, and everyone began to wonder what the law did mean anyhow. After a while, there came along the strike of a body of laboring men, the American Railway Union. They didn't have a dollar in the world altogether because they were laboring men and they were not engaged in trade. They were working, but they hadn't found anything else that the Sherman Antitrust Act applied to. So they indicted Debs and his followers for conspiracy in restraint of trade, and they carried this case to the Supreme Court. I was one of the attorneys who carried it to the Supreme Court. Most lawyers only tell you about the cases they win. I can tell you about some I lose. A lawyer who wins all his cases does not have many. Debs was indicted for a conspiracy in restraint of trade. It is not quite fair to say that I lost that case, because he was indicted, and fearing he might get out of the indictment, the judge issued an injunction against him. The facts were the same as if a man were suspected of killing somebody, and a judge would issue an injunction against him for shooting his neighbor, and he would kill his neighbor with a pistol shot, and then they would send him to jail for injuring his clothes, for violating an injunction. Well, they indicted him, and they issued an injunction against him for the same thing. Of course, we tried the indictment before a jury, and that we won. You can generally trust a part of a jury anyhow, and very often all of them. But the court passed on the injunction case, and while the facts were just the same and the law was just the same, the jury found him innocent. But the court found him guilty, and Judge Wood said that he had violated the injunction. Then we carried it to the Supreme Court on the ground that the Sherman Antitrust Law, which was a law to punish conspiracies in restraint of trade, was not meant for labor unions, but it was meant for people who are trading, just as an ordinary common man would understand the meaning of language. But the Supreme Court said we didn't know anything about the meaning of language, and that they had at last found what the Sherman Antitrust Law meant, and it was to break up labor unions. And they sent Mr. Debs to jail under that law, and nobody, excepting someone connected with the union, had ever been sent to jail under that law, and probably never will be. So, of course, even the employer, the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, and the Steel Trust, even they would be willing to let the socialists go on the legislature and make the laws, as long as they can get the judges to tell what the law means. For the courts are the bulwarks of property rights, and property interests, and they always have been. I don't know whether they always will be. I suppose they will always be, because before a man can be elected a judge, he must be a lawyer. They did patch up the laws against combinations in restraint of trade. Even the fellows who interpreted it were ashamed of it, and they fixed it up so they might catch somebody else. And they brought a case against the Tobacco Trust. And after the long argument of years of delay, the Supreme Court decided on the Tobacco Trust, and they decided that this was a combination in restraint of trade. But they didn't send anybody to jail. They didn't even fine them. They gave them 6 months not in jail, but 6 months in which to remodel their business so it would conform to the law, which they did. But plug tobacco is selling just as high as it ever was, and higher. They brought an action against the Standard Oil Trust, Mr. Roosevelt's enemy. That is what he says. They brought an action against the Standard Oil Trust to dissolve the trust, and they listened patiently for a few years. The Supreme Court is made up of old men, and they have got lots of time. And after a few years, they found out what the people had known for 25 years, that it was a trust, and they so decided that this great corporation had been a conspiracy in restraint of trade for years, had been fleecing the American people. I don't suppose anybody would have brought an action against them, excepting that they had a corner on gasoline, and the rich people didn't like to pay so much for gasoline to run their automobiles. They found out that the Standard Oil Company was guilty of a conspiracy under the Sherman antitrust law, and they gave them 6 months in which to change the form of their business, and Standard Oil stock today is worth more than it ever was before in the history of the world, and gasoline has not been reduced in price nor anything else that they have to sell. There never has been an instance since that law was passed where it has ever had the slightest effect upon any combination of capital. But under it, working men are promptly sent to jail, and it was passed to protect the working man and the consumer against the trusts of the United States. So, you see, it does not make much difference what kind of law we make, as long as the judges tell us what it means. The Steel Trust has not been hurt. They are allowed to go their way, and they have taken property which at the most is worth $300 million, and have capitalized it and bonded it for $1.5 billion, or $5 for everyone that it represents. And the interest and dividends which have been promptly paid year after year have come from the toil and the sweat and the life of the American working man. And nobody interferes with the Steel Trust, at least nobody but the direct action men. The courts are silent, the state's attorneys are silent, the governors are silent, all the officers of the law are silent, while a great monster combination of crooks and criminals are riding roughshod over the American people. But it is the working man who is guilty of the industrial conspiracy. They and their friends are the ones who are sent to jail. It is the powerful and the strong who have the keys to the jails and penitentiaries, and there is not much danger of their locking themselves in jail and penitentiaries. The working men never did have the keys. Their business has been to build them and to fill them. There have been other industrial conspiracies, however, which are the ones that interest me most, and it is about these and what you can do about them, and what you can't do about them, that I wish to talk tonight. The real industrial conspiracies are by the other fellow. It is strange that the people who have no property have been guilty of all the industrial conspiracies, and the people who own all the earth have not been guilty of any industrial conspiracy. It is like our criminal law. Nearly all of the laws are made to protect property. Nearly all the crimes are crimes against property. And yet, only the poor go to jail. That is, all the people in our jails have committed crimes against property, and yet they have not got 1 cent. The people outside have so much property, they don't know what to do with it, and they have committed no crime against property. So, with the industrial conspiracies, those who are not in trade or commerce are the ones who have been guilty of a conspiracy to restrict trade and commerce, and those who are in trade and commerce that have all the money have not been guilty of anything. Their business is prosecuting other people so they can keep what they have got and get what little there is left. But there are real industrial conspiracies. They began long ages ago, and they began by direct action, when the first capitalist took his club and knocked the brains out of somebody who wanted a part of it for himself. That is direct action. They got the land by direct action. They went out and took it. If anybody was there, they drove them off or killed them, as the case might be. It is only the other fellow that can't have direct action. They got their title to the earth by direct action. Of course, they have swapped it more or less since, but the origin is there. They just went out and took possession of it, and it is theirs. And the strong have always done it. They have reached out and taken possession of the earth. A few men today can control all the industry and do control all of the industry of this country. A dozen men sitting around the table in a big city can bring famine if they wish. They can paralyze the wheels of industry from one end of the United States to the other, and the prosperity of villages, cities, and towns, and the wages of its people depends almost entirely upon the wills of a dozen men. They have taken the mines, and all the coal there is in the United States, or practically all, is controlled today by a few railroad companies who can tell us just what we must pay, and if we are not willing to pay it, we can freeze. And we respect private property so much that we will stand around and freeze rather than take the coal that nature placed in the earth for all mankind. All the iron ore in the United States that is worth taking is owned and controlled by the Steel Trust, one combination with a very few men managing the business. Not more than half a dozen absolutely controlling it have their will, and nobody can have any iron ore, or mold it, or use it, excepting at the will of a few people who have taken possession of what nature placed there for all of us, if we were wise enough to use it and understand it. And the great forests of the United States, what is left of them, and there is not so very much left, we are unwise people. We pass laws now for the protection of timber in the United States, so it won't be destroyed too fast, and at the same time, we put a tariff duty of $2 a thousand on lumber that comes from somewhere else, so that it will be destroyed at a high price. We are the wisest set of people of any land that the sun ever shone upon. And if you don't believe it, ask Roosevelt when he comes here. A few men control what is left of the forests. A few men and a few great corporations have taken the earth, what is good of it. They have left the arid lands, the desert and the mountain, which nobody can use, the desert for sand heaps and the mountains for scenery. They are now taxing the people to build reservoirs so that the desert will blossom, and after it begins to blossom, they will take that. And even if they don't own the land, they own all the ways there are of getting to it, and they are able to take from the farmer just so much of his grain as they see fit to take. And so far as the farmer is concerned, I wish they would take it all, because he always has been against the interests of every man that toils, including himself. And they are able to say to the working men engaged in industry just how much of his product they will take, and from him they take just enough to leave him alive. They have got to leave him alive, or he can't work, and they have got to leave him enough strength and ambition to propagate his species, or the rich people can't get their work done in the next generation. And that is all that they are bound to leave him. They own the railroads, the mills, and the factories, and all the tools and implements of trade and commerce, and the working man has only one thing to sell. That is his labor, his life. And he has to sell that to the highest bidder. In Section 14, Part 1. Section 15 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15, Industrial Conspiracies, Part 2, by Clarence S. Darrow. There are only a few of these men who own the earth and all of its fullness. There are millions and millions of the people who do the work, and if you can keep these millions and millions disorganized and competing with each other, they will keep wages down themselves without any help from the bosses. On the other hand, there are so few men who own the earth and the tools that they find it perfectly easy to combine with each other and regulate the price of their products. And they have learned better than to compete, and there is no way for the wit of man to make and interpret any law which will ever set them to competing again. They have managed to control the price of their products and charge whatever they see fit, and all they need is to buy their raw material in the open markets of the world as cheaply as they can. And labor is the principal raw material that they use. So, of course, they want free trade in labor and protection in commodities, and they have always had it. And our wise Americans, that are the marvel of the day, including the working people, have cheerfully given them protection in the commodities that they sell and free trade in the labor which they buy. And they thought by protecting the steel trust, so there can't be any foreign competition, that it will make the steel trust so rich that they can afford to pay high prices to their working men. It is one thing to make a man rich enough so he can afford to pay high wages. It is another thing to make him pay. So the employer and the capitalist have combined in all industry, and they fix the price to suit themselves and insist that the working men shall come to them individually and unorganized and compete with each other for a day's labor, so they can buy labor at the smallest cost. And if perchance there are not working men enough here, they want the ports of the world open so they can draw on China or Japan or any other country on the face of the earth and get working men there to work for them at the smallest price. The game is simple and easy. It seems as if it were simple enough for an American farmer to understand, but he doesn't. Now, the original conspiracy, industrial conspiracy, has been on the part of the strong to take the earth, and they have got it. They own it, and all they need now is to get enough working men and women at low enough price to make them as much wealth as they want. It is pretty hard to fill that market. They want so much. But that is all they need. And the conspiracy on the other side of the working men of the United States is the same conspiracy as the conspiracy of the working men of the world, and it has only one object. Quote, "We may temporize, we may be content with a little, we may stop at half measures, but in the end it only has one object, and that is for the workers of the world to take back the earth that has been taken from us." Close quote. Take it back and have all the products of their toil, not part of it, but all of it. Now, it is a long road. It is a universal, worldwide conspiracy by the intelligent working people and by their friends the world over to get back the earth that has been stolen by direct action. Now, no one who understands this question wants anything less, and the employer is right when he says if working men are permitted to organize, they won't stop with that, and they won't. You may place every lawyer on the bench, and you may place a jail in every block and a penitentiary in every ward, and the working men won't stop. If they will, they deserve to be working men forever. The employer understands that if working men organize, something will be doing, and so he does not believe in organization. Sometimes he says he does, but he does not. If working men must organize, then the right thing is to keep them as quiet as they can, to turn their labor meetings into prayer meetings. They are entirely harmless. They don't help the people who pray, and the Lord has always been so far away from the working man that it doesn't bother him either. They are willing even, as I have said, to let them pass resolutions, but that is about the limit. They understand that one thing leads to another, and if they concede higher wages today, next year they will want another raise, and so they will. There is no danger of raising it too high for a long while to come. And if they concede shorter hours today, next year they may want them shorter still. Everybody is working for shorter hours, especially the people who don't work, and they are all working for bigger pay, even those who get all there is. They want more. And of course there will be no stopping. There will be no end to the demand until we get it all, and that is a long way off. And the question is how? And that is not so easy. It is easier to tell how you can't get it than to tell you how you can get it. It is easier to tell how you haven't got it than how you are going to get it. There is another thing that they are fairly well satisfied with. They don't worry much about voting. They have been satisfied to let all the men vote, and they have still kept their property. They will be satisfied to let all the women vote, and they will still keep their property. Voting has not done very much. We have been practicing at it for more than 100 years, and it is a nice little toy to keep people satisfied. But that is all that it has done so far. Of course, here and there we have been able to pass a few laws. For instance, we have statutes which forbid women from working in a factory more than 10 hours a day. Now we have done something. We have statutes forbidding men to labor more than a certain number of hours a day. That is, people like to work. They love it so dearly that you have to pass a law to keep a working man from working. When we pass laws to keep men and women from work, it ought to show the stupidest mind that there is something terribly wrong with the industrial conditions under which we live. If men had a chance to work and get all the proceeds of their work, you would not have to pass laws to keep them from working. They would stop soon enough. And if every man could employ his own labor and receive the full product of his toil, it would make no difference how hard your neighbor worked. It would not hurt you in the least, and you could let him work himself to death if he wanted to. The only difficulty is under the patchwork industrial system of today, there are a few men own all the earth and all the factories and mills, and are compelled to sell their products to the working man. They give him such a small share of that product that the working men haven't anything to buy it with. They can't buy it back, so there's not enough work to go around. And for that reason, we are tinkering up this old system of laws to keep people from working, and we pass a law to limit the number of hours that a man can work, and to limit the number of hours that a woman can work, and to limit the age at which a little child can be fed into a factory or a mill. Do you suppose that the fatherhood and the motherhood of the people of the United States is not of a high enough grade so they would not send their children to a factory or a mill if there was any way to avoid it? And do you think under any fair system of industry in life we would ever need a law to keep children out of a factory or a mill? We have managed to pass some laws to require safety appliances in factories and in mills and upon the railroads. For instance, to put a guard on a buzz saw so that a working man can't saw his hand instead of sawing the wood. But if a working man had any chance to employ his labor and get what he produced, he would not be fooling with a buzz saw, and there would be no need of it, and he would look out for the safety of the machines himself and do it a greater deal better than the government ever did it, or can ever possibly do it. So we have done everything and tried everything, excepting to strike at the root of any evil and accomplish something of great value. We have even passed laws excluding the Chinaman and the Jap from the United States. That is, we love our own people so dearly that we won't let the Chinaman or the Jap do the work for them. We want our people to have all the work, and they want to come here and volunteer to do it. We won't let them, for work is a blessing under the present industrial system. We have to work. If we stop, we starve. Now, I could imagine a system, and it seems to me that most all of you could imagine a system that was so fair and so just and so equal that if anybody of philanthropic heathens would agree to come over here and do our work for us, we would go and play golf or run automobiles whilst they were doing it. But with a condition of life where a few men have it all, and the rest can only live if they have the work to do, why, no one can do it for us. We have got to do it ourselves. We don't even allow a machine to do it, For every time we get the machine to do the work, it takes the place of a man or two or more, and they go out to beg or tramp or starve, as the case may be. We have got a wonderful system of industry and industrial life. If anybody ever invented it, which they didn't, he must have been standing on his head and drunken at the same time he did it. And now, what are we going to do about it? We have the great mass of men living upon the will of a few and taking what they can get, and we have got to get back the earth. A small job, some people would say. Well, if you have got to get it back, why don't you go and take it? Well, we don't. Some people say we have got to vote it back, and some say we have got to get it back through labor organizations, and some say we have got to have a good deal more than that. I don't know, but I want to say some things about political action. If we are going to get at it in that way, we first had better understand the size of the contract, and there are a great many people who don't. We have been voting a long time, and we have a democracy. Anybody can vote, every man past 21. If we are not doing well enough, we are going to let the women vote. Then, if we don't do any better, we will let the children vote, and then we will get somewhere. If we are going to get out of this muss by voting, why, let's have a little of it. We had better have an election every day, because if we can do it that way, it is about the simplest thing there is. But we have been working at it a long while, and we are getting worse all the time. In the first place, how many of us understand our system of government? We hear people talk about it on the 4th of July, and they run for an office in the fall. The most glorious system ever invented by the wit of man. I want to say that it is about the craziest system that was ever conceived in the brain of man. Our system of government never was conceived in the brain of man, because no man or combination of men were ever foolish enough and weak enough to conceive them. It is a system of blunders. If you would elect for the next 100 years a president as wise as Roosevelt, you would not move a peg. Let me just tell you why. Suppose we want to pass a law. As I have said before, we pass little fool laws, and nobody pays much attention to them. They don't hurt anybody, and they let them go. But suppose we want to pass a law of substance, if there is any such thing as a law of substance. Suppose we want to do it, something affecting the fundamental rights. Now, how are we going to get at it? 125 years ago and more, a body of men, very wise for their day and generation, met to form the Constitution. They had just been indulging in a little direct action against England. They could have sent members to Parliament up to now, and we would have still been British subjects. I don't know how as we would have been any worse off if we had been. But they got at it simply and directly, and so they won our American independence. I don't know when it was lost, but they won it, and the first thing they did was to have a constitution. You can't do anything without a constitution. You have got to have a good constitution to get anywhere. And so they got together, a body of men, John Hancock and some other penmen, and they wrote a constitution. Now, what is a constitution? Why, it is just the same as if a boy 21 years of age would say, well, now I have become of age and I am wise, and I'm going to write out a constitution to cover the rest of my life. And when I am 40, I can't do anything that is unconstitutional. There wasn't a railroad 125 years ago. There wasn't a steam engine. There wasn't a flying machine, of course, nor an automobile. Nobody knew anything about electricity except what came down from the clouds, and they were busy dodging it. There were few machines. There was just a body of farmers, that's all. And they wrote about the Constitution. And there it is. It didn't apply to the industrial conditions of today, for they didn't know anything about the industrial conditions of today. But they imagined that they were so wise that lest people 125 years ago later would think they knew more, they would tie things up so that we could not make a fool of ourselves to the third or fourth generation after they were dead. And so they wrote down a constitution which meant that whatever the American people wanted to do 100, or say 200, or 500 years afterward, they would not have to do it unless it agreed with the Constitution that had already been written down, or unless they changed it. Well, now, that was a wise piece of business so far, wasn't it? But that is only the beginning of it. Then they organized this government into separate states. I don't know how many there are now. They're hatching some new ones all the time. But every state was independent in a way, and in a way it was united with all the rest. Nobody knows just how much independence there is and how much union there is. Nobody knows but the judges, and they only know in the particular case. They can say, this goes or this does not go. And nobody can tell them until they get there. What comes within the state province and what comes within the national province, nobody knows, nor ever did know. The states are individual and separate to make laws for themselves. Each one of them has a law factory of their own, and they are all busy. And the United States government has another big law factory, and they have all been grinding out laws for 100 years, and not only that, but the courts have been telling us what they mean and what they don't mean, so it has been kept pretty busy for the lawyer. Then they decided that they should have a Congress, which consisted of the Senate, where men were selected for 6 years, not by the people, but by state legislatures, and a Congress, where men were elected for 2 years by the people. But these congressmen elected for 2 years didn't take their seat for a year after they were elected, and time to forget all about the issue on which they were elected. And not satisfied with that, they had to have a Supreme Court to tell us what Congress or the Senate meant. And the Supreme Court was appointed for life and not beholden to anybody. And they are generally about 100 years old apiece. And then they had a president who was elected for 4 years and who had a right to veto anything the Congress and the Senate saw fit to pass. And if he voted it, you could not pass it except by a 2/3 majority of both houses. And there you have got it, so far as the United States government is concerned. But that is not nearly all. So if you want to pass some important law, let's see what you have to do. Of course, little laws don't count, for you can't keep up a factory unless you do something. Pass laws 1 year and repeal them the next, or some little thing like that to save the job. But take an important thing, an issue coming up from the people, one ultimately meaning taking of the earth. Nothing else is important. It may be in one form or another, but it must have that purpose, or it won't be important, because you can't regulate things that belong to other people very successfully. You've got to get it yourselves. Now let's see what you have got to do. In the first place, you must elect a Congress, and the Congress does not take its seat for a year after they are elected. And then they run up against the United States Senate, holding 6-year terms, and 1/3 of them passing away each 2 years. None of them is elected upon the issue upon which Congress were elected, mostly old men and generally rich men, rich enough to get the job. Now you've got to get the law through Congress and through the Senate both, which is well nigh impossible if it is a law of any consequence. And then here comes a president who is elected by the people for 4 years, and he must sign it. And if Congress and the Senate or the president refuses, then you can't do it, excepting if the president refuses, then you have got to get 2/3 of both the houses, which is impossible if the law amounts to anything, and then you have only begun. If you should happen to get all these three at once, which we never did and never will on anything very important, because the claws are all cut out of any bill before it ever gets very far, then you have only begun. There then is this document, this sacred document, which comes down from Mount Sinai 125 years ago, the Constitution. And you lay down the law beside the Constitution and see whether it is unconstitutional or not. And of course, you could not tell. You would not know anything about it. Congress could not tell. The Senate could not tell. The President could not tell. There is only one tribunal that could tell, and that is the Supreme Court. End of section 15, Industrial Conspiracies, Part 2. Section 16 of Clarence Darrow Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Industrial Conspiracies, Part 3, by Clarence S. Darrow. And while the Constitution fills about 10 pages, the interpretation of the Constitution will fill 100 volumes or more. And the Constitution is not what is written in 10 pages, but it is what is written in the decisions of the judges covering over 100 years. And they don't always agree at that, which makes some of them right. If they all agreed, probably none of them would be right. So, if you should ever succeed in getting a law past Congress with its 2-year term, and the Senate with its 6, and the President with his 4, any of whom may block it and will, if it is important, then you have got to pass it to these wise judges who are not elected at all and who have no interests with the people because they are holding their office for life, and they have been there so long and gotten so old that they don't understand any of the new questions anyhow and could not, and who have the conservatism of age anyway, and they have got to decide whether that law is constitutional or not. And before they have decided it, and before it has run the gauntlet of all of them, even if they decided it right, you would not need the law. The law would be dead, but you must combine on all these 4 things before you can accomplish anything. And that is not all. Then you must decide whether the law is within the province of the state or the nation, whether it is state business or whether it is national business. And most of our laws are state laws, and when we get back to the state, we find the same old story. Wonderful wisdom. Here is first a constitution, which is nothing except, as I illustrated, a boy 21 years old swears he won't know any more when he is 50, and that kind of a boy generally does not. And we have a legislative body to make laws, composed of a House and a Senate, 2 bodies, one not being wise enough to make them themselves, and we have a governor with a veto and a Supreme Court to say whether the law is constitutional or not. The same thing in the state and the same thing in the nation. Then we have got to see whether it is in the province of the nation or the state. And you see, it is next to impossible to ever get a constitutional law that amounts to anything, and we have never done it. But, they say, this is a country where people vote, and if you don't like the law, why change it? If you don't vote, there would be some excuse for direct action. But as long as you vote, you can change the law. The trouble is you can't change it. You haven't got a chance. How can you change one of these laws that are important? How can you appeal to the people, first of all, and change it with the people? And next, how could you possibly elect a Congress and a Senate and a President and a Supreme Court all at once that ever would make any substantial change or ever did? Well, they say, if the Constitution fetters you too much, why change the Constitution? The Constitution provides that it can be changed, and so it does, but how? You can change the Constitution of the United States. You could change Mount Hood, but it would still take a pile of shovels. You could change Mount Hood a great deal easier. It could be done. The law provides that if you pass a law through Congress and the Senate, and it is signed by the President to change the Constitution, you may submit it to the people. And if 3/4 of all the states in the Union consent to it, why, you can change it. What do you think of that? Do you suppose there is any power on earth that ever could get a law through Congress and the Senate, approved by the Senate, and then get 3/4 of the individual states in the Union to approve it? You and your children and your children's children would die while you are doing it. The best proof of that is the fact that we have had a Constitution for 125 years, and the Lord knows it needs patching. It needs something worse. It needs abolishing worse than anything else. If anybody does want to tinker with voting, the first thing necessary is to get rid of the Constitution. We have had one for 125 years with a provision for changing it. It has needed change. It needs it all the while, and yet it has never been changed but once. They passed several amendments all in a heap. And what were those? Those were amendments growing out of the Civil War, and they didn't permit any of the southern states to vote. They just ran them over their heads, and they were all amendments protecting the Negroes after enfranchisement. And those are the only amendments we have had in 125 years, and it took a war to get those considerable direct action. Why, if a body of ingenious men had gotten together to make the framework of a government to absolutely take from the people all the power they possibly could, they could not have contrived anything more mischievous and complete than our American form of government. Russia is easy and simple compared with this. If you did happen to get a progressive, kindly, sympathetic, humane czar, which you probably won't, but if you did, you could change all the laws of Russia, and you could change them right away and get something. But if you got the wisest and kindest and most sympathetic man on earth at the head of our government, he could not do anything. Or if you filled Congress with them, they could not do anything. Or the Senate, they could not. And the Supreme Court could not. You would have to fill them all at once, and then they would have to override all the precedents of 125 years to accomplish it. The English government is simplicity itself compared to it. As compared with ours, it is as direct as a convention of the IWW. The English people elect a parliament, and when some demand comes up from the country for different legislation which reaches Parliament and is strong enough to demand a division in Parliament, and the old majority fails, Parliament is dissolved at once, and you go right straight back to the people and elect a new Parliament upon that issue, and they go at once to Parliament and pass a law, and there is no power on earth that can stop them. The king hasn't any more to say about the laws of England, nor any more power than a floor manager of a charity ball would have to say about it. He is just an ornament, and not much of an ornament at that. The House of Lords is comparatively helpless, and they never had any constitution. There never was any power in England to set aside any law that the people made. It was the law, plain and direct and simple, and you might get somewhere with it. But we have built up a machine that destroys every person who undertakes to touch it. I don't know how you are ever going to remedy it. Nothing short of a political revolution, which would be about as complete as the deluge, could ever change our laws under our present system in any important particular. But while anybody is voting, they had better vote the right way if they can find it out. If they can't, it is just as well not to vote. They had better vote for some working man's candidate and be counted as long as you are doing it. Still, any benefit that must come anywhere in the near future must come some other way. Working men have not raised their wages by it. They have not shortened their hours by it. They haven't improved the condition of life by it. It has been all done some other way. All of this has been accomplished by trade unionism, by organization. If you can organize working men sufficiently so that they may make their demands strong enough, you can accomplish something in all of these directions. But our political institutions are such that before you could get anything like a political revolution, you need an industrial revolution. And then we come to face some of the problems of today. And I want to speak a little about that. I have talked to you about as long as I ought to tonight, but I want to say something about some matters that perhaps are closer home than those. We find the American working man bound by the law, as I have said, and everything taken from him. He can't do anything by voting. The courts are almost always against him for the simple reason that courts are made from lawyers, generally prominent lawyers and well-known lawyers. In almost every instance, these lawyers have been corporation lawyers. Their instincts are that way. Their beliefs are that way, and their training and heredity are that way, and they are not with the poor. In order to be a lawyer, you must spend considerable time, if not studying, at least you must spend it not working. You can't work while you are becoming a lawyer, and you won't work afterward. It takes 8 or 10 years schooling at least. That is one reason why a lawyer says he should have big fees. It takes them so long to learn the trade. That is, the poor people support a lawyer so long while he is preparing that they ought to support him better while he is practicing. Because a fellow studying to be a lawyer or doctor or a minister, I don't know what they study to be a minister, but I suppose they do, has got to be living while he is studying, and somebody must take care of him. To take care of him while he is learning, after he gets it learned, he takes care of himself. So the judges are not on your side. They don't look at things the way you do. They are trained differently. If they were picked out of your trade councils, they would look at them differently, and they could decide cases differently. Everything is in habit, and the environment, and the training, and they are all the time fashioning the law against you. Then what? Working men find themselves hedged about wherever they turn. They can't employ themselves. Somebody has got the earth. They can't mine ore. Somebody owns it. They can't get the steel to do the work with themselves. They have got to buy it off somebody. They can't do the work except for wages. The employer does it, and the employer insists upon competition in labor, and working men are constantly fighting each other. Everybody admits that the system must change, that the laws must change. They can't change them by political action, and the injustice goes on and on and on. They find children taken from school and put in factories and mills. Their children, not the children of the rich, but the children of the poor. The rich love their children so much that they won't put them in factories and mills. Only the children of the poor are put in factories and mills, which shows that mother love is not the same with poor people as it is with rich people. Still, the poor people have all the children anyway, so there are enough. They are good to the rich, and they have the children for them. They find that the life of a poor man is only about 2/3 as that of a rich man. A man dies because he is poor. A lawyer or preacher or a doctor can take care of himself. But the working man dies because he is poor. Lots of gray-headed lawyers and preachers and bankers and doctors, but there are not so very many gray-haired working men. That is lucky for them, too, because they would have to go to the poorhouse. Maybe they will get old age pensions sometimes. It is always safe and economical to give working men old age pensions because they never reach old age. They find themselves ground up by all kinds of machinery, ground to death under car wheels, sawed into pieces in factories and mills, falling from 10 and 12-story buildings, picked up off the ground just one big splatter of blood and bones. They know these conditions are wrong, and they can't change them. And the people who have control of it are squeezing them tighter and tighter all the time. And they don't know which way to turn. And which way do they turn? They try voting. They don't accomplish it. They try organization, and that is very hard. They try direct action, and that is hard too. You wonder that they try it. Now, a great many people condemn the McNamaras. A great many working people condemn them. I don't say that the working people ever need to resort to force or even should resort to force, but it is not for me to condemn anybody who believes they should. I know that the progress of the human race is one long, bloody story of force and violence, and from the time man got up on his hind legs and looked at the world in the face, he has been fighting. And fighting and fighting for all the liberty and the opportunity that he has had. I think the time will come when he can stop. Perhaps it has come, and no one hates cruelty and force and violence more than I hate it. But don't let them ever tell you that all the force has been on our side. It never has been. Most of all, it has been with them. They are the ones who have the force, who have the power. Why are these standing armies and navies, and more than that, the militias, building their armories in every great city in the United States? Are they there for a foreign foe, or are they there to shoot strikers and working men when the time shall come? Are they there to protect the people from China and Japan and England? Or are they there to protect property against the poor? What is a lockout in a factory or mill when they call it famine and want and hunger and cold to do their work? It is that force. Or is it peace and quietness and gentleness and the golden rule? What are the policemen? What are the officers of the law? What is the machinery of government directed against the working men, holding all the resources of the earth in the power of a few and compelling the money to go to those few for the means of life? Isn't this force? What is the blacklist? Is it anything but force that drives children into the factories, that drives women into factories, and compels men to work with defective machinery for long hours and poor wages? Is it anything but the force of starvation and want that has always been used by the owners of the earth to make the poor do their bidding and their will? The force is there. It is not with the weak. The weak have never had the strength or the opportunity to use the force, and when here and there some men like the McNamaras, and others I don't need to mention them alone, accepting that I want to live to see the day that justice will be done to them here and there, when they reach out blindly to meet force with force. Call it blind, if you will. Call it wrong, if you will. I have never counseled it or advised it, perhaps because I am not brave enough. It is not for me to say, but call it blind, call it mistaken, call it what you will, but the fact will ever remain that men who do it never do it for their own mean personal ends, but because they love their fellow men. And long ago it was written down that greater love hath no man than this, that he would give his life for a friend. Someday, I say, it will be understood, and someday the world will understand that they and Wood, who was indicted from the other side to charge something to labor that labor was not guilty of, and all of these other indictments growing out of the same act, that all of these acts were not individual acts at all, but they were a part of a great industrial tragedy, of a great evolution of society, that they are what are called social crimes or social acts for which these men were responsible in no degree. They were a part of a machine. They were risking their lives, a part of a system, and do what you will, others will be ground out of it forever and forever until the system shall change and until there will be some equity and justice in the world. The world is changing, and every person is doing his part in his own way. It is not for you to criticize me, or for me to criticize you, but to judge men by their motive and to judge them by the side they are on. Labor must stand for its own men. It must stand even for its own mistakes and its own crimes, if guilty of them. There is one question, and only one, to ask concerning a man or concerning an act. Was he on my side? You may counsel him to do differently. Yes. You may teach him moderation and believe in it. And all of us want to see peace and justice and harmony come out of all these contending forces, as it may one day will come. You may teach it and you may believe it, but the man who lets a thought loose in the universe can never tell what the results of that thought may be. It may bear fruit in 1,000 ways of which we never dream. But even though it does, and it must, the thought must go forth to do its work and to change the face of the earth. The highest and the holiest and the best thought may bring on strife and war. And John Brown, a devoted man who believed in the liberty of the slaves, took his gun in his hand and went up to Virginia and raised his hand in rebellion against the country. He was tried and convicted and hanged for murder, and he was guilty of murder under the laws of man, but under the law of God he was a hero. The laws of justice and righteousness look not to the act, but they look at the motive that moved the brain. Were they fighting for our side? Were they fighting for justice and humanity and the weak and the poor and the oppressed as the law saw it? If so, whoever they are and whatever, they demand our sympathy and our support. John Brown, by his act of heroism, plunged the United States into a civil war, costing hundreds of thousands of lives and billions of property. But he was not responsible for the thought. It came in the evolution of time. And so, don't think that any one man is responsible for any one great event in this world. The earth is moving. The universe is working. All the laws of creation are working toward justice, toward a better humanity, toward a higher ideal, toward a time when men will be brothers the world over. The evolution will not all be peaceful. It can't be. There will be conflict and bloodshed, and there will be prisons, there will be jails. But through it all, this same humanity that has come onward and upward from the brute below us, onward and upward to where we are today, this same humanity will be growing in wisdom, in strength, in righteousness, and the good and the evil, the peace and the charity, the violence and all will be combined to make man better and make the world juster and fairer than it has ever been before. At the conclusion of the address of Mr. Darrow, at the suggestion of a member of the audience, 3 lusty cheers were given for the speaker. In Section 16, Industrial Conspiracies, Part 3. Section 17 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17, War, P.1, by Clarence S. Darrow. The war address by Clarence Darrow, noted labor lawyer under the auspices of the National Security League. Ladies and gentlemen, the pro-German is fond of carrying back the causes of this war until they are lost in the mists of doubt. It is of little use to go back to the fall of Babylon or the fall of man. No doubt every fact in this world is linked with every other fact, and the fall of Babylon had some influence upon the great European war. But this influence is so remote and uncertain that it is not a proper topic of discussion in a busy world in which the human race has not eternity at its disposal. In fixing the responsibilities, it is of little value to delve far into the past. No doubt all countries have been aggressors, and the history of none of them can be defended in all their acts. Still, the fact remains that in the summer of 1914, Europe was at peace. 50 years before, Germany had wrested Alsace-Lorraine from France. However reluctant, France had accepted the situation, and the lines of the great countries were well established and had remained so for years. On the 28th of June, 1914, an Austrian prince and princess were killed in Serbia. This murder grew out of political differences that were not new. The assassination of the prince and princess caused little comment in the world. The death of a prince, to the most of us, has no more than the death of any other man. Had it been a brakeman, it would have probably had attracted the same attention, for a brakeman is of some service to the world, but a prince is a prince. The incident seemed to have been forgotten until July 23rd, when Austria sent her demand to Serbia. At that time, all of Europe, except Austria and Germany, believed that any serious trouble over the death of a prince had passed. Even the Kaiser was absent in Norway, secretly preparing an alibi for the most terrible assassination the world has ever known. Serbia was an independent state, and this demand called on her to suppress all anti-Austrian propaganda and all Serbian papers hostile to Austria, to disband the national security, to dismiss teachers and officials connected with anti-Austrian propaganda, and, lastly, to give up her own sovereignty and become a vassal of Austria. The note gave Serbia 48 hours in which to yield up her independence to a foreign state. Immediately, England, France, Russia, and Italy, feeling the impending danger, used every effort to prevent the striking of a match that would kindle a fire in Europe that might consume civilization itself. Austria and Germany alone refused to even negotiate for a settlement of the grave affair. Serbia, at the urgent request of all the great nations of Europe, humiliated herself to the last degree. She accepted every demand except the one requiring her to be a vassal of Austria. And this she did not refuse, but asked for more explicit instructions as to what Austria really wished. At once, Austria commenced to mobilize to send her army into Serbia. Then Russia, the big brother of all the Slavs, the natural protector of Serbia, served notice on Austria that she would protect Serbia. England called upon Germany to help settle the trouble over Serbia with Austria and asked all the European nations to help. And all but Austria and Germany at once met the request of England and did their best to avert the impending calamity. At the last moment, on July 31st, Austria yielded to the pleadings and threatenings of Russia and Europe and consented to reopen the case. Thereupon, Germany spoke honestly for the first and last time and demanded that Russia should cease her preparations for war within 24 hours, or Germany would act. Responsibility fixed. The 24 hours passed by, and Germany declared war on Russia. The whole responsibility of this war is fixed by the public documents that passed between the nations for the 12 days following the 23rd day of July. There is no excuse for any human being who wishes to be right to make the slightest mistake as to the responsibility for the present war. No sane person, not moved by blood, by sympathy, or by hate, can doubt for a moment but what this war was made in Germany, and all the horrors of the great struggle are rightfully upon her head. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, the mighty army of the Kaiser was mobilized, and on the 2nd of September reached Belgian soil. Germany had demanded that Russia demobilize, and on its refusal declared war on Russia. But instead of sending her mighty army east to Russia, she sent it west through peaceful, defenseless Belgium, whose neutrality she had guaranteed. The story of the first few days of this terrible struggle must be fresh in the minds of all. We remember how the world stood aghast at the impending calamity. We watched while Germany mobilized its vast army, the greatest machine for war that the world has ever known, a machine 50 years in the making, and thoroughly equipped to the last detail for its bloody work, the great instrument of force and violence and murder that the sun ever shone upon. We watched while this German army reached the Belgian border and asked the young, devoted, patriotic King of Belgium to let it pass in peace on its mad way to France. We heard King Albert reply, "Belgium is a nation, not a road." We watched this great, endless, living river of green-gray men moving on and on by day and by night across little Belgium. We saw the soldiers and the civilians of that heroic country rise to the last man to meet this mighty host and hold it back until France could mobilize to save the liberties of the world. We watched this German army as it swept across Belgium and into northern France, laying waste provinces, burning cities, killing combatants and non-combatants, and turning back upon a desolate country of ruined towns and villages, levy unconscionable tribute upon the people that were left. We saw this army go through this peaceful land, singing as it went. A holiday picnic for the Prussian murder machine that had no thought that there was any power on earth that could compass its defeat. This great German army is now slowly going back to the fatherland, and the world cannot help rejoicing. Do not sing as they return. We watch this mighty host while the devoted French rally to protect their native land, while England sent its contemptible little army to help. We watched them on their mad rush for Paris. We saw the French patriots rally and under the great Joffre turn back the invaders at the Marne. And the world rejoiced that for a time at least this blind and cruel force was stayed. We listened to the boasting of the Kaiser as he urged his pawns to give their lives for the fatherland. We listened to his disgustingly familiar talks of God, as if God too was made in Germany. We heard him prate of his love for the fatherland. He loved the fatherland more than he loved his people. The Germans' talk of the fatherland has a certain appeal for all. I respect it so deeply that I would be glad to see every able-bodied man outside Germany arm himself with saber and gun and help drive the German army back to its beloved fatherland. Felt desperation. After the defeat at the Marne, dug itself in to prevent annihilation. A long series of indecisive months passed by until Germany felt the desperation of her case and turned to the sea. Before this time, England's fleet had driven the German ships from the ocean. Her men of war and ships of commerce had found safe refuge in her own and neutral harbors of the world. There was only one way that she could make war on the seas, and that was by submarine. She built her submarines and sent them out on the ocean beneath the waves to attack ships of war and ships of commerce alike and destroy them without a chance to save the life of a single human being or save $1 worth of property. Germany knew about the sailing of the Lusitania from New York Harbor, a boat of commerce, unarmed and carrying some 1,500 passengers, more than 150 American men, women, and children, bound on a peaceful voyage which they had the right to take under all the rules of war. She watched this ship as it sailed out into the Atlantic, and at the proper time she fired a torpedo, sinking the ship and giving no passenger or member of the crew a chance to save their lives. The civilized world stood aghast at this dastardly deed, while Germany decorated the commander of the submarine. Letters and protests followed. Germany finally admitted this act and halfway promised that this unforgivable violation of the laws of humanity and the laws of war should not occur again. Had an English submarine been guilty of such an atrocity, the American people with one voice would have cried for war, and no protest of Congress or the President would have held our hands. Germany's promises, like her guarantee of Belgium's neutrality, were made only to be broken. Again and again she sunk neutral ships and destroyed American lives. Again and again our demands were made until finally Germany promised that no more ships would be sunk without giving passengers and seamen a safe place to land. For some time, Germany kept her word, until finally in her desperation she served notice upon the United States that after the first day of February 1917, every boat, whether man of war or ship of commerce, whether bearing passengers or freight, should be sunk without notice and without a chance to save a human life. She, however, graciously granted on the right of America to sail one ship a week to Europe, loaded in a certain way and going down a certain lane and painted in a manner designated by the German government. These rights Germany granted to a great, proud, free government on the Atlantic. No, the German Ocean. And yet, after the first day of February, there were men and women in America who said that we had no cause for war. Let us examine this question in the light of such international law as we have, and in the light of such humanity as Prussia has left us after almost 4 years of war. Seas are free. The seas are the great highways of the nations. They are free for trade and commerce of any lands whose shores touch the water. The United States has more coastline than any other nation. We are a commercial people whose trade touches every country in the world, whose citizens travel to every port on earth and have used the seas for commerce ever since America became an independent nation among the other countries of the earth. We were told by Germany that we could no longer sail the seas. The attack of Germany upon the Lusitania and other ships of commerce was not warfare. It was murder and piracy upon the high seas. Well, what was the duty of the United States? We were then an independent nation of 100 million souls, stronger than, at least, twice over than Germany, 10 times richer than Germany, so far removed from Germany that we did not need to fear it nor any land, and peopled by as devoted a band of men as ever rallied to protect the liberties of the world. We were not like Holland. of 5 million people under the Kaiser's heel. We were not like any neutral European state, defenseless, with the horrible example of Serbia, Belgium, and Poland standing as a frightful lesson to those who might meet the wrath of Germany. We were big enough and strong enough and safe enough to defend ourselves and help protect the people of the world. Had the United States been so craven as to meekly take orders from a foreign government, it would have lost the respect of every nation on the earth. For such a people, so besotted with the love of money or so fond of luxury and ease, there could have been nothing in store but death. And be it said to the honor and glory and idealism of America that she accepted the gauge of battle from the German Empire and prepared to fight. There is no chance for intellectual people to be mistaken as to our duty and our right. The sea is free to every nation for its commerce and its trade, subject only to the rights of belligerent nations to declare a blockade, to decide what shall be contraband goods, to detain boats, search them for contraband, and land the passengers and crew in a place of safety. Since piracy was driven from the high seas, no nation has ever claimed the right to destroy the life of non-combatants upon the ocean, without giving at least the last right which belongs to all, the right of surrender. But Germany decreed that the lives of men, the lives of women, and the lives of defenseless babies might be taken to satisfy their mad thirst for power. Pacifists and pro-Germans have freely criticized the President of the United States for leading his people into war. Had the President of the United States taken orders from the German Kaiser, he would have been unfaithful to his office and unworthy of the respect and devotion of the great people whom he serves. It illy becomes any American to criticize the President in this great crisis. The United States never had a greater, wiser, more patriotic president than Woodrow Wilson, and it is for the people of the United States not to condemn or criticize, but to support and uphold him in this, the greatest crisis of our nation's life. I say, without the slightest hesitation, that no human being, speaking as a man, could defend the right of Germany to destroy non-combatant ships upon the high seas without offering a chance to save human life. And I say again, as a lawyer, that under all the rules of international law, that Germany's submarine attacks were not warfare, but cold-blooded, premeditated murder under the guise of war. Cause is simple. The cause of this war is so simple that a wayfaring man has no right to be deceived. We could have stood complacently by and have waxed still richer out of the miseries of suffering countries in the defense of their sacred rights. But instead of that, we have joined the rest to fight in a sacred cause. Although we were slow and reluctant to do our part, still America has drawn the sword, and the sword will not be sheathed until Prussian militarism shall be destroyed. We need but go over the battlefields of the world to know that our cause is just. Almost all the world is today at war. Some 17 nations are actively engaged with the Allies in this great contest, and many others are only waiting to strike. Yet, looking over the earth, Germany has but 2 allies. I do not count Austria, for Austria is Germany, owing allegiance to the German Kaiser and the German God. Since this war began, Austria has been in a receiver's hands, obeying not her own rulers, but the Prussian king. Germany has gained 2 allies, gained them by her frightfulness, by her money, and by her intrigue. Bulgaria, whose German king betrayed her Slavic people, and Turkey, already the vassal of Germany before the war began. Germany ought to be proud of Turkey, but then she should be able to stand it if Turkey can. Why is it that the whole world today is united against Germany? It is united because of her unrighteous stab at the freedom of man, because of her frightfulness, because of her violation of all the rules of war. Because of these, she has become an outlaw among the nations of the earth. Germany's excuses and excusers have been many. We have been told that America was never neutral, that from the beginning we sold munitions to the Allies to use against her. I agree with the pacifists that we never should have sold munitions. We should have given them away. But what right has Germany to complain for the sale of powder and guns? Germany sold munitions to England to kill the Boers, and to the Boers to kill the English. She sold them to America to kill Spaniards, and to Spain to kill Americans. She sold them in Mexico to wage war on the United States. She sold them with the greatest impartiality to every warring people on earth, when she did not need them for her own brutal use. And when she sold them, she was well within her right. For under the rules of war, have as much right to sell munitions as they have to sell food and clothes. Germany tells us that if we had been neutral, the war would have been over in 2 months. It would have been over to the satisfaction of Germany and the pacifists. As a matter of fact, we never did sell munitions to England and France. Certain manufacturers in America had powder and cannon to sell. They sold them to all who came. England could buy, and France could buy, and Germany could buy. We had the right to sell, but we were under no obligation to deliver what we sold. Germany could buy our munitions, but whether she could ever get them home was a question between her and England, which was no concern of ours. And I, for one, am thankful that practically all the munitions that Germany ever received from the United States came by way of the English and French guns. Munitions buying. Then, too, so long as nations war, which may be forever, it is best that a warring nation shall buy its munitions where it can. If this were not true, then every country must have its stores of powder and guns, must take the time of its people from the peaceful walks of life to prepare material for death. It means that the weak nations must build up armaments that shall be sufficient to defend against the strong. It means a greater number of soldiers rather than a less. More wars instead of fewer, more armed men and more armed camps. It must mean that every nation on earth must make Germany her guiding star, and that war shall be the trade of men. It is likewise true that the fact that munitions are sent as cargo upon a ship gives no more right for destruction of the ship than if it were loaded with cotton and with grain. It gives the right of search and seizure, but nothing else. It gives no right to destroy non-combatants, men, women, and children. And all the clergymen and the metaphysicians of Germany cannot maintain this right. For almost 3 years, while the German machine of violence and murder was assaulting the world, the United States stood dumb and neutral, as if she cared not who won. While we as a nation were neutral, I was one of the millions who was never neutral. From the time Germany drew her sword, I knew which side I was on. I did not need to think. I simply felt. The same impulse that would move me to rescue a child in danger or a helpless human being struggling with the waves drove me to feel with Belgium and France and to hope that somehow the world would awaken and come to the rescue of these suffering ones. I was never neutral on anything. I have often been wrong, but never neutral. And in a grave question, if one takes sides, he has at least one chance out of 2 of being right, while if he remains neutral, he has no chance whatever. End of Section 17, War, Part 1. Section 18 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18, War, Part 2, by Clarence S. Darrow. Where is the human being who can stand neutral between Germany and France? Where is the man of emotion, of feeling, of imagination, who could look at Germany and France and not hope that in some mysterious way France would win? If this great war had been waged on German soil against a French invader, the world would have been, and should have been, with Germany fighting for her fatherland. But all of the professors in all of the German universities cannot make the world believe that they fought in self-defense when their murderous cannons were thundering at the gates of Paris. Germany and the pacifists now turn from the horrors wrought by Prussian militarism to the world and point the finger of scorn to England and Belgium and even France. England's wrongs. England, no doubt, has been guilty of many wrongs. Wrongs against the Irish, wrongs against India, wrong against other peoples of the earth. Belgium, no doubt, sinned in the Congo. France may have wronged in Morocco, but what is all this to do with the question of whether Germany was right in invading Belgium and overrunning France and striking a deadly blow at liberty in the year 1914? In the language of the lawyer, all these charges are incompetent, irrelevant, and immaterial. If one of you should find your pocket had been picked, and tomorrow the culprit should be brought to court, he could not escape by pleading that your grandfather was a pickpocket too. Whatever England may have been in the days of her growth and aggression, she is another England now. The England of the Tories has no semblance to the England of today. The Prime Minister of Britain, who guides her destinies, is as wise and humane and democratic as Abraham Lincoln or Woodrow Wilson. I am aware that America has fought England more than any other foreign foe, and for years our politicians have abused England to round out a period or catch a vote. I know too much of the history of Britain and the history of the United States not to respect the greatness and inherent worth of England. For 200 years, she has been mistress of the sea. For 75 years at least, she has allowed every vessel and every pound of commerce to freely enter England from any nation on the earth. And while she has been mistress of the waves, she has protected and defended the freedom of the seas. I know that in spite of all her faults, England has stood for at least 100 years as the world's greatest defender of the individual rights of man. It is not for America to condemn England, from whom we drew our laws, our language, our institutions, and the deep devotion for civil and religious liberty, which have placed us amongst the freest people in the world. England, that entered this war, not for glory or for conquest, but to fight with France for the right to live upon the earth. England, who has pledged their last dollar and all her sons to defend the world against ruthless military power. England, whose mighty fleet, throughout the summer heat and winter cold, in the long day and night, has silently patrolled all the seas of the earth and defended her liberties and ours while we slept. England today is our ally, and he who is in this war condemns our allies is guilty of moral treason to the United States. And what about Belgium? Where is the human heart that does not beat quicker at the thought of Belgium? Belgium, the Arnold Winkelried of this great war. Belgium, that meet the invasion German host and held their sabers fast in her bleeding heart until France and England could rally to save the liberties of man. I had rather be the young king of Belgium, looking over a devastated empire with its ruined provinces, its burning cities, its stricken people, and know that I had kept the faith, than be the ruler of the greatest and richest nation of the earth. What of France? And what of France? Is there any American or any human being on the earth who does not love France? France the beautiful, the gay, France of song and poetry and sculpture and of every art that enriches life, France of joy and laughter, France who gave the world the philosophers of the 18th century, who pointed the way to human freedom and human rights, France from whose devoted land came that pure stream of democracy which quenched the fires of bigotry and superstition and fertilized the waste places of the earth. France left her theaters and her boulevards, her shops and her stores, forgot her music and her gaiety and love of life, and at the bugle's call, calmly, heroically, faithfully, and without complaint or boast, offered herself to save the world. France, who almost lost her life, but who saved her soul. And what is France to America? France, not our mother, but our midwife. France who gave her money and her blood that our republic might be born. I have faith to believe that if there were no other reason for this war, that in these dark days of glorious France, we should repay her for all she did for us, with compound interest, since 1776. All these allies are worthy of our respect. If England or France or Belgium have sinned in the past, the blood of their devoted sons freely shed on the hallowed battlefields of France has washed those sins away. I am aware that in this country there are many pacifists. No doubt a large number of these are honest and sincere, and not in the least lacking in either physical or moral courage. But the pro-German has suddenly become a pacifist, and pacifists content themselves with criticizing America and her allies, and pass no judgment on the many atrocities of Germany and her clear responsibility for this war. The pacifist speaks with the German accent. Even if his words are not against America, the import of all he says is to aid Germany against America and its allies in the war. Pacifism is a religious and philosophical theory which has no relation to life and no practical place in the world of today. Whether it can be realized in a million years is a matter that might afford an interesting discussion. But so long as there is any such human nature as is now incident to man, non-resistance is a theory, and all people with red blood in their veins will protect their right, when needed be, by force. Pacifist excuses. The pacifist excuses for Germany have been many. They excused Germany's submarine warfare on the ground that England was starving Germany. Before Germany broke the peace of the world, she knew the rules of war. She knew that she had a right to fight men of war on the seas, either by warships or by submarines. She knew that she had no right to sink ships of commerce and destroy the lives of non-combatants without the chance of escape. Starvation gave no excuse. Starvation is a well-established means of war. In the days of the rebellion, the North blockaded southern ports and starved the South into surrender. In 1871, Germany drew her armies around Paris, denying their people the chance to get food. Paris pleaded for the right to let her women and children go outside the gates and be fed. Germany replied that they should fry in their own fat. Paris was starved and surrendered, and in this Germany was well within her rights. Two prize fighters who enter the ring under the Marquis of Queensberry's rules must abide by the rules. If one sees that in a fair fight he must lose, it gives him no excuse to strike below the belt. And if he does, every non-combatant looking on will see that he does not win. A neutral world looked at Germany as over and over again she struck below the belt. It knew that civilization could not tolerate such power, and so the world united to put her down. We are told that this is a rich man's war, that we have joined with the Allies against Germany to make dollars for Wall Street. I have no love for Wall Street and no desire to defend her selfishness and greed, but the statement that this is a Wall Street war is a slander which has no foundation in the truth. Whatever I might think of Wall Street, I have never yet believed that the capitalists of this country would lead America into war, sacrificing the lives, perhaps, of 1 million of our young men for the sake of gold. If I believed that this was true, I would never again speak for justice or at the betterment of men. I should believe that the human race was so sodden and brutal that it ought to die, either by fair means or foul. But no person who respects fact or logic can say that this is a Wall Street war. It was not Wall Street that made Germany violate the Belgium Treaty, that made her sink the Lusitania, that made her engage in human submarine warfare against commerce and life of the world, that was responsible for her intrigues with Mexico and Japan, that converted the German embassy in Washington into a nest of criminal conspirators to destroy railroads, factories, and munitions while we were still a neutral land. It was not Wall Street that caused Germany to send her note declaring her purpose of ruthless submarine warfare after February 1st. It was the brutal, insistent, lawless Prussian military machine that brought America slowly, reluctantly, against her will, into this mad carnage of blood and desolation. Since this war began, every neutral nation has been the fair field for all sorts of German intrigue, for force, violence, corruption, and every kind of scheming that might help Prussian power. Amongst the last efforts is a demand upon the part of many Americans to ask our government why we are in the war and what shall be our terms of peace. Ignorance is inexcusable. The American who does not know why we are in the war cannot now be told. There is no excuse for intelligent people not knowing why America is in the war. And as to terms of peace, it is idle to talk of peace until we begin to fight. This is the last argument to confound our friends, to separate allies, to sow discord where there should be union and strength, to raise issues that will be hard enough to settle when the time shall come. When Germany is beaten, and the world will know it, and when that time comes, no doubt to the working out of terms of peace will be hard indeed, and the nations who fight the battle to victory will find a way. What terms of peace can we propose today? We entered this war because of the ruthless attacks of Germany upon our commerce and our people. France and Belgium entered this war to defend their native lands. Belgium, without any sort of fault, has suffered beyond repair. The civilized world can never again look at itself in the face unless Belgium shall be restored so far as money can restore her. And this tribute should be made by Germany and no one else. 2 fair provinces were wrested from France in 1871. These have never yet become a part of the German Empire, but are held as vassals of Germany. Although France accepted the fate of war, she has ever looked with longing eyes to liberate those provinces and bring them back to their fatherland. She has suffered grievously by this unjust and cruel war. Shall we say to France today, that if Germany shall stop her submarine warfare with the United States, we will desert our allies and do nothing to help France in her high and just demands. If we say we will help France recover Alsace-Lorraine, we are then asked the question why we should fight to change the map of Europe. If we say we will not, we serve notice on our allies that when we get what we want, we will desert them in their hour of trial. Germany, under the rules of war, has forfeited her colonies. These colonies should not indemnify the captors for the blood and treasure spilled in the defense of democracy and freedom. We shall say now that however grievous are Germany's sins, that when we shall get ready to stop fighting, whether now or 5 years from today, we will place her back where she was before she made her assault upon the world. To say this, again, would be to desert our allies. To say something else would be to bring the reproach of the pacifists that we are fighting England's battles. And what of Italy, who has joined the Allies in this war? From the deep feeling and sentiment of the Italian people to step by France in the hour of tribulation, and who are now trying to recover the Italian provinces wrested from them by Austrian arms? Can we tell Italy that when we have got for ourselves what we want, that we are ready to furl our flag? Can we at this time say to any people in the world when and where we shall stop? The Allies will stop when victories come, and when the Kaiser comes, these serious problems affecting the future peace and security of the world must be settled by the victorious Allies, and it is for us to keep alive the noble purpose that we had in the beginning, that America wants no money, want no land, but that we will use her power and influence upon the world to have a righteous settlement in the end. Working for Germany. Those who oppose this war are working for the most despotic, arbitrary government that the civilized world has known. A government whose Kaiser openly says to his people that he owes no allegiance to any power except his German God. He, of all the monarchs of the Western world, openly professes to believe in the divine right of kings against the divine right of man. I have no idea that the Lord ever whispered any wisdom into the ear of the German Kaiser. When he speaks, the world can understand, and if he has any message to give any special king or potentate on earth, I am quite sure that in the presence of the terrible calamity that afflicts the world, he would not whisper in a German tongue. The divine right of kings belongs to the dead and buried past. And when this war is done, no ruler in Europe or America will ever again claim any God-given right to do with his people as he will. He who pretends to obey only the will of God obeys his own. The Kaiser is not the mouthpiece of God to express the Almighty's will, but the Kaiser puts his own will and commands into the mouth of God. The future world will be ruled by men. It will be ruled by the living, not the dead. It will be ruled in the open light of day and not from any secret commands which the world cannot hear. We are not waging this war to make the world democratic in the sense that our enemies use the word. If Germany wants a monarchy, she has the right to a monarchy, and it is no concern of ours. We entered the war because of the unbearable aggression of the German Empire upon our native land, because the path of Prussia was marked with broken treaties, with unkept promises, with cruelty and shame. And while we could not and did not enter this war to change Germany's form of government, we still have the right to say that when the terms of peace shall come, we will not take the word of a military power that has broken all the obligations of humanity and law. But when the war shall end, and the terms of settlement shall come, we will insist that the pledge of Germany shall be given by the German people, who, in spite of our differences, we still respect as our fellow men. Finally, we are told that we may gain the freedom of the seas, but we are losing our liberties at home, that we are destroying free speech and free press and striking a blow at that ancient heritage of the American people, which is largely responsible for her growth and power. I confess that this has given me concern. I well know the doubts and fears of our government, with enemies within and enemies without, with no chance to know whom it could trust in the grave and serious danger that confronts us all. It may be that we have gone too far. Our president is the last man in the United States to say that he can tell just where the line of freedom of speech and the press should be drawn, either in times of peace or war. All we can do is to preserve, so far as possible, the liberty of speech and the press as one of the priceless heritages of the world. It is a mistake to believe that freedom rests in constitutions or in laws. It rests in the minds and hearts of the people, and so long as the people are tolerant and free, liberty will be preserved. When they are blind or sodden or insane from any cause, liberty cannot survive. Peace, not war. Times of war are not times of sanity and cannot be. The rules of war are not the rules of peace. Before America joined in this fight, any American citizen had a clear right to choose his side. But today, we are at war. It cannot be thought that anyone in America could recruit a German army in the United States. This would be to strike a blow against our common country. It can no more be thought that an American may indirectly aid Germany against his native land, and whether the law is this or that, our boys at the front, and when the news of the death toll shall come home to us, those who are suffering the losses and bearing the burdens will not permit disloyal people to fight us at home. When the written law of a country fails, men make their own laws as they go along, and the history of every warring country, and the history of ours in the American Revolution and the War of Rebellion, shows conclusively that all men alike will act together in times of stress and trouble, whether supported by law or not. And he who today gives aid and comfort to the enemy, however indirectly, is playing with fire. It is for those who love liberty of speech in the press, who believe in it as one of the cornerstones of American institutions, to resolve that when this war is over, we will see that all the old protections and safeguards shall remain secure. I am the last one to pretend that America has always been right. I have often criticized many of its laws, its customs, and its institutions. I reserve the right to criticize them again when the time shall come. But today, there is but one question in the world, and that is the preservation of such poor civilization as we have. There is but one question in America, and that is to protect the integrity of the United States, and every other issue must wait until this is done. When the war is finished, we can take up once more our old quarrels and our old differences, if we will, but first of all, America must survive. For, in spite of all our shortcomings, the fact remains that the United States is the land of liberty and the freest nation on the earth, and it is our duty not to destroy it, but to make it better than it ever was before. Still have hope. Although I am not a professional optimist, I still have some hope and some faith. I do not know whether this will be the last great war or not. I trust that never again will any nation ruthlessly bring ruin on the world. But no man can tell. Long ago it was written down in the constitution of things that without the shedding of blood there can be no remission of sins. It seems to me that this old world will never be the same again. We are learning new things, finding each other out. Men who have not been friends meet and commune in a great universal cause. We are learning to know each other and ourselves. We are working together, looking into each other's eyes, living together, dying together in the supreme struggle of the human race. We have found that mutual helpfulness alone can bring victory in times of war. And I have faith that at least to hope that as we find that we can help each other in times of war, we may learn that we can help each other in times of peace. End section 18, War, Part 2. Section 19 of Clarence Darrow, Selected Works, 1893 to 1917. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19, Darrow's Plea, Part 1. Forward. There was no dry eye or unmoved heart in the crowded courtroom when, at noon on the 15th of August, 1912, Clarence Darrow gravely turned from his long address to the jury of his peers and quietly resumed his seat at the bar of justice, where for 3 weary months the District Attorney of Los Angeles County, the National Erectors Association, and the Burns Agency had exhausted every means to convict him of bribery. On the morning of the 17th, as soon as the instructions of Judge Hutton had been delivered, the jury quickly, decisively voted not guilty. The trial was based on the charge that on the 28th of November, 1911, the defendant had given Bert Franklin $4,000 with which to go down on Main Street and bribe a prospective juror, Lockwood, in the case of J.B. McNamara, then on trial. Briefly, the state's evidence was that Lockwood and the district attorney arranged to have the money passed while a number of detectives were watching. Also, that in January, a representative of the National Erectors Association, Special Federal Prosecutor Oscar Lohler, and Mr. Darrow's former employee, John R. Harrington, met at the Sherman House in Chicago and planned a dictograph ambuscade, which was later operated at Harrington's room in the Hayward Hotel at Los Angeles, to which Mr. Darrow was unsuspectingly lured by Harrington on a pretext of friendly and confidential conversation. A great many collateral issues were introduced, the court permitting the state the widest latitude, so that during the long trial, which began on May 15th and lasted until August 17th, the entire McNamara defense, its settlement, and the pleas of guilty were exhaustively rehearsed. Clarence Darrow is like no other man. His position in the nation and in the bar is unique. His life, his ideals, his view of things are his own. He is often silent, but when he speaks, men listen. What he writes or says has a strength and character, individual, distinctive, profound, and humane. In no wise is he an entertainer, but a man of thought and purpose. Those who seek rhetorical flourishes and flights of mere oratory need not search the following or any pages of the man Darrow. The former do, however, reveal to a considerable extent the method and the madness, if you will, of one of the greatest publicists in America in the most critical hours of his career, a circumstance which gives these pages a value apart and an importance beyond the province of contemporary judgment. This, his latest and perhaps his greatest jury address, which by the direction and with the valued assistance of Mr. Fay Lewis, his lifelong friend, I have prepared for publication as carefully as the time at my disposal would permit, and with regrettable but unavoidable scantiness of revision on the author's part, was delivered entirely impromptu and without even the assistance of notes. It was spoken rapidly, unhesitatingly, without a single pause, and its official transcription by the court reporters was by no means flawless. In a few instances, the purely technical discussion of obscure points has been omitted, but in the main, and practically, the plea stands as it fell from the lips of the accused man, fell on the hearts and ears keen to lose no syllable of its awful earnestness, its quick turns of humor, its wonderfully pleasing rhythm, its quiet boldness, its daring dignity, and its subtle simplicity. It will not read as it listened, of course, for the personality that uttered it is not to be translated by type, but the cause of the weak which it voiced is not lost in the printed pages, nor is the warp of profound philosophy on which it is woven obscured. Luke North, Los Angeles, August 1912. Quote, "Every step in civilization means the elevation of the poor, means helping the weak and the oppressed." Close quote. Plea of Clarence Darrow. In his own defense to the jury that exonerated him, Mr. Darrow began his address to the jury shortly after court convened on the afternoon of August 14th. "Gentlemen of the jury, an experience like this never came to me before, and of course I cannot say how I will get along with it. I am quite sure there are very few men who are called upon by an experience of this kind, but I have felt, gentlemen, that after the patience you have given to the case for all these weeks, that you would be willing to listen to me, even though I might not argue it as well as I would some other case. I felt that at least I ought to say something to you 12 men, besides that what I have already said on the witness stand. In the first place, I am a defendant charged with a serious crime. I have been looking into the penitentiary for 6 or 7 months, and now I am waiting for you 12 men to say whether I shall go there or not. In the next place, I am a stranger in a strange land, 2,000 miles away from home and friends. Although I am proud to say that here, so far away, there have been gathered around me as good and loyal and faithful friends as any man could have upon the earth. Still, I am unknown to you. I think I can say that no one in my native town would have made to any jury any such statement as was made of me by the district attorney in opening this case. I will venture to say he could not afterward have found a companion except among detectives and crooks and sneaks in the city where I live if he had dared open his mouth in the infamous way that he did in this case. But here I am in his hands. Think of it! In a position where he can call me a coward. And in all my life, I never saw or heard so cowardly, sneaky, and brutal an act as Ford committed in this courtroom before this jury. Was any courage displayed by him? It was only brutal and low, and every man knows it. I don't object to a lawyer arguing the facts in his case and the evidence in his case, and drawing such conclusions as he will, but every man with a sense of justice in his soul knows this attack of Ford's was cowardly and malicious in the extreme. It was not worthy of a man and did not come from a man. I am entitled to some rights until you, gentlemen, shall say differently, and I would be entitled to some even then. And so long as I have any, I shall assert them the best I can as I go through the world wherever I am. What am I on trial for, gentlemen of the jury? You have been listening here for 3 months. What is it all about? If you don't know, then you are not as intelligent as I believe. I am not on trial for having sought to bribe a man named Lockwood. There may be, and doubtless are, many people who think I did seek to bribe him, But I am not on trial for that, and I will prove it to you. No man is being tried on that charge. I am on trial because I have been a lover of the poor, a friend of the oppressed, because I have stood by labor all these years and have brought down upon my head the wrath of the criminal interests in this country, whether guilty or innocent of the crime charged in the indictment, and that is the reason I am here. And that is the reason that I have been pursued by as cruel a gang as ever followed a man. Now let's see if I can prove this. If the district attorney of this county thought a crime had been committed, well and good, let him go ahead and prosecute. But has he done this? Has he prosecuted any of the bribe takers and givers? And who are these people back of him and back of the organization of this county who have been hot on my trail and whose bark I can remember from long ago? Will you tell me, gentlemen of the jury, why the Erectors Association and the Steel Trust are interested in this case way out here in Los Angeles? Will you tell me why the Erectors Association of Indianapolis should have put up as vicious and as cruel a plot to catch me as was ever used against any American citizen? Gentlemen, if you don't know, you're not fit to be jurors. Are these people interested in bribery? Why, almost every dollar of their ill-gotten gains has come from bribery. When did the Steel Trust, which owns the Erectors Association and is the Erectors Association, when did it become interested in prosecuting bribery? Was it when they unloaded $1 billion of watered stock upon the American people? Stock that draws its life and interest from the brawn, the brain, and the blood of the American working man? Are they interested in coming all the way out to this state and to Los Angeles to prosecute a man merely for bribery? There are a good many states between this city and New York City, and there are a good many states' attorneys in this broad land of ours. They can begin at home if they would, these men who have made bribery a profession and a fine art. Gentlemen of the jury, it is not that any of these men care about bribery, but it is that there never was a chance before, since the world began, to claim that bribery had been committed for the poor. Heretofore, bribery, like everything else, had been monopolized by the rich. But now they thought there was a chance to lay this crime to the poor and to get me. Is there any doubt about it? Suppose I am guilty of bribery. Is that why I am prosecuted in this court? Is that why, by the most infamous methods known to the law and outside the law, these men, the real enemies of society, are trying to get me inside the penitentiary? No, that isn't it, and you 12 men know it. Your faces are unfamiliar to me. There may not be a man on this jury who believes as I believe upon the great questions between capital and labor. You may all be on the other side, but I have faced the other side over and over again, and I am going to tell you the truth this afternoon. It may be the last chance that I shall ever get to speak to a jury. These men are interested in getting me. They have all concocted all sorts of schemes for the sake of getting me out of the way. Do you suppose they care what laws I might have broken? I have committed one crime which is like that against the Holy Ghost, which cannot be forgiven. I have stood up for the weak and the poor. I have stood for the men who toil, and therefore I have stood against them. And now this is their chance. All right, gentlemen, I am in your hands, not in theirs just yet. In examining you before you were accepted as jurors, Mr. Fredericks asked you whether, if I should address you, you would be likely to be carried away by sympathy? You won't be if you wait for me to ask for sympathy. He cautioned you against my argument. You will find I am a plain-speaking man who will try to talk to you as one man to another. I have never asked for sympathy of anybody, and I am not going to ask it of you 12. I would rather go to the penitentiary than ask for sympathy. I have lived my life, I have fought my battles not against the weak and poor, anybody can do that, but against power, against injustice, against oppression, and I have asked no odds from them, and I never shall. I want you to take the facts of this case as they are, consider the evidence as it is, and then if you 12 men can find on your conscience and under your oath any reason to take away my liberty, well and good. The responsibility will be on you. I would rather be in my position than in yours in the years to come. As I have told you, I am traitor because I have given a large part of my life and my services to the cause of the poor and the weak, and because I am in the way of the interests. These interests would stop my voice, and they have hired many vipers to help them do it. They would stop my voice, which from the time I was a prattling babe, my father and mother taught me to raise for justice and freedom and in the cause of the weak and the poor. They would stop my voice with the penitentiary. Oh, you wild, insane members of the Steel Trust and Erectors Association. Oh, you mad hounds of detectives who are willing to do your master's will. Oh, you district attorneys, you know not what you do. Let me say to you that if you send me to prison within the gray, dim walls of San Quentin, there will brood a silence more ominous and eloquent than any words that my poor lips could ever frame. And do you think that you would destroy the hopes of the poor and the oppressed if you did silence me? Don't you know that upon my persecution and destruction would arise 10,000 men abler than I have been, more devoted than I have been, and ready to give more than I have given in a righteous cause? I have been, perhaps, interested in more cases for the weak and poor than any other lawyer in America, but I am pretty nearly done anyhow. If they had taken me 20 years ago, it might have been worth their while. But there are younger men than I, and these are men who will not be awed by prison bars, by district attorneys, by detectives, who will do this work when I am done. If you help the Erectors Association, put me into the penitentiary, gentlemen, and Mr. Ford stands outside the doors licking his picturesque chops in glee at my destruction, then what? Will the labor cause be dead? Will Ford's masters ride roughshod over the liberties of men? No. Others will come to take my place, and they will do the work better than I have done it in the past. Gentlemen, I say this is not a case of bribery at all. You know the men who have been after me, and the interests that have been after me, and the means that have been used. What have they done? They say a bribery was seriously intended down here on Main Street, close to my office, which I will speak about later. But have they tried to get a bribe giver or a bribe taker? No, not one. Let us see what they have done. They have taken Bert Franklin and given him his liberty without costing him a cent. They have taken White and let him go scot-free. They have taken Mr. Bain and Mrs. Bain and have not even filed an information against them. They have taken Harrington and Bain and brought them here and given them immunity. They have taken Cooney and Fitzpatrick and Mayer and let them go unwhipped of justice. More than that, gentlemen, they have said boldly to Franklin, if he told the truth, and the circumstances would show that he did, in this instance, they have said boldly to him, if you know anything against anybody in Los Angeles, keep your mouth closed. but help us put Darrow inside the penitentiary. Is there any question that they have done all this? If I am guilty, others associated with me are guilty too. But the crimes of all the others are washed away in order to get me. Gentlemen, suppose I did this bribery. Suppose I did. Then what? Is there any man in whose soul lurks a suspicion of integrity and fair dealing? Is there any civilized man on earth who would convict me under circumstances like that? If there is, gentlemen, I would rather dwell among the savages with District Attorney Ford as a chief, much rather, because I might raise an insurrection against him and get some justice. Will you tell me if anywhere there could be an American jury, or anywhere in the English-speaking world there could be found a jury that would for a moment lend itself to a conspiracy so obvious and foul as this? If there is, gentlemen, then send me to prison. Anyway, when I reach prison, they can do nothing more to me, and if I stay there, they will probably get me for murder after a while. I do not mean the murder of Ford, he's not worth it, but they will put up a job and get me for something else. If any jury could possibly, in a case like this, find me guilty, the quicker it is done, the better. Then I will be out of my trouble. Gentlemen, if the state of California can afford to stand it, I can. If the state of California and the fair city of Los Angeles can lend itself to a crime like this, the victim will be ready when the time comes. But let me tell you that if under such testimony as you have heard here, and under the sort of conspiracy you have seen laid bare here, you should send me to prison, it would leave a stain upon the fair fame of your city and your state that would last while these hills endure, and so long as the Pacific waves should wash your sandy coast. Tell me that any American jury would do it. Gentlemen, I could tell you that I did this bribery, and you would turn me loose. If I did not think so, I would not think you were American of spirit or heart or sense of justice. Gentlemen, if within this courthouse men could be bought and bribed with immunity, could be threatened and coached and browbeaten, and if the gold of the Erectors Association could be used to destroy human life, if that could succeed, it would be better that these walls should crumble into dust. I do not know you 12 men. I never saw you before, but you have heard my story on the stand. You have seen me here from day to day. You have seen the class of people who have come here to condemn me and befoul my name. You know the class of people who have come here to tell you what my reputation has been. You have seen the witnesses who have come forward to testify in this case, and you are not insane. And I will tell you, gentlemen, I do not want you to think I am worried about it now, but I have spent troubled days and sleepless nights over the misery that they have already caused me and those near and dear to me. But now I have no doubt about any jury under these circumstances, no more doubt than I had as a child when I laid my head on my mother's breast. Men cannot lose all their heart except by surgical operation, and there are not here in Los Angeles 12 men without some heart. If there were, they would have been in the employ of the district attorney long ago. Now, gentlemen, let's see. What have they made by their conspiracy? These are strong-arm men. They have the grand jury, 2 of them. With one, they can reach across the continent and get whom they want. And when they get him, they take him before the other body, and they say to him, "What, gentlemen?" They don't say your money or your life, but they say your liberty or your manhood. Take your choice. And the kind of men they choose to give up their manhood, how much credit Can you give to the word of a man who finds his liberty held before him as bait for his testimony? Gentlemen, I have tried a good many cases in my time. I have been 35 or 36 years in the profession, and you send me to prison? Why, I have practiced law long enough anyhow. I was going to have a vacation. Of course, there are pleasanter places to take vacations than the one where Ford wants to put me. But I have practiced law a good long time, and I will tell you I never saw or heard of a case where any American jury convicted anybody, even the humblest, upon such testimony as that of Franklin and Harrington. And I don't expect to live long enough to find that sort of jury. Let me say this. Gentlemen, there are other things in the world besides bribery. There are other crimes that are worse. It is a fouler crime to bear false witness against your fellow man, whether you do it in a cowardly way in an address to a jury or from a witness chair. Infinitely fouler. Now let me put it to you as men who value your own liberty, because you all value your own liberty, and I trust you value mine, and I have no doubt you do. Suppose any infamous scoundrel taken in criminal conduct could know that he could turn on you or on me to save himself. Would your liberty be safe? Would it not be as safe as mine? For you might not go before a fair-minded jury, as I feel that I am before today. Suppose your hired man could be taken in some act of crime, and the district attorney could say to him, "All right, here is the penitentiary, but I will let you out if you will fasten the crime on your employer." Gentlemen, would you be safe? Suppose you thought I was guilty. Suppose you thought so you would dare, as honest men protecting society, would you dare to say by your verdict that scoundrels like this should be saved from their own sins by charging those sins to someone else? If so, gentlemen, when you go back to your homes, you had better kiss your wives a fond goodbye and take your little children more tenderly in your arms than ever before, because though today it is my turn, tomorrow it may be yours. This consideration, gentlemen, is more important to orderly government, to the preservation of human liberty, than to get any one man, no matter how hard they want to get him. Now, gentlemen, I am going to be honest with you in this matter. The McNamara case was a hard fight. I will tell you the truth about it. Then, if you want to send me to prison, go ahead. It is up to you. It was a hard fight. Here was the district attorney with his sleuths. Here was Burns with his hounds. Here was the Erectors' Association with its gold. A man could not stir out of his home or out of his office without being attacked by these men ready to commit all sorts of deeds. Besides, they had the grand jury, and we didn't. They had the police force, we didn't. They had organized government, we didn't. We had to work fast and hard. We had to work the best we could, and I would like to compare notes with them. I wish, gentlemen of the jury, that some power had been given to us to call before this jury all the telegrams sent by the district attorney's office and sent by Mr. Burns. I wish some grand jury would be impaneled to inquire into their misdeeds. But no, we cannot. They sent out their subpoenas, and they got 200 or 300 telegrams, public and private, that had been sent from our office. And what did they get? Have they shown you anything? Do you think you could run a Sunday school without any more incriminating evidence than they got from those telegrams? I have never tried to run one, but I don't believe you could. And what did they get? By the wonderful knowledge of Mr. Ford and his marvelous genius, they found the key to our code. He forgot his bile and bitterness for one night and worked out a key, and then what? A telegram to Rappaport on the 29th saying that we would give him $1,000, and then a telegram on the 1st of December better not spend the 1,000. They had detectives in our office. They had us surrounded by gumshoe and keyhole men at every step. And what did they secure? Nothing. Nothing. I am surprised, gentlemen, that we were so peaceful in fighting the district attorney and Burns. I scarcely know why we had a code, except that it looked better, and men in business generally use codes. And I knew they had one, for here and there a stray telegraph operator would send me their dispatches the same as the managers would give my dispatches to Burns. The poor would help me, and the rich would help them. But the help of the rich was always greater avail than the help of the poor, because they were stronger. And what did they get? With all their grand juries and all their powers, gentlemen, they got conclusive evidence, it seems to me, that everything was regular, that nothing illegal was done, and with all the witnesses, we interviewed some hundreds, with all the time of 20 or 30 men day and night spent upon that cause, with all the money which we were obliged to spend. Now let us look at the pitiful thing that they have brought to this jury to try to have you think badly of me. No matter if I had killed my grandmother, it would not prove that I had sought to bribe Lockwood. It might cause you to have a bad opinion of me, but you could not convict me of bribery on that opinion. But what did they get? Why, it is shown here that before I left the city of Chicago in May, a Burns sleuth set a trap to catch me, and he was here and testified. Bittinger. Who is Bittinger? You saw him. You heard him testify. If there is any man on this jury who could see Bittinger and would not take my word against his, then put me away. Put me away. If there was any man on earth, excepting Ford, who would not take my word against Bittinger, then I wish somebody would shoot me if you cannot get rid of me in any other way. What did he say? I will analyze his story for a minute. His story, which anybody with any brains would know was a fabrication, except what he told you on cross-examination, when he very nearly admitted the whole truth. Under the guise of proving to this jury that he was an important witness, Mr. Ford got him to tell of an alleged conversation with J.B. McNamara, which was probably never held, and then, when Ford came to argue his case, he willfully, maliciously, feloniously, criminally, cruelly distorted the evidence from the purpose for which it was introduced, to show that J.B. McNamara mentioned me before I ever saw him. Therefore, I must have been one of the people who inspired his deed. End of Darrow's plea, Part 1, Section 19.